freedom, breathing. We are from freedom, the electric one. Just the shock you see. He left us the sun. Atoms in the air, organisms in the sea. Sun and yes man are made of the same things. Freedom! 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 Freedom!
Hello, love the Windows, the Windows sound. Good answer, good answer. Alright. So really almost shat my pants. Not shat your pants. Don't shit your pants, you're so sexy. I'm trying to close my Discord thing. Oh my god. Max, yippee! Shift, Brett. Did I say shit? Oh, okay. I thought I said shit. I was gonna be like, god damn it, why did I say that? That's funny. Hello. How are you? It is very early. Neat shirt. Chris, the legend, sent me some of his stuff from his last drop, so yay! We got our neat shirt on. Yippee yippee yippee! I'm good, Taffa. How are you, doll? Check my emails. Hello, doll. For my buddy thing. I think it's today. Oh, estimated time. It's early. 1:30, between 1:30 and 3. Okay, I gotta keep my eye on that. I am very early, Trace. Yippee! Hi, Aaron. Hello. Had the day off, so I've been catching up on streams. Oh, yeah. Speaking of, I've played this before. So my playthrough with Chris is up. But I'm excited to see what I might see with this one. You know? I'm keen. I'm keen to see. Let me see as always. You too, Swervin. What's the hot goss? Maybe I'll do a goose this time. I wonder... It was called... What will make Gran laugh? Luigi Pizzoni. Luigi Pizzoni. Did you all play with mods or was it just the game? The Shift at Midnight doll? Is there mods for this game? What? Yeah, it was just normal then. I didn't know there was mods. Hell yeah. Now, I like the sound of that. By the way, I was going to do this and then Gran's Power came back on, which is better. But I do have early access to the new DVD chapter with the beta thing. So if we have time today, I will use it and check it out early. Not too sure though. Oh yeah, no mods, doll. No mods, Max. Isn't that crazy? No mods. That's just base game. Hi, Grace. How are you, doll? Hi, Kaz. I know. Who am I? I'm early. Hakuna Matata. Kaylee, hello. I want to see how different the
just resubbed for
the game
53
is.
months.
Is the pet? Does anyone know if the pet's like the save file? Because I want to get some new stuff. So maybe I get Granny to host or something. Kaylee, thank you for 53. Oh my god. I had to search you up. I know. I'm too early. Thank you, Kaylee. I appreciate you. How are you, Swoot? Start working in 20 minutes and made peanut butter brownies for a work thing. Oh my god. Wait, you're living life, babe. Hell yeah. Oh, look, my alarm's going off. Perfect. I was up early. Wait, Goobs, is it better than the last movie? What is it like? You said cinema. I believe you when you say cinema. But better than last one? Do it, Trace. Get comfy. I wanted to keep sleeping, but I was like, girl, you're up early. Come on, lock in. Because I would like to do a decent length today. 9, 10, 11, 12. Oh, okay. I don't think I'll be off after Gran. I want to try to stay on today, but I know that if I need to go, you guys understand, so it's okay. I mean, No Way Home is nostalgia bait, but in terms of a movie is better. Interesting. Okay, so No Way Home, nostalgia vibes, great. This movie, better in general. Just got home. What's going on in here? Shenanigans? Yes. I'm playing with Gran. I'm hoping to get some new events in this playthrough. And then it's confirmed but not confirmed. I don't know what we're doing. We might be doing either Geo Bingo or Funnel Runners with the gang. But it was always up in the air because they might be, like, Chris has his thing today. We don't know, but we're aiming to do that. Do you reckon, Max? I don't know. Surely not, right? Surely not. Hi, Mother. How are you, doll? Peter Parker. Peter Parker. Hi, Ray. How are you, doll? Aww. Sailor.
Put your ass away, child.
That means a lot to me.
Sailor Femboy
Thank
just
you.
subscribed. Hello, my favorite Australian
Hello.
streamer. Been loving your YouTube videos and I have been watching them before bed.
That makes me so happy because I'm really trying to get back into my groove because you guys deserve everything, you know? And I got it wrong, by the way. Check this out. I still have one. Oh no, that's going to schedule on August 2nd. But check this out. Ready? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15 videos this month. Yes. Yes, I did it. 15 videos in July. And 2 weeks in a row, I've done 5 streams again, which is really cool because I used to do that. The reason why, like, that's exciting for me is because I haven't done that since before Mia was sick. So, like, that's actually huge. Hi, Jebby. I miss you. How are you? I haven't eaten anything today, Mother. I won't lie to you. I'm not hungry, but I will. I promise. I'm not going to, like, not eat. It's just too early. Oh, we do, Kyle. We do. Max, I was testing the waters because I used to do that back in the day. But back then, the Carla being Carla videos were like 4 to 6 minutes. Hello? That's not enough time. So people liked it, so I'll try and make the next one as long as I can. But I really like making those because they're just so random. They're so random.
Thank you for the sub.
Wait, how was the vacay, doll?
Put your ass away, child.
Keanu will be on X soon,
Lady
surely.
Ariam just subscribed.
Lizzie.
I'm about to get on the train
I
to
love
work, but love you, boo.
Thank you
Carl's
for
flirt.
tier 2, babe. 60, what the hell? 5 years crazy. What the hell? Thank you so much. I appreciate you. Have a beautiful day. 5 years is half a decade's crazy. Are you kidding me? My enrichment is on. I really hope I get a different storyline today. We technically could finish this together. 9, 10, 11. Okay, 3 hours. Chris and I finished it in 4 and a bit. So we could technically finish this game. But I'm going to be like leading her. Because I realized Chris and I finished at a good time. But you can speed run this game for like a 2 hour if you don't like fluff around. Which Chris and I fluffed big time. Hi Wolf, how are you? Thank you, Lizzie. And again, Sailor, that means so much to hear that. Thank you. I'm so glad you're enjoying them. I know some of them aren't super edited, but I think it's good for in the future if you want to go back and see what we're doing. It's really good to have the full thing where you can skim. Currently dog sitting for a family that's given in too much to their dog's addiction to carrots. Is literally whines constantly. Oh, not for the carrots. That's so cute. Connie, how are you, doll? So hello, we are fluffers. But wait, I realized something. What I'm gonna do actually, would you be keen for my Shift at Midnight playthroughs? I'm uploading the full games, but I also want to do like a funniest moments for Shift at Midnight. So just a full comp of the funniest moments and like cut out the waffle. A rabbit wearing a dog costume. Wait, that's cute. I actually really like my thumbnail I made for this one. I mean, it's not even that cool, but like, I don't know, something about it. I was really proud of this one. I liked my thumbnail a lot. By the way, I'm addicted to making, you know those old school GIFs with the clip art on it? Look at this. Wait, how do I show you this? Wait, hold. I love the way Twitch chat called you. I know, we're doing that again. Let me show you what I was sending Whiskey yesterday, because someone made this in his chat. And I found that so funny. Hold. Pick mix. Someone made this in his chat, right? And I found it so funny. So I made more. I love guys, we should do a stream where we all make pick mixes. I don't know, I was having a good time. Guys, get pick mix. It's so fun to make old school GIFs. Yeah, lesbian flag, of course. It's a website, PicMix. I was just making this, yes, I went a bit crazy. This one's my favorite. Yeah, it is. Pick mix. Exactly that, Connie. I think that's it. So, yeah. Honestly, guys, we should have a day. Both. No, no, you did hear right. We should do a day where we all, like, I'll give you a full selection of photos of me and my friends, like a full, like, I'll just dump like 20 photos for you guys. And maybe we do a pick mix contest or something. I don't know. That was fun, Kaz. I saved it. We'll definitely play that. I'm very excited. Anyway, thank you again for supporting the YouTube. It feels good that I'm back, and it feels good that people are happy that I'm back. It's very great. And we have 17 members, guys. I didn't expect that, so thank you, guys. Molly!
Sleep! It's 3 a.m. in the morning, and you're bloody killing me! I'm trying.
Friday the 13th, best game of all time. After Simpsons Hit and Run, which we still have to finish. Thank you, Molly. How are you? What the hell? How are you, Sweet Pea? I got a member for you. Yeah, I reopened my membership that I had on YouTube years ago, like 3 years ago, but actual worth it this time. So I'm doing bonus videos on that, in that as well. So there's been a lot of videos I've uploaded there, including, guys, how embarrassing, by the way. Some of you would have seen this. I meant to upload my behind the scenes of my reel that I did for Mighty Patch. And I don't know how I didn't do it, but I put it on public. And then I was like, 70 views? Why does it have 70 views? I only have 17 members. And then I was like, shit. That was a member-only video, and I quickly changed it. But I was like, how embarrassing, just random member video. So some of you might have seen that. Whoopsie doopsies. It's all right. I'm happy it's only the weekend, that's for sure. Yep. I'm good, doll. Oh, I'm good. I was feeling kind of weird this week, and I was like, Carls, you're allowed to feel weird. I'm getting Mimi back today, which is cool. So I got to keep an eye on the time on when she's getting delivered. So I don't know how I'm gonna feel. I feel pretty positive today. I will probably just take a BRB and grab her. I don't think I'll end, but I know if I need to end and I feel off, then I know you guys are chill and that's fine. So I don't know. I think I'll be fine though, because I would like to giggle with my friends today. Take my mind off it. Open mic night at the Laugh Shack. How do you come up with this shit, Mikey? How do you come up with it? The Laugh Shack. How much does Gran know about this game? She knows it's similar to Hellmart. Serial giggler, I know. Thank you for your watch streaks as well. How are you, Molly? Sorry, I'm not dampening. I just wanted to let you know, guys. But I'm good. I feel pretty good. I'm not too sure, Max. I don't know what I'm getting her delivered in, but I think I might do like either a nice little box. That's cute because I already have an urn in my lounge room. So I don't want to be like the urn collector. You know what I mean? And that's me trying to make a joke. It's okay. So I want to like maybe make a little box. The hee hut. 10 streaks. Let's call Grandma. It's Friday. Yes. Yippee. Let's see if she wants to do guest star as well. Hey,
Hello?
girl.
Oh my god.
Oh, you're back.
The way I was at my microphone. Oh, I hear myself.
Oh, sorry. That's me.
The way I was at my microphone, about to say good morning, and my powders went
Oh, no. Girl.
gone.
Girl.
Not good.
Not good.
Not good.
Do you want to do guest star?
Oh my god, absolutely. I'm so glad you remembered because I was about to forget.
Okay, cool. Do you want to invite me or do you want me to invite Yor?
You invite me.
Okay.
Yeah.
Guest star. Start streaming together.
I do love it, don't you?
Yeah.
Do you remember that time that we shared a chat and people crashed out?
Yes.
My stream was like, oh my god, this is so fun. And your stream was like, I want to die.
No, we can do it today. I don't mind.
You know what? It would make sense for today because I feel like it would be fine for this game, for sure.
True. Guys, what do you think? Open the floodgates? Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me. Talk to me.
Talk to me.
Talk to me, darling.
Talk to her.
Talk to me.
Talk
Open
to
the
her.
flaps. We're playing
Did
shift
someone say
together,
open
Debbie.
the flaps?
Yes.
Girl, I still hear my voice through your mic.
God, I turned up the volume because people kept saying that I sound... You know what? It's good because we're going to be playing in... We're going to use their prox chat, so we'll be okay.
Right,
Should I host or do you want to host?
Oh, the lobby?
Yeah.
So I've never...
Maybe you host it just in case that helps. Because I've played it, but I've reset my animal.
Oh, you mean like because you want to do a new game?
Yeah, I want to see if it helps. Because
Yeah,
it's
I
all
can
randomized. Can you put your camera on so I can get you on my screen?
Did you invite me?
I did,
see it.
baby. Oh, dear.
Oh, where the hell is it?
I don't know, sweetie.
Where does it pop up? Notifications?
Yeah.
Stream together.
Or I'll give you this link if this helps.
Give me the link.
Give me a link, doll. Trip, I'm sorry, doll. We'll make you feel better. Do what you need to do.
Titicaca. Hakuna.
Oh no, open them, open the floodgates. Oh,
Nero
Jana,
underscore
I
back
love
just
that.
resubbed
Okay,
for
thank
37
you.
months. Hello, Carl's love.
Nero.
Hakuna.
Thank you, my love. The Grand Arena. Did that work?
Let me see.
I don't
Okay,
think so. They're just as
collab,
gross, I think. We have a lot of grandkids with us too. We share a lot of
Join
community.
session.
Yeah, join it. Yeah, get on me screen.
And click. Turn camera on.
Where are ya?
Oh, I'm here.
Oh, yeah, I see you. Hold.
Hello, girl.
Wait, where are you?
What's
You're
going
gone.
on,
You're gone.
girl?
Can you put it back on?
Wait, I left?
It says it's a black screen, yeah? Can
What?
you click off and on?
Is that working?
Hold. Yeah, there you are. Nice.
Right, good.
There she is. There's me girl.
And look, we get Carla as well. Look.
Hello, girl.
Hello,
Hello,
everybody.
girl.
It's Carla.
This is gonna be great for the editing room, innit? Oh, you lost again. Maybe you come back.
Really?
Yeah, you keep going black. I don't know why. Maybe it's me.
Oh, you know why? It might be because I'm launching the game.
Oh, okay.
And I just updated my driver, and you know how that goes.
All right, girl. Oh yeah, there you go. You're back again. Maybe I'll do this with my cam. Hold that.
No, it's because you know what I did?
What?
Recently, I switched my camera to a scene instead of a source.
Yeah.
So that I could be on Streaming Together better.
Yeah.
But for some reason, when I launch games, it makes my camera lag for a
Oh.
while, and then it goes away. So am I good now?
You're back now, but you keep going in and out. But maybe we'll see once you're in the game.
That is so weird.
Oh, accept quest. What?
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 Thank you for the raid, doll. Hello. Sorry, we were setting up my thing. Sorry, doll. Sorry. How was your stream? Hi, Rach as well. Hi, Jinx. Isn't it cool? I love it. Chris sent it to me. How was your stream? What were you doing just then for it to flash?
Maybe I alt-tabbed?
Oh, I think it's an alt-tab thing. Alt-tab again.
Did that do it?
No. Okay.
I guess it's just the game. Maybe I clicked play on Spotify.
Okay, you just changed again? You just
Really?
flashed? Yeah. What is that?
What? It hasn't done this before.
Are you virtual camming?
Yes.
Okay.
I wonder if it's because I updated my driver.
I wonder once you're in the game if it will stay.
It probably will.
Resident Evil 4. Oh,
How is it now? Is it good now?
Are you in the game? Oh, you just left again?
Okay, so what I did is I had a preview of the Stream Together on the left, and I put it to a different tab, so I cannot see it.
Okay, you're black so far?
What
She's
about now?
fading out of consciousness. You're loading back. Okay, now you're back.
What about now?
You're here. You're queer.
Oh. Okay. I guess it seems to be if I like go over to the screen for some reason. What the hell?
Okay, you've gone.
I've gone again.
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
That is so weird. Let me turn it
Wait,
on.
the
virtual
atmospheric
cam and then
shot,
turn it
Mikey?
Off and on.
Honey, right? I loved
Wait,
it.
I'll leave the collaboration.
All right, baby.
Then I'll rejoin.
I love it. I love it. I'm glad you're getting another playthrough of this, even though I was like, do they want this again? But I thought, you know what? It's a great game. Screw it.
Okay, what about now?
Okay, you are here so far.
Good?
I mean, fine, yeah, so far.
Yeah?
Yeah, baby.
Maybe I just had to restart the call.
All right, sugar.
All right, then. I'm so excited to play this. I have had this on my calendar of recommendations for so long.
Really? You were going to love it. And apparently it's different shifts and stuff. So like some stuff I might know, but other stuff I don't. And I got a different ending, so yeah.
What is this? Animal shelter? I have to pick a animal? Okay, wait. Which one did you pick?
Well, okay. Originally I picked cat but then it was like Mia's health is deteriorating and I was like, girl, too soon. So I picked a goose this time.
Oh my god, I was about to pick the goose too.
Oh my god, 2 geese. Let's do it.
Okay, I might do the... Well, maybe I'll do the cat.
Do what you want. Do what you
If
want.
the goose, I'll do the cat.
Okay.
Can you change the color of the cat?
No.
Damn.
I know. Grace. Hi,
But this one
Magoosey.
looks so adorable, I gave in. Uh-oh.
Yeah, I know.
It was called...
I wonder if you're
Oh my
gonna pick a
God.
similar thing to me. I picked old school lore with us, so I don't know if you'll pick it.
Oh, okay. Let me see.
Grant, I'm so excited to play this with you because our Feast of Fathom was so fun. I'm so excited.
Oh my God, that's what I was just gonna say.
Mm.
Is... So, that TikTok of us playing Feast of Fathom.
Yes, yes.
If you go to my TikTok,
Okay.
you know how there's the search bar that says like what
Oh,
people are searching?
what does it say?
Did you see?
I'm looking now.
Look at what it says. Oh no, wait, it's changed.
Oh, what was it? I'll see what it
It
says on
said-
mine.
What does it say on yours?
Okay, let me see. Where are you? Where is it? Oh, you've been uploading, girl. All right, mine says farm related content. How do you find it? Is it in comments?
So you just click on the video.
Yeah.
And then at the top, it'll say at the search bar what people are searching. I don't think it's like the top one. I think it's just, well, maybe it's the most recent top one.
I don't have anything,
Okay,
unfortunately.
mine, when I checked it yesterday or the day before, was why do Carla and Granny's energy match so well?
Aw.
I swear to God, that was the search.
Aw.
I was like, oh,
That's so cute. And we know.
Was it energy, or why do they match
I'm
so
kidding.
well or something?
That's really
I was like,
cute.
Wait, that's adorable.
Aw.
Because it is. It's
Yeah.
like, it's so
Mm.
easy. I think it's because I've been doing it for so long.
Mm.
I don't know what to call my cat.
Let me see if I can join your
Brenda.
thing. Hold. I love being enriched. I love to tour.
I love to tour.
Where is, can you go online so I can join you?
Oh yeah, my bad.
Okay.
Girl, I'm a mess. I had everything
LA.
set up today so well. And then
How
this
are you,
podcast just
girl?
Threw me off.
So fair.
Okay, I'm online now.
Did you press host, by the way?
No, I'm still. I need to click through this intro.
Oh, got
thingy.
you. Okay, tell me when you have hosted and I'll join.
Okay, I'm entering play, host,
Okay, cool.
create, story,
Yep.
private password.
You can just do private and then I'll join you.
Yeah, all right, friends only.
Yeah.
Max
and then-
Betters 2.
Yeah, and then we'll do proxy once we're in chat.
Okay, is it push to mute?
No. I know. Push to mute's so good. I wish more games did it.
I hate push to talk.
I know. You can do activation if you want.
You're gonna hear me all the time.
Mm-hmm. Honestly, I do think... No, look, it's up to you. It's up to you. It's up to you. It's on my mouse,
You
my
know what
push
it
to
is?
talk.
I feel like I forget to speak with the push to talk.
No, that's fair. That's fair. Yeah.
And then I feel like I'm not giving you the most.
You know what I did? Oop.
Oh,
Sorry.
oh, hello. Hello, 13-year-old boy. Hello.
Is when I played with Chris, I was holding it for so long that I ended up with a little like dent in my thumb afterwards.
Ew! Oh
Okay.
my god, I know. Wait.
Girl,
Oh no.
But it was fine.
Can we just do open mic? Is
I
anyone
wa-
gonna care?
I won't personally, because this will be going on the YouTubes. But you can.
Why do I not see you online? Oh no, I do. Sacred Herb?
Oh, I forgot about that.
There you are.
Should I
What
change
does
my
that
name?
mean?
Okay,
does
so
that
can
mean?
I change my name? I'm gonna see if I can change it. So we're watching RBT, and this 60-year-old hippie gets pulled over, and they find her weed in the car, and she's like, "No, it's my sacred herb. This is ridiculous. It's my medicine." Anyway,
Stop!
I know.
That would be me if I still smoked, which I don't.
Eh,
More
it's that grass.
responsible. Oh my god, hello? Are you still whistling?
Yes, are you impressed? Oh, I'll mute you in game, in Discord.
Push to talk is the V key.
I changed it to my what's it called? My mouse button.
I've got a mouse button too. Yeah, don't. Yeah. You know what? You opened my mind. When we were doing this once, you were like, put your mute button for Discord on the top button on the mouse, not the bottom one. And then
Real.
use the bottom one for games. So much better. Wait, I need to turn you up.
In game you can, or in the settings, bottom right, type voice, incoming voice volume. Hello, girl. Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3. Jolly
Wait,
good
it's
then.
just so quiet.
Keep pulling
Do
it up.
Can I adjust you? Can I adjust you individually?
Yeah, just go settings and then incoming voice volume.
Oh, there you are.
Hello, 1, 2, 3. Lovely, lovely.
Oh, that's a lot better.
Yeah,
That is
is
so
it?
much better.
Is it?
It's so much better. I could barely hear you before.
Yeah, no, I'm back, eh?
Right.
Yeah.
Are we ready?
Yeah, I'm ready. In Canberra,
Ooh,
Trace,
why
but
am I
you can
getting
have
tingles
medicinal.
on my arm from holding this button?
Ew.
I'm getting a carpal tunnel.
Ew. You free?
Ew.
They smoked the bush down there. Hi, Discord. Hi, Jigs. Hi, Marina. Let's go. Yeah, medicinal. Hi, Cammy. Hello, girl. Sorry, am I too loud?
You scared the shit out.
Sorry.
You scared the shit. I was like, throughout the night, you will get, hello, girl.
Oh, sorry. Did you read the tutorial or did you skip it all?
We have to figure out doppelgangers. To detect doppelgangers, use the computer. The database will always shows correct, verified information. Okay. Question customers to determine if they are doppelgangers. No, you see, my arm actually grew back 2 days ago.
Liar.
Wait, is this like Papers, Please, or whatever?
Pretty
where
much.
You have to like look at their photo. Okay, okay. What are is it? That's not my neighbor.
Yeah, kind of like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Discuss with your friends, and then we have to. Oh my God, we have to shoot them.
I mean, if they're a doppelganger girl.
If you are notified that a doppelganger left the store, you better board up, lay traps, and hide.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God, Carla, you look so cute.
Think yum.
Did you change your outfit yet?
I made my shirt pink. Alright, these tokens laying around, Gran, lets you spin the wheel at the back, so it's nothing like crazy.
Nothing crazy. Wait, can I change my cosmetics, or am I just stuck looking bald?
When we spin the wheel, we'll be able to after the
got
tutorial.
you. Okay.
Alright.
Oh, is this the tutorial?
Yeah, let's go.
Right.
Right.
On the notice board.
Use trash bags to start a limousine storage room. Mop the blood and restock the incomplete shelf with boxes. Yeah, alright. Oh, don't burn it. Oh wait, I did the wrong thing. This is gonna be so much less waffle. I don't know why I like this game so much. It's so fun. Like, I actually would play the endless mode, I think.
Right.
Babe,
so
come
what
out
we
here.
got- oh, to mop the blood.
Come out here, yeah. So the blood's here. And then go grab the mop in here. And then mop that up. In
I
here.
like how you went from like British I don't know what even accent that is.
Did you grab the mop?
Go and grab the mop in here.
In
oh,
here?
I got it. And this is the blood.
Yep.
Twinkle, twinkle, little star.
How I wonder where
what
you
you
are. Oh wait, there's the
Up above.
and then grab the box door. Oh, there's more blood here.
Oh, how did that end up there?
And then pick up this box, baby.
What about this mop door? Oh, yep,
You
got
can keep it in your thingy. And then restock the
Put it in
shelves.
my thingy.
I would already do this, but I already do the tutorial, so you do it.
No, I feel like I'm learning. I
Mm.
feel educated. Drag the products.
You're doing great, sweetie. Perfect.
Wow, I'm really doing.
Wow.
Oh, wow!
It's snowing!
It's snowing!
Alright.
Me in New York winter? I'm just gonna be Junkrat.
Oh my god, you are. Stunning.
Read the instructions on the checkout counter. Scan their ID to open the real. We have to ID people to buy from the store.
Mm-hmm.
Question them about their details. The computer's database always holds verified info. If you spot any inconsistencies or blatant lies, locate the gun under the
Hi,
counter and shoot.
Seven. I'm good,
Okay,
doll. How are
there's that first
you?
guy. Is he wearing a shirt?
Snell, you got this. What have you done to
He is
prepare?
wearing a shirt.
Yep, that's the sheriff.
That is confirmed.
That's the sheriff. Here,
Oh, that's
scan
the
it.
sheriff?
Baby, come over
Shoot him.
here and then scan this. Don't shoot just yet because you lose money. Scan this.
Oh.
Over here, baby.
Well, now, you must be the new night clerk. Welcome to the graveyard shift, my friend. It's probably a little daunting, huh? No worries, let me give you a rundown of how it's done. First, scan my ID on the counter. Girl, I like how heavy-handed this tutorial is. It tells you like 3 times what to do.
Mhm.
Now, I check the computer. Sheriff, often in uniform, visible in photo ID, often wears glasses. Now, when you scan the ID, does it automatically tell you if it's correct, the number, or is there no number?
It tells you after the shift, but you'll know if the entity visits you because you let them
Right,
go.
do you have to go back and forth between the ID on the counter and the computer?
No, so just click
Check.
the occupation.
My occupation, sheriff of the best town in the West. Date of birth. Does the date of birth change? Oh, there's no date of birth on the ID. Okay.
Sometimes, oh, hold.
Yeah, he says he doesn't know what to say about his date of birth, which is weird.
That's okay. They just say that there's no dialogue.
I think he's
And then go over here, Gran,
fine.
and click him, and you can do more. So you can click his clothes or something else. Yeah, nice.
My head? Haven't had any complaints. Oh,
He's fine. And then over here, Gran, is the gun. Just don't kill anyone because
Oh
we'll
my
lose
God.
money. Yep.
Can I put it back? Okay, good.
Yeah.
I don't want to hold the gun. I'm scared.
Don't be scared.
I'm scared.
No, you're
What if I pull
fine.
the trigger?
No, you won't.
What if I shoot somebody?
Only if they need to. All right, here you go. Here's your second.
I love that noise. Hey there, long night at the hospital. Okay, healthcare diva queen.
Hi, Flower.
Her name is Bonnie McCree.
Snail real. That's fair.
Blah, 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 blah.
I get the same way.
She's a nurse. She's bald. Wait a minute. She's wearing glasses in the picture. Sometimes wears glasses. My reading glasses, I took them off before heading in here.
I'm not gonna tell her because I also shot her thinking it was crazy, but it's not. So I'll see what Granny does. I won't tell
Still
her
got both
the
my arms
answer.
and my legs. Last I checked, you need me to wiggle my fingers or something? Well, movements. I think she's fine.
Whatever you think, don't.
I do think she's fine. She sometimes wears glasses. She's not wearing glasses right now, but I do think she's fine. And even if she isn't, she's a healthcare professional, and I think she deserves the world.
Mhm.
So how do I check her out?
Press the register.
The bell? The register?
Yeah.
Let's see if I was correct.
Stunning. All right, let's see. Delivery.
Oh, the trade is here. Oh, you can't see him. Oh, he's backing up. Oh!
Okay, perfect.
Carla, did you order bear traps?
No, but this is for if we need to trap everything if we get one wrong.
Oh, so wonderful.
Answer
Oh,
the
phone's
phone.
ringing. Hold on. Hello? Hey, man, I'm just down the road from your store. My car won't start. I really need a hand. It's getting it running again. Can you come out and help me?
Let's go, baby.
I'm bringing the gun
Okay, let's go.
and the mop.
Okay.
Is this him here?
Yeah. Get him, girl! Get him, girl!
It's jammed!
Run!
It's jammed!
Run,
It's
girl!
jammed! It's
Run!
jammed! Girl, it's jammed!
You're safe, baby.
I feel useless. Why is the gun jammed?
You're fine. Hi. Welcome. Don't shoot him!
My God, I panicked!
Come back!
Sir, I'm sorry I shot you. Please come back. Wait. Carly's gonna tell the police. Okay, we're good. No, we're good. He was gonna tell the police. Hi!
Put
Oh my
the
God,
gun
what are we flying
away!
to today?
Put the gun away.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Focus.
Hello, ma'am. Welcome to the store. Where are we flying to today? Julieta, hey there, cutie. Don't go the raw prawn with me. Okay, let me check. Oh, wait a minute. This is the wrong person.
Really?
Julieta Granger. She's in a uniform in the picture, but not here.
Oh, what does she have to say about that?
Wait, I'm confused. I just scanned her.
Mm-hmm.
Never mind, no, I didn't.
Remember-
She's a plumber, apparently.
Remember, the computer's always right.
Oh, she says she's a flight attendant?
What a lying
Oh,
cheat.
What a lying whore. She's often dirty from work. Hair is often in a ponytail. Well, that's right. Go- You know what? You beat me to it. I didn't
Mhm.
trust her. I didn't trust her. Hi, sir. Welcome. Don't mind the debris. What do we call that?
Do you have the mop?
Remains?
Can you mop up the blue?
Yeah, sure do. Sure can.
Thank you.
Sure can. Excuse me, sir. Good evening. Just grabbing a few things before heading back to the road.
Leggies. Sorry you had a stinky day. We're gonna make you feel better, doll. We'll make you feel
No, it's
better.
just there was a flight attendant in here.
I'm jealous of the
Shoot
pizza.
her. Hi, sir. Kevin Larson. He's in insurance sales. I work in insurance claims mostly. Okay. Often in formal wear. He's tall. Real. Anything else? Looks fine to me.
Perfect. Let him go.
Yeah, Carla, this one's fine.
Let him
Thank you.
through.
So, when they place items, are you bagging them as I'm checking? Is that what you're doing?
And for breakfast, a pizza.
A pizza!
I'm just clicking them and then pressing accept transaction. Ooh, 7 new mouse vibes? Love?
Oh my God, Bartholomew!
Good evening. I have exact change, which should optimize this transaction.
Do you
Stunning.
think the voice matches?
Honestly, perfect. We
Okay,
love
thank
Bart.
you. I am a voice actor after all. He's an electronic store assistant.
Oh, yum.
I handle circuitry issues and software setup, among other responsibilities.
God.
Girl.
It's perfectly normal sebaceous overactivity.
Oh!
He's
Forward
fine.
head posture.
A
I'll surprise her with the flamethrower.
Switched forward positioning. It's now baseline.
Oh, our shift is done.
We survived. So if we let a doppelganger
Yeah.
through, it would say the entity's coming. You have 60 seconds.
Oh,
But we didn't, so we're fine. Let's go. Hi, Pudgy.
oh, clean up any messes and head to the bus.
Girl, we're at the bus.
Oh, we're at the bus. Okay. Do you want to get on the bus with me?
Yum.
Are we sitting next to each other?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, we killed it. No humans killed.
Okay, so now the game starts?
Yes. If we kill a human, we lose $15, so you don't want to just kill.
Now, did I do that?
You could have.
I mighta.
You might have.
Well,
Oh,
you know what? I
what?
shot. Yeah, he didn't.
Oh,
he didn't
Nathan.
Wait, the guy I shot was actually a doppelganger? Stop! That was a complete guess.
Thank you for the sub.
Girl.
Put your ass
Mama,
away,
I'm
child.
that good.
Zuzi Kuwu just subscribed. Love your dog.
Susie! Thank you, doll.
It's a
How
new
are you?
night.
Thank you,
It's a new
guys.
dawn.
Burrito doesn't suck.
Set the notice board.
Thank you for all the support this week, especially, guys. You've spoiled me. I appreciate you.
Petal.
Okay, Ariana Grande.
Midnight Town Library closed.
Okay, keep.
Thanks to public. Oh, you go
Oh,
ahead.
sorry.
No, cut me off when I'm reading the news. Do it. Do it.
We'll talk after stream with the attitude. Read
Oh,
it out,
no,
please.
because I've had it.
I've had it
Yeah.
up to here.
Carla, do you know what I just found out?
What?
I've owned this chair for 2 years. There's a little knob on the side I can pull out, and I can lean back in the chair.
You are so leany. Luini Pizzoni.
No,
Girl!
because I can laugh and be like, ah!
Girl, you better not fall out of that chair one day.
No, because that would actually, if I did, it would be the most devastating thing in the world. Like,
I want you to know that this is brand new for me. I haven't seen this one.
do you want me to continue reading the news, or do you want to interrupt me again?
All right, I'll shut up, but stop that attitude as well.
Okay, the Midnight News, everybody. The Midnight Town Library is closed, which is really bad for the lesbians. Thanks to public funding being redirected to NET services, the beloved Midnight Town Library has permanently shut its doors as of last night. Ma'am Donnie would never let this happen, Carla.
Mm-hmm. But check this out, baby.
So, Carla, tell me what's going on with this. This is the wheel?
Yeah. So those tokens we
Oh,
find
look at you.
around the map does this.
Are you gonna pick them up?
Girl,
Big tongue.
look at me. Turn around.
Oh my god! Your tongue is so large!
Yeah, I got a big tongue.
Should I spin? I don't know how many coins I have.
We have a
Oh, wait,
joint.
I have 4. Oh, wait, it's joint. Can I spin one?
Yeah.
I'm spinning.
You got the stash,
Well-
baby. Put it on if you want.
Hey, it's me, the Pringles man.
Ooh, $10. Hell yeah.
Oh my god, slay. Alright, let's get moving. What does the cola do? Is that for health, I'm guessing?
Mm-hmm. I don't know, actually.
Oh, this guy is rude, Carla.
You want?
Huh? Hick. Oh, okay. I'm gonna scan this guy. Roger Conroy. His occupation is retired. Living the dream. He's got a mustache and a generally dirty attire. Do
That's
you
all right.
advise going up and talking to them too, or no?
If they have something worth checking, yeah. But like,
I feel
people
like
can be
he's
drunk and
fine.
weird. It's just as long as it matches the computer.
He seems drunk, baby.
Drunk, baby.
Seems drunk, baby.
I'm glad you love us together.
Do you want me to bag him?
Bag and baby.
Bag it up. All right, get out. Get out of my store.
Babe,
We're running this shit like the Navy, Carla.
I've bought this. Come over here.
What have you bought?
A water hose, so you can use that to clean the blood.
The way I thought you'd just like to blast away customers.
Girl,
Oh, look at this nice old lady. Blah, 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 blah. Her name is Agnes. Hello, dear. You look tired. Would you like a candy? By the way, do you always want me checking, or like I don't want to like steal your
girl, check this out.
what?
Notice
What
anything
is
weird?
Did you scan her already?
Yeah.
She's alive. She's unemployed. She has no picture.
Yeah, but look at date of birth and the date on the computer.
The date of birth is 11/16/1990. So she's 3 years old?
Yes. 3 years old and counting. Girl.
Oh my god, wait, can we talk a little bit more?
Oh.
I felt like maybe there, you know, we could have learned something from her.
My
She's
bad,
3 years
sweetie.
old.
My bad, sweetie. Let's go out
She's
the
3
back.
years old. Oh, I still have the mop.
Come on, sweetie.
Wait a minute, why do we have to go to the back? Oh, because we have to reset the gen.
My bad, Millie.
The gen? It's high. Carla said it's high noon.
Come out the back, sweetie.
Wait, why?
We have to go out to the generator. Out here, sweetie.
Oh, wonderful. Lovely. Close that door, though. You don't want anybody sneaking in, do ya?
Lovely.
Carla, who is that?
Who's this? Ooh.
Who's that?
Grab the gun, sweetie.
Does he work here?
Grab the gun. It's Banthony. Grab the gun.
Where's the gun? Where is the gun? It's Anthony. Oh God, get the gun.
Under the. You gotta
Do I have to reach under his legs to get the gun?
just grab the gun and shoot him.
What? Carla, I have to reach underneath him.
You're fine, sweetie.
Oh my God. Ooh. Ooh. Oh my God! What the? Oh! Oh!
Good job,
Okay,
sweetie.
this gun is rapid fire. You know, Carla, I always know you're about to do some bull when you're like, go on and go outside.
That's not
Go
true.
to the thing.
That's not
Get the
true.
gun.
No, I'm not.
Oh, she's setting me up.
Well,
I'm
I
about to get jump scared.
I need you to experience it.
No, you're so real. Oh, this girl's name is Kara.
Oh, I haven't seen her.
She looks just like you. Just grabbing some supplies for my 30th birthday. Oh! She's the same age as you.
30. Wait,
She has identical tattoos.
she's 23, though.
Wait, what? Hold on. She's 23?
Identical tattoos on the both arms. She said 30th birthday?
Yeah, isn't that what she said? She's technically unemployed. She has the tattoo. Wait, let's ask about her birthday again.
Yeah, click her birthday. And see what she says.
Oh, yeah. September 27th, 1964. What? No, yeah, definitely 1964. But the computer is always right.
Yeah.
So she's lying.
Girl, I think so.
Sorry, girl. That is brutal. That is brutal.
I'm seeing customers I haven't seen before. This is exciting.
Oh, that's good. So when I talk to them, Carla, do you see the dialogue as well?
I think so, yeah.
So when I was talking to her, you saw it?
On the bottom left, yeah.
Oh, what should I do with the trash bag?
Go to the highlighted bin when you're carrying it. It'll be at the back.
Oh, I see it.
Amelia.
So you know what? We can check them out later. Oh no.
I want
don't do it
you-
now.
I want you to do this one because I want to see if you notice anything.
Carla, there's a guy out here.
That's okay. Ignore him, sweetie. Honey, can you serve this customer?
Oh sure, I would love to. Amelia, hey, long day. Been at the town library. I know that something is going to be going on with this person, because Carla wants me to do it.
She's an op.
Amelia Carter, college student, very short hair. Yeah, that's why I was at the Midnight Library all day. Hold on.
Mm-hmm.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me go to the notice board.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
They're lying. Because I read the news, and the Midnight Library is closed, and so is this case. Not messing around.
Mm-mm. So, is this case?
That was cold.
That was cold.
Oh my god, Nico Bellic from GTA 4, welcome.
Aw.
Evening, friend. You look tired. Long night? Sometimes a prayer and a breath of quiet can work wonders. Well, we'll see about that. Isaac Warden. He's a youth pastor? Oh god. I try to keep the kids on the good path. Listen when no one else
Break
will.
everything. Hi, Konami.
Wears a cross necklace, okay. Cervical dystonia. Date of birth. What was that?
Nothing?
Carla?
Yeah, babe?
Did you hear that?
Yeah, it's nothing.
No, there's something.
I think it's just noises.
No, there's something.
Grab the gun, grab the gun, grab the gun.
Why?
He's a freak. Grab it.
What do you mean he's a freak?
He's a freak.
But he's in his sleepwear. He's in his little nightcap.
No, I want to talk to him.
Okay.
God, the way he moves. Oh my god, he's a zesty little gnome. Look at him.
I know he is zesty, but beware. I don't trust that loser.
Now, why do you say this? What? Sir, what the hell?
Hello, I'm Norbit. Is that all for today? Yes, just these items, please. Of course, I will scan these items right away for you, my friend.
Kill him.
Why, thank you. For a handsome customer like you, no problem at all.
Welcome in.
Okay, we're going home.
Why'd you do that?
I didn't like his vibe. I didn't like his vibe.
No, you know what? Chris did the same thing, so.
Did he actually?
Yeah.
I don't know, he just reminded me of something and I didn't like it, so
Mhm. No, that's exactly right.
I'm not gonna say it.
Nope, I understand exactly. I'm picking up
You know
what
what I
you're
mean?
putting down.
Like, I just felt, yeah,
Nope.
that needed to be done.
So fair.
Anyway.
All right, let's go.
So fun. Is that everything? We're done?
Mhm. Through the voice acting.
Your tongue is still out.
But you like my mustache?
Get on the bus, Maureen.
You want to sit next to me on the bus?
All right, Robert De Niro, get on the bus.
All right, let's get on the bus. I wore my good ankle socks today.
Yeah. Get your shaft out.
Carla, did you play Fatamali yet?
No, is it good? Is it good?
Please play it. I'm obsessed.
Really?
I uploaded like 6 TikToks from it because I loved it so much.
Oh my god.
Human killed? Well, it was worth it.
That's crazy.
"45 years ago, the infamous serial killer known as the Dentist roamed Midnight Town, killing victims by ripping their jeans off. Government authorities confirm new reports of a tall, emaciated figure matching the description of the same killer that died 40 years ago.
Hot. Hot.
Witness describe a slack, broken jaw, white, bloody, bandaged hands, and cracking skin. It follows the same method of killing as the original. Dentist removing the victim's jaw from their skull.
Me after work, am I right, ladies?
If you see it, do not hide, do not speak, and do not look back. Run until your legs no longer obey you. Should you successfully flee, contact your loved ones while you still can.
Slay.
Witnesses who managed to escape it are all found dead no more than a week later. Norbert was a doppelganger?
Yeah, because it's a gnome.
Gnomes don't exist in this universe.
No.
Okay, well.
All right, let's go.
I don't know. I like to be whimsical. I just thought maybe.
No, I know he's cute.
Now, Carla, we have to read the news on the notice board. You read the news this time.
I think we both
because
have
it was
to.
important. It was important.
I know. Oh no.
Carla, can you read it like the Australian newscaster?
Serial killer back from the dead. 40 years ago, the infamous killer clown known as the Dentist was buried right here in Midnight Town. Now, a creature with strikingly similar likeness has reportedly been terrorizing residents.
Perfect.
Thank you.
I love that people are picking up on that now. Like non-Australians are doing it.
Yeah, it's so good.
Because why do they? It's like they suck in everything. Like, no.
Oh, Barrenty.
Oh, Baron. Is Baron a name?
Yeah.
I just remembered someone named Baron. But it's spelled differently.
The
oh,
Aussie
hang on, he's
nasalness?
bold in the ID. What's dinging? We have email?
Oh, yeah, read the email.
Rats! Bad news! Rats have started running rampant around the store. They negatively affect store rating, so please catch them and throw them in the dumpster, or find any other way to dispose of them.
You can smash them on the ground when you grab them.
Okay. Oh, an official warning from Net. A small leaping creature that is highly resembling a child's doll has been spotted around the entity. Field reports suggest it is extremely vulnerable to bludgeon attacks.
Oh?
There's also, just by the way, an 8-legged hostile monstrosity that has been observed targeting establishments that fail to correctly identify doppelgangers.
Oh,
It
great.
cannot see but it can hear, and it's vulnerable to fire. Okay.
JB,
fine.
hello, doll.
Ass away, child.
How was your stream?
Molly Temp just says
Molly.
Baron!
Yeah.
He's a
Streams
beekeeper.
on Move Saturday.
Were you playing this as well?
Bit of a dying trait for a dying species.
Did you finish
but
it?
Someone's got to crack on.
Hi,
Oh, he
guys.
is British. But what about your hair?
Yeah, the hair's a bit weird. What did he say about it?
Why? What are you asking about the hair? Yeah, it grew back, didn't it? Human photosynthesis.
Oh,
Well,
that's
it's-
wrong.
It's quite short.
Human photosynthesis, kill him.
Do we? I was gonna say, do humans photosynthesize? And Carlos said, I took science in school. No.
That
They
doesn't make
bloody
any
don't.
fucking sense, Baron.
Oh my god, who's this? Hang on. Where did that other lady
Thank
go?
you, Molly. How are you,
Carla, there
doll?
was someone else here.
Is she in the tush?
Oh, there's a toilet.
Beach. Warm and sunny.
beach.
Girl.
Oh wait, is there a weather report? Check that weather.
Gran, after that, can you come outside? With your gun?
Why?
Bring the
Why?
gun.
Oh, okay, I'm coming. What are you?
Thanks, sweetie. I think
What
they're
in the
nice.
hell?
I think they're nice, but I'm not taking any chances.
No, I agree. And you're so valid and real.
Thank you.
Carla, I don't know where that other customer went.
Oh my god, so much fun. This is my second
It was a
playthrough.
girl. Elsie Hart, she has piercings. She's a police officer.
Girl.
She has 7 piercings. Hold on, people are walking out.
Yeah, they're not buying anything.
Oh, that's why. Okay. She has 7 piercings. Let's count.
Hello, girl. Hi,
1,
Jess. Thank you again,
2,
JB.
3, 4.
Welcome in, guys.
5,
Thank you,
6,
Molly.
7. 7.
This is Gran's first time. This is my
Okay,
second
she's
time.
good.
But I haven't seen
No,
some
you
of these.
looking down like that with your tongue.
How about this? Ready? Okay. What do
I
you think?
She's good, Carla.
I don't know. The fact that she.
Well, what's the weather like?
Well,
do we
look
have
at it.
weather?
It's not sunny. It's nighttime. Why is she at the beach?
There's something about the weather. I mean,
One,
She
two,
has the
three,
correct
4, 5,
piercings.
6, 7.
she's born in 1969, which makes her.
I'm headed to the beach. Nah, she's headed to the beach.
Oh!
Girl,
You know what? No, I support you.
I could be wrong, but I'm over it. No, Johnny likes you. I know. I shouldn't have killed him, but just for a bit of hee hee ha ha.
Blah blah blah.
Thanks,
Oh, you look like
JB.
Linda.
I appreciate
This
you.
woman looks so Y2K. I love her.
Have a good
Evening.
night.
Been a busy night? Sure, Linda. Let's save the sweet talking till I find out if you're evil. Supermarket clerk at Daryl's. Yeah, she looks like Miranda from Sex and the City.
True. Red eye tattoo on her left hand.
Oh.
Oh. Hmm.
What about her eye? Her eye. Oh, she has head. Yeah, she has chromatica.
Girl, check her tattoo. Let me know what you see.
She has the different color eyes. Red eye tattoo on her left hand. Red eye on the left hand. Left hand, right?
Mm-hmm.
Girl, it's on her right hand.
Girl, you know what to do.
Hey, Miranda.
Hey, Miranda. It's me, your boyfriend.
It's me. What's going on? Oh.
Miranda.
Hey! Granny! There's another one of me!
Oh yeah, kill them.
It sounds like it's you, though. They just walked into the back room. I'm the real one. I'm by the register.
Okay.
Picking up something for my sister, Catherine.
So,
His name is Tommy Delgado.
Yes?
just so you know, you can search people's last names to search their family members up.
Oh, that is so smart.
Mm-hmm. So, like, practice with Delgado. You'll see what I mean.
He's got a sister named Catherine. She's dead. Catherine's dead.
So he's a lying sack of shit.
Yeah.
Hey! Tommy! You know why I wore my waterproof ankle socks today? So I don't get any blood in my soul.
Got him! Perfect.
Oh my god, another one just walked in.
The store's good. How are you, Carla?
Another one just walked in.
Mind if I just...
It's like the same guy.
Yeah, so the other one must have been the doppelganger.
Oh, yeah, you know what? Yeah, you're so real. Gotta be careful, they're everywhere. Okay, let's see what he's got. Is
The
it
store's
real Tommy
good.
Delgado?
I've had some,
Girl, what if that girl going to the beach was actually going to the beach because this guy's shirtless?
I know, but it... We'll see. Fuck. I've had some things that I haven't seen yet, which is cool. Yes. I need the money. No, Carla, no. Not yet. I'm excited to show her it, because she hasn't seen it yet. Speaking of, I need the flamethrower. Did I already buy a flamethrower? $156. I can get that cheaper. $189. $80.
This guy, there's like no information on this guy. But he seems normal.
Well, if he seems normal, I trust it. We already killed his doppelganger,
Yes.
so it's probably fine.
All right, sir, you're good. Oh. Thank you for handling the deliveries, because I don't know about all that. Uh-oh. I won't shoot him this time, I swear.
Well, he's dead, baby. He ain't coming back.
No, this guy over here.
Oh, okay.
Oh, did you buy a snub nose?
Yeah.
Oh my god, okay.
Yeah, we can afford
Hello,
it.
Colin. This is the shithole store that Ryan keeps coming back to? Oh, Ryan?
Mhm.
When I probably
More like
killed yesterday.
dying. Hi, Pesto.
More like
Hi,
dying.
Flo. Hi, Cass.
He's my subordinate, that sniveling pussy.
Ooh, I like
Handed
him.
In his sniveling pussy is crazy.
Sounds like my Friday night.
The way your voice had like some gravel to it when you said that.
Sorry.
Sounded like a Friday night.
Sounds like my Friday night, girl.
I was hoping to come across him and beat some sense into him.
Girl.
What? Instead, I'm stuck in this horrible store with the likes of you.
It's so fun,
This
Pesto.
guy's mean.
I played with Chris the other day.
Like
Not
you.
yesterday. It was so good. But every shift is different when you play. Getting a flow because of Mimikyu. Wait, Guz! Yeah! Thanks for the follows, by the way. Welcome in. Usually I'm more chatty But when I play with friends, I try not to overstimulate you guys because there's a lot happening. But thank you. Let me check this toilet. Oh, someone shat. Someone shat in the toilet. 1 second.
Ryan. He handed in his resignation. Let me look up Ryan.
No, that's the guy you killed, babe.
Oh my god, Ryan Holt? There's Ryan Collins. Also, Ryan Holt is dead.
Yeah, the one
Hang
we
on.
killed.
He handed in his resignation? How can he hand in his resignation when he's dead?
Maybe he handed it in yesterday before you killed him.
I don't know.
Well, let me see.
No, he said, and I quote, that sniveling handed in his resignation letter today. This guy's lying. He's dead. That guy is dead.
Oh!
Knew it. I knew it.
I think he was human, but you know what? We'll see.
I knew it. But how can he hand in the resignation? Unless,
I think
someone's
that's
pointing out, maybe a doppelganger handed it in.
that, and also I think that's just set dialogue, whether you kill him or not.
Oh, it's like base story.
Yeah.
Listen, I just needed an excuse.
That's okay. You're a
And I'll
good
stay
guy.
about there.
Oh, let's go.
This little coin, I love that.
Love that, yeah.
Oh, to go all the way out the back.
This place looks
Ah.
nice.
You need an excuse.
Let's go, sweetie. We're making really good time with this game.
No, we're slaying. I think it helps because you have played before.
We would have slayed anyway. Wait, do I have enough for my animals? Hey, yeah, hey, don't be scared. We have fairy lights. I can't wait to see your animal. Glunk, 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 glunk. Girl. You ain't that thirsty, bitch.
Oh, sea salt water.
Oh. We just guarded.
Oh,
Luigi
a bill comes in the
Pizzoni.
mail.
Oop.
Oh,
It's nighttime.
Colin was a human. Lol.
Well, I knew that, baby, but you know what? At least it's not a doppelganger.
You know what? If I hadn't... That's a flaw in the game. Isn't it?
Yeah, because we weren't meant to kill the other one either, but like that's...
They should account... Right, they should account for if someone kills the guy, the dialogue should change.
True. That goose is really cute.
I kind of wish I got the goose now. I was going to. Oh my god, the cat though. Brenda, do they stay? Oh my god, Brenda's so fat.
The
How
goose
do
is
the animals
loose.
Stay with us now in the store?
Every couple of days they're with us.
Oh, that's cute. I like that we get to. Oh my god, your goose is so cute. I love. His name is Luigi Pisoni.
Yes. I want to be that goose. That goose is so cute.
Hey. Hey. Oh. Oh. I got a beanie.
Beanie.
Oh. Wait, can you change
Yeah,
your
yeah.
cosmetics?
Yeah.
Stop.
Girl. Oops,
Oh
someone's here.
my god, and you can access each other's?
Yes.
Oh, that means I didn't have my mustache on this whole time? so mad.
Gasolina. Dame más gasolina. Check the note besides the pump, girl.
I live.
Oh my
I
god,
could be
Mikey. The next raffle's yours. The next car raffle. Should you check the note pump, girl?
Oh yeah, we need to check the notices. Good news! Some contractors came and finally fixed the gas pump. Along with your current duties, now
Paul
you also
Toner,
need
that's
to
so
help
funny.
drivers by pumping gas into their cars. Naturally, you must also detect if they or their cars are doppelganger cars. Read the note by the pump for further instructions.
Just checking my thing. Updated live, okay. Checking my little notification from Mimi. I think we're good. Flow, yes. I love that. Check the pump, baby. The note beside the pump.
Oh, I'm sorry.
That's alright.
Check the notes.
On the left, on the pillar. Around the...
Enter a car's license plate. Oh. Ask a driver how you can help. Use this flashlight to search their car for suspicious items.
Flo,
Look up the
no.
license plate on the
It's
device on your
okay.
right.
She's probably already been adopted,
Question the driver
which is
on these
great.
topics. If driver story
I'm glad
doesn't
she's
line up,
adopted.
You are permitted to open fire.
I will always think of her.
Reminder, you're not a cop. Ignore normal crimes. Only act on doppelganger threats. Driver, any suspicious items? Look up license plate on the device.
Also, always use the flashlight because it will show you things.
What constitutes as a suspicious item?
It could be like zombie stuff. You'll know, like an ID. So when you click on items, you can then ask him about it, but you check everything.
He's got some news.
You have to check his engine and everything too.
This is crazy. Oh
Connie
my god,
on the
he has
nightstand.
a shit ton of guns. In the back.
Mm-hmm.
So, what is suspicious?
You'll know, like, sometimes you can...
Like these guns are not suspicious?
Not really. Unless, like, this says something different or there's more suspicious, because remember, we're acting on doppelganger, not, like, the law. But the torch reveals other stuff, so sometimes you can shine the torch and it'll be, like, weird. I think he's fine.
Is that a 0 or an O on his license plate?
I think that's a 0.
Blue station wagon. Dirt marks on lower exterior. His registration expired 1994? It's 92, right?
It's 93.
What year is it? 93. Okay, so he's good.
Okay. So just
Dirt
pump the
marks?
gas when you're done all that, and then you click on him to leave.
Here we go. Pump with the gas.
Yep.
Yeah.
You did it. Leave.
I'd love to pump the gas.
Alright, surely.
Oh my god, Luigi.
Luigi Pizzoni. Oh, we got a double.
Carla, I have to be honest with you.
Yeah.
That Fatamali game, there was a character that had a mustache like this, and now that I have it, it
makes me want to talk like this. Oh!
Natasha! God, I'm exhausted. I've been at work since the morning, ready to head home and sleep. Wait. She's been at work since the morning.
The bar's
What's
only
the
open at night means I'm a night owl. Oh, nah, you're gone.
Wait, what? What did she do?
She
My
said,
cat is eating!
she said, I've been at work since morning, but she's a bartender and she said the bar's only open at night.
But what if it was like 1 a.m.?
We're gonna find out.
Like a 1 a.m. bar?
Well,
Hey, what's the difference between the snub nose and the normal pistol?
I don't know actually.
How you doing, chap?
Chap?
His name is Keith Hargreaves.
Keith!
He's a train conductor with graying hair. He keeps calling me chap.
New way to pump gas
Okay,
unlocked.
graying hair.
I would kill him for his attitude. Yeah, you tell him. You tell him. What can I purchase? Oh, we have no money.
I mean, I don't see any
Oh, someone just took a
anything out of
poopy.
the ordinary.
I trust you.
I believe he's fine. And I do love a train.
Choo choo.
That's one train I'm not gonna stop. Oh, the gnome is outside, Carla. There's a guy moonwalking into the store, Carla.
Oh, he's got it.
Oh my god!
Get it, girl.
I'm not even lying. This is the guy. This is the outfit of the guy from Photomily.
Yeah,
The
get
one
it,
I was
girl.
just talking about. Oh my god, he's wearing the ankle socks and everything. What?
Get it, girl.
Carla, I'm not even lying. It's the same outfit.
That's funny. Serve him. He's so
Slightly
fun.
Different face, but
It's Danny
buenas
DeVito.
noches, amigo. Don't mind me. These feet won't stop moving, baby.
Hi, Axel.
Oh my
Hi, Sahar.
god.
How are you guys? Thank you for the follows as well,
I
everyone.
love him.
Let
Oh,
me
he
snooze
even
this
drew a
ad.
little picture of his face on the ID. Esteban Morales.
I love him.
He's a retired construction worker. See? Worked long years in construction. Now I must dance. Very short. See? I'm a short man. Don't mind the gunfire.
Sorry,
Sorry.
honey.
Wait, what did the gnome do?
We just gotta get rid of him.
Girl,
Girl,
always
trust
killing
me.
the gnomes.
You gotta trust me.
Girl, but I love them.
I don't trust them.
I believe this guy is fine. Although he's born in 1993,
What?
which is... I'm
Oh,
sorry,
1933.
1933.
Oh yeah, he's old. He's
which
fine.
is... He's older than the graying hair guy.
Yeah, but he's dancing. It makes him
I
stay
really
young.
No, I really like him. No, Carla, I'm dead serious. I uploaded a TikTok last night of that
busy right now.
outfit, that guy in that outfit.
Yeah.
Different face though.
Love.
It was my favorite character.
Okay, Watch Street.
Welcome.
Thanks, pizza. How are you, doll? Welcome.
You want $8 a gas? You haven't been able to wash them? Ooh, Carla,
Girl.
I'm seeing something.
Girl, you see that?
That's bad,
Get
right?
him. Yeah.
Getting the gun. I'm getting the snub.
It's over
you
here.
have the snub, never mind.
Over here, over here. Near the water
Oh.
thing. Get his ass.
Oh, my inventory. Oh.
Here.
Girl, we only got 2 slots. It's crazy. Sorry, sir. Humans only. Damn, okay.
Uh-oh.
What's up, moron? It's the boss. How you doing? Good, good? Well, I just took a... Oh, my God!
So you can pick them up and then hold left click to throw them on the ground to kill them. Quickly. All that.
Breaking news. Streamer and known Australia carries out vigilante justice on local small business operated because they were quote operating without a permit end quote.
That was one time.
Will the senseless violence ever cease?
Ever cease? I'm
Oh,
a
there's
good
so
guy.
many.
We need 8 more,
The way
8
this
more.
The way this lady is just shopping amongst the rats.
4 more,
and the
4 more.
meat. I used to play ball
2
like a
more.
girl.
2
Now
more.
I play ballroom plus across the world.
Alright, we're good, we're good, we're good.
One more. I see it.
The boo smashes.
Got him!
No, but they're. I'm running an establishment,
Oh,
Mikey.
It's a typical day in Bed-Stuy.
Wait, huh?
Wow, you really bagged that up, girl.
Daniel, both at the same
You
time?
spin this shit. Feeling lucky.
You're my goat, Flo.
Beard and hair. Okay.
Daniel, I
Oh.
hope you're good, doll.
Oh
Axel,
my
it's going
God,
good.
yes.
It's going good. I'm getting some different things.
Hello, ma'am.
Thank you for the
and
biddies though,
welcome to the
Mikey.
store.
Guys, it's
Oh, she's
August
crying.
tomorrow.
Few things for my husband, Harold. Ah, we'll see about that. Judith Calhoun. Oh, Carla.
Mmm.
Carla. Yeah, well.
Mmm.
Didn't even need to have a meeting about that one.
Girl.
He died in a car accident.
Girl. Hi,
She
Leah.
died by
How
an
are you, doll?
unexplained gunshot.
Axel.
I like
Wait,
how all
Daniel,
of
what
the
do you
customers look
mean?
different. It's kind of impressive.
Show me.
Could you make this quick? Well, Ray, I gotta do my job. Hold on. He's a night shift warehouse supervisor who's balding.
I think Chris did, and then
He's on
I
a break
was.
right now.
I think
Okay.
Chris used the hose for the roaches, and I was stubborn. But yes,
Seems
thank you,
unusual.
my goat.
He's out of the work clothes. Movements. I think he's fine.
Hi, Purple. How are you, doll?
He's good vibes.
Oh, nice, Leah. Gorgeous. Anyone poopied in here? Yeah. Someone shat all over the walls.
Oh.
It's like,
The sheriff.
oh,
I'm sorry,
sheriff's
someone
back.
shat on the walls?
Yeah, you just use the hose to clean up. There's always one girl that comes in and just shits everywhere.
What the hell?
I know. I know.
Okay, let's see. Clyde Dawson. Sheriff? Let's make sure this is the right guy. Just watched them last night. Good luck finding me out of uniform.
Oh my god, leggies.
Often wears glasses.
What a time it was. I gotta start getting like a mini chat for my playthroughs on the screen for YouTube. Like something that's not too in your face, but also will help. See your sideburns. Oh, doll.
Keep it up. I'm rooting for you.
Wait, we're killing it. We haven't had an attack yet.
Have you been like restocking and stuff this whole time?
Yeah.
Damn, you're on it.
Let's go, baby.
You're a winner, baby.
Yeah, I have a goose now, Bobby.
Bunny ears.
Do you need to play an ad girl or are you good?
No, but if you need to take a break, do you need to?
I haven't had playing right now,
I
so I
can-
might pee.
Yeah, go ahead.
All right, let's get in this truck.
Let's get in the bus.
In the bus,
then,
not
yeah?
the truck. All right, be right back. I'm gonna go whiz and maybe even put in a slice of toast. Not at the same time. Big stretch. Okay. Be right back, me loves.
And about to say, I'm for that bass. I'm off it though. And about to say, I'm for that bass. With you here, it seems okay for me to be out of place in this day room. Man, I'm just screwed.
I made hot chocolate. The toilet! The devil is so funny. Daniel, yes. You just have to come and get it. Heh heh heh. Guys, it's only 9:30. I've been live nearly 2 hours. Hell yeah. Freedom! Mulgari, hello. Bobby, hello. Yippee! I like Vegemite. Personally. On Uluru. Hello? Special visit. What's a special visit, Papa? Not sure. If anyone knows my playthrough with Chris, did we get the special visit? Hi, Chaos. Hello, me love. Crash. Spuds, hello. Let me check on Mimi. The demon thing. I think so. I think so. Like the dentist? Maybe I haven't. Okay, it's my time arrival to... Okay. I'm feeling more positive about it so far. Maybe I'm excited to have her home. I mean, I'll take some positivity. I'll take it. I don't know. You shot him in the face? Oh, I don't know. I don't know now. Also, if I have time today, guys, I do want to play some Fortnite to get the Simpsons. I want to play Simpsons Reload, but I don't know. I'm meant to be doing games with Crispy, Sammy, and Chris after this, but it's kind of up in the air at the moment. Hi, Abby. Some positivity. I'll pack it, Daniel. But thank you for a beautiful week, guys. Wow. US Saturday night, if I have good data, like say if I get good good reception, I will be doing a little stream at like a nice park area and we just vibe and chill. If there's no data, then I'll figure something out. But I'm not going to be home, so pardon me. So I'll figure it out, but you might get a little mini bonus on the weekend. Little IRL stream. Daniel, I'm so bad. For a weekend, I'm so bad at packing. For a trip overseas, I'm great. But weekend, for some reason, anytime I stay one night at someone's house, my duffel weighs so much. And I don't understand how it happened. Yeah, actually, Abby, it is. I would usually start stream at this time. I was very early. So really, I don't know why. I don't know why. I also want to do that game Leah showed Chris with the chat. It might be a little bit easier. It won't be as many people playing, but I think it'll be fun. Yeah, I don't know. It must be like... Nightfall complete. We're on to night 5, guys. We actually might finish this tonight. Maybe not. If we breeze through the next couple... Half my suitcase has my suit and stuff in it, but it weighs a ton. Did I take my meds? I think so. Anyway. Abby, I know. I actually started a good time. Who is she? Amelba? Yeah! Hey. Let's go. Cass, I know. It's okay. It'll be a little treat to be with each other again.
Oh, by the way, were you right about that lady in the bikini yesterday?
Yes. She claims she's been working since morning, but works as a bartender in a bar that's only opens at night. 45 magnets. Cute. I love magnets.
Oh my god, I was talking in Discord. Whoopsie.
That's okay, girl.
I was saying, I always overcomplicate things. I'm like, oh, well, it could have been like, 1 a.m.
Yeah, no.
2 a.m. or something.
I've done the same thing with this game.
I feel like it's more simple than you think.
Yeah. Is the bartender here? Always. Hi, Wheezy. Turn her up a little bit, I think. Check the notice board, notice board.
Oh, yes, you're real. Let's go and read it.
Come back. Come back. It's
What's the best?
It's okay.
What's the best?
It's okay.
What do you want from me? What do you want from me?
It's okay, sweetie. Come back.
I can't do this anymore, Carla.
No, we're fine. Think about the Brenda.
The only reason I'm staying here because of you and my cat and your goose
We're fine. Get in.
and that tongue.
Mmm. You're fine. You're fine. Look.
What is it?
Listen
Did
up,
we
me
shoot
head.
it?
No, no, you're good. It's just a corpse. A local mystic told me that displaying it will ward off doppelgangers. So, this is a blood moon, Gran. So it means that no matter what, we're going to be attacked tonight. And then also, if we let doppelgangers through, it'll be stronger. So we have to lock in.
Oh god, okay.
We got this.
So we have the 2 guns anyway.
Yeah, we're fine, but we got to lock in. Lick it.
Now, oh, we have a 3rd inventory slot.
Yeah, I bought it for us.
Oh my god, where did you buy that?
Check the nightboard, baby. In the store. Hi, David.
The nightboard?
Yeah, read the thingy-mabob. I'm back from the devil. Lick it. Who said that?
Oh my god! Beth! Occupation unemployed. What was that puff of smoke?
I don't know, babe.
Anyway, so this girl has a scar on her left cheek.
We had a mythic train yesterday,
But her
Daydream.
entire face is
So
like
we unlocked
exposed.
that golden pog.
Her face is a brain.
Well, you know what to do, baby.
Girl, I don't trust this.
Perfect.
Absolutely not.
Who's shifty at midnight?
I wish you could
Me.
put the snub back on its little holder.
I agree.
Hi, ma'am. Hi. Carla, this woman here, doesn't she look like an early Y2K like video game character?
Yes.
You know what I mean?
No, I agree. I'm
Her name is
joking.
Beth. Oh, this is Beth Callahan. Scar on left cheek, unemployed.
David, exactly like that.
Left cheek, okay.
Nah, I'm
I think
joking.
she's good.
I trust you, babe. Was she? Wait, her ass? Ooh, a car. Let's go.
Is that a fire? How do there's a fire? Oh, Molotovs. Got it. Got it. What's going on out here? Did you check the number plate?
Ooh. Oh. Look at this. 1984. Let's see what she says about that. Oh, killer. She says she's coming back from a wedding, but the wedding was 1984.
Oh. Oh, let's get her. Yeah!
Yeah, girl. Sorry, girl. My bad. What a liar. Oh, great. I can't wait to see Grant's reaction to the entity coming in.
I think this lady's flirting with me. This man has come in like every day. He's a wonderful repeat customer.
Did she say entity? Hi, Ping. How are you doing? Did she say that she'd been working all morning, or is she fine? Is this the normal one?
So this one says I do nights only. It's peaceful after midnight. Often in makeup. Okay.
What I find interesting is why isn't she at work? Maybe she has a day off. Yeah, she said she works all night. Why is she here?
Let's see. Night Owl could use a drink. I do nights only. It's peaceful after midnight. I guess she's like taking a break?
Well, I mean, it's a blood moon anyway, so either way, we're gonna get attacked.
She's fine. I trust her.
Oh, here he comes.
Who's this here?
He has a nice jacket.
Why is he running?
Why are you running?
Hey there, boss. Hope your night's going smoothly. Derek Vaughn, postal worker.
Different jacket.
Been doing the rounds for years. Keeps me moving, and hey, it's decent cardio. He jogs everywhere. His legs get twitchy if he doesn't.
Check his
Always
ID.
wears his orange jacket. Check his ID.
Yeah.
Derek Vaughn. 1964. Oh, wait, Carla.
Mm-hmm.
The logo on his jacket is backwards.
Yeah?
Do it.
Good.
Did you see that? He tried to fight you.
I know. What a loser.
Oh, your tongue. Oh!
Oh. T. Don't panic, but it's time.
Okay, I'll stay calm. I'll stay calm.
Okay. We'll be okay. See what this loser wants. Evan Walker.
Hi, Evan. He wants cards for his son. He's really into baseball. Check, look up his last name. Look up Walker.
Evan, yeah, he's alive. Oh, wait. Sorry, wrong one.
Oh, that was my bad. Sorry. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Tom's
I'll
alive.
stop. Okay, so he's alive.
Let me check his body.
Public defender.
He has really long arms. But maybe that's just his character.
Okay, for his arms, Carla,
Yeah.
where his suit starts to like split, like at the bottom, like at the front, right?
Yeah.
Under the button, but it
Yeah.
starts to like fan out like a pyramid.
Yeah.
His wrists should be just slightly below that.
Ooh.
So let me see.
Oh, I think
Oh,
that
yeah,
works.
he's fine.
He's fine. Okay.
He's fine.
He's good, babes.
Yeah. Who's this?
Oh my God.
Here's a gun.
Who's this
Here's a gun.
Bond villain?
Here's a gun.
Oh!
All right, sweetie, don't panic. So we want to board up everything.
Okay. I boarded up the back door. Oh, someone's already done it.
I've done that. Sorry. We're gonna put this here.
The vents? What do I board up? Anything to board up?
No, it's okay. We're gonna hide in the room at the back.
What about traps? Do we put down traps?
I'm gonna put down traps. I'll put them down here. So don't go through here because you can get hurt. Stay in here. Yep.
Okay, there's one more trap here. Should I pick up a Molotov?
We can do that. Yeah. Let's put
Oh my god.
let's put another trap here. And then all right, we're good. We're good. Don't panic, sweetie. Everything's gonna be fine.
Okay, okay. Lock in. And we're gonna hide in this room?
Yep. Not the rats opening.
Girl, get this right out of here.
Pass, I know.
Do you have a gun?
Yep.
Do they work?
Oh, they're going in that way. That's not good for us. That's not good. It's fine. Keep running. Keep running. Run away, babe. Run this way. Yep, perfect. Perfect. I gotta reload. You're going good, sweetie. Keep going. Yes! Yes!
Oh my god, I was on 9 HP.
You did it.
Oh,
You were so
my
quiet
God.
for you.
God, I was locked in.
Mm-hmm. All right, we did it. Stunning.
I think that would have to do FPS shooting shit.
Oh wait, this
My
is the jump
sensitivity's
scare,
so
I think.
high.
See if she gets jump scared by the bus.
Honestly, we ate that day.
All right, let me do this. Oh, I had those guns there.
I'm so proud of us.
Yeah, we did it. Stunning. We kind of did that very speedy.
Wait, it's coming home.
We did it. We haven't actually had that many fails yet, which it's bound to happen soon. Ooh.
Oh yes! Slay.
Slay girl.
Oh,
Again, girl.
Oh. Getting to it.
Girl.
Oh my god, Carla.
I'm rich.
Keep going.
What?
Stop!
What is going on?
Keep going.
Please don't do it again. Girl! What?
Everyone's a winner, babe.
Yes, no. Ooh, $10.
Oh!
Propeller hat.
Yes! Keep going, keep going. This is the day. Oh, yes, yes, yes.
Duck on head, that's you.
Oh my god!
Put it on.
Immediately.
Girl,
Holy god!
what's going on?
You're the luckiest little gal in the world.
Reminds me of Gamble with friends.
Oh my god.
Don't. Thank God.
Ah!
If I got it again, I would have gone, that's ridiculous. Googly eyes.
Oh yes.
Don't. All right,
Oh,
let's
come
go.
on.
Perfect, let's go.
But what if we found one coin?
True.
We just need one coin. Come on. Oh, I found one.
No way.
We're going back. I'm going back.
Girl.
Yeah!
What the hell? Okay, last one, last
Girl,
one.
whatever.
Last one. All right, now it's time
Yes,
to
yes,
leave.
yes. Oh, a unicorn. Okay.
All right, baby, let's go home.
Incredible.
Let's go. Hi, Mickey. How are you? Hi, Gamer.
You're a shining star. No matter
see if this is a
who
jump
you
scare.
are.
Oh, oh,
Oh my god, Carla, I was not even, my hand
run,
wasn't even
baby,
on the controller.
run.
Is this it? Is this the right bus?
Yes, get in.
I cannot get in.
Hi,
The
Mickey.
way that my hands were not even at my keyboard or my mouse.
That's so funny. No humans killed. Let's see if they were a doppelganger. Mickey, did you join
Oh, yeah, who were
membership,
we
by the
unsure
way?
about?
I saw a name.
It was someone we were unsure about.
Girl, thank you, my love.
Natasha, you were like skeptical.
Oh, she was fine. Yeah, you're right. Nice, we killed it.
See, I took that advice and I didn't overcome.
Mm-hmm. Thank you. I saw that and I was like, it has to be. So
Okay,
I
this
put
game
your
is
name as
great.
Mickey in
It's not too.
the panels. Imagine you were like, no, I didn't,
overwhelming.
but like I'll take the shout out in the panels.
Like,
Yippee!
you know, some of these games, this is too much to do.
No, I
This
get
is,
it.
I think, the perfect amount.
I agree.
Oh, coins. There's coins everywhere.
Read the thing on the counter as well.
Oh, why?
This one's really good because we now have a scanner and it will tell us emotion. So make sure you scan every single person.
Were there emotions?
Yeah. Read the thing in the front.
There's nothing on the notice board.
Yeah, read the front counter. It was okay, Taffa. I think I should have watched the YouTube series before this one, to be honest, but it was interesting. It was different to what I thought it would be. Girl, can you read the thing so the day starts?
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah.
Thanks, baby.
Where's the note? Oh, here. Doppel detection hardware. This is the emotoscope. It reads customer emotions and allows you to question them on their emotion. But it is 100% accurate. But take note, some doppelgangers are able to replicate human emotions, some cannot. This equipment is stupidly expensive to rent. You'll only get this device on occasional days.
Read read the email when you're free to.
Tall black
Clark
creatures
was
spotted
wild.
around the entity. It is extremely fast and
I've
strong.
stolen someone's identity.
But looking directly at it will freeze it in place. While frozen, it is completely invincible to all damage. Traps must be set up in advance. These creatures are only vulnerable to damage when not being directly observed. So I guess we couldn't have someone look away and the other person shoot? You have to do traps.
We could do both, I guess. Broken English, calloused hands, dishwasher. Let me look at your hands.
Okay, his English is broken. Calloused hands.
I think so.
He's got a scar on his face. Kind of.
The scar
zoom
is
in?
there. I mean, I can ask him. I try to learn riding bike. I fall many times.
Me.
Arms is okay. Legs little sore. I stand very long time at work.
It says recent forehead scar. Recent.
Yeah, I think he's okay.
I wish you could zoom in. Is there a way to do that?
Yeah,
No.
yeah, I don't know. I didn't really like. I think I should have watched the YouTube thing first, to be honest. I'm gonna do it. You agree?
Yeah, he's fine. He's allowed.
He's
He's
fine.
gorgeous.
He's good.
Oh! Oh! Oh my god, we got $10!
How's that gas station grind treating you? I'm out here making moves while you're still stuck in the rat race. Ricky, shut up.
Oh my
Rickatron
God,
3000.
No, he smells musty.
One lazy eye. Oh, no lazy eye here. Scanning him. Oh, we
Yeah, I
didn't
don't- I
scan
don't
the
see
other
anything
guy.
here.
Shit.
Oh shit, I
Oh,
forgot.
shit.
Not good.
Smug. 2 packs of cookies. Oh, yeah, no, this guy's bad.
Oh my god.
Whoopsies.
That was so loud.
Sorry.
No. I like jumped out of my seat.
Oh, girl. Mia.
What
oh,
is it?
Too soon. No, I'm kidding. What's up with Mia? Large tattoo. Irritated.
She's irritated.
You're shoving that shit
Yeah,
in
I'm
my
irritated
face.
because you're shoving that shit in my face when I'm just trying to buy this. Damn!
Large tattoo on neck to left
Hey, there's
arm.
this guy again.
Tattoo on neck to left arm.
Girl,
okay.
she's got
Is the
mad
tattoo the same?
tattoos. She's giving Sims the herbs with those tattoos.
I feel like that tattoo's different.
Comic book store owner. Okay.
The tattoo on the hand's different. On the arm's different.
neck to left arm.
The tattoo on
correct?
the tattoo on the arm's different. Do you agree? There's no dots there.
No, it's the same.
No, look at the arm on the photo.
Oh wait.
Like it's still black, but you know how there's no dots on the left. This is like a little love heart bit.
Yeah, the elbow has that weird swirl. I wonder if this is like a rendering issue.
No.
I wish you could zoom in. Oh my god!
Sorry, she's Susaruni.
No, she was. No, and I agree.
Oh, the gnome's here.
Oh my god, can I talk to him?
Yeah.
Please?
He's in the car.
Hey!
May I park here?
No!
Okay.
Oh, do I have to kill him? I guess I do. Hala, can you get the gnome? 3 shots?
Yeah, he's
The way
tough.
these girls just walked in like nothing happened.
Like passing by.
Whatever. Just another day in Bed-Stuy.
Make sure to scan everyone.
Bye-bye. Her name is Dara. Uh-oh! Her
Wait, this one I'm gonna show. Okay, I want to get her to do this one. That's funny.
Her vitiligo is on her left, but on the ID, it's on her right.
I agree.
I
Yeah.
think this is an imposter. Did you scan her?
Yeah, she said exhausted. Yeah, that's definitely not good. I want you, by the way, to do the car one, because I think you'll like this one.
Okay. Hi, sir. Hey, mate.
Because he said
Alright, let's take your
my
license
adopted
plate.
kids, and it's a different person, so
You
I think
have
you'll
one?
like that. I think you'll
No
laugh.
license plate. Fam man.
A little bit, Taffa. I'm waiting for her to make the connection. You see anything weird?
Still looking.
Okay. Look at the poop. We're doing so well, guys. Oh, flamethrower. I can get that cheaper. Sledgehammer.
Hello, Galinis. It's the man above the boss. Customers have been complaining about some stink coming from the woods behind the store. I figured it was a dead raccoon, but nope, limbs, a shit ton of limbs scattered throughout the forest. So you're going out there, grab the limbs, toss them, burn them, whatever.
Oops.
I think I saw something roaming around the forest. Oh, this is gonna be that big thing that we can't look at. So we should bring a bear trap.
Really?
I think so, right?
I'm bringing bring a bin as well, a bin liner. All right, let's go.
A bin liner?
Yeah, we have to pick up meat.
Wait. Do you have a trap go? Just in case.
We're alright, I think. Just one. Let's go. We have to pick up this meat.
Okay, you have the torch.
Yeah, there's meat here.
I dropped mine like a fool.
There's one over here.
This is not in the job description. What the hell was that?
That's okay, that's okay. More 2 meat here. Meat over here.
Why did I not bring my torch?
That's okay, babe. Meat over here.
Oh my god, you're far away.
Sorry, I'm here. Okay.
Don't leave me.
I'm here, I'm here.
I don't have a torch. And I'm bald.
Meat over here.
Is it a bear trap? Oh, it's a tire.
Where's that meat? Give me that. Yes.
And then
Oh.
here. Nice.
There's one more. Oh, we're done.
We got it. We could shine the light
I
off
really
her
thought
bald
we were
head.
about to get assaulted.
I'm only brave because I played that bit with Chris, I swear.
I hear something, Carla.
Same. Why is that noise getting weird?
Do you hear that?
I do. Oh, oh, sorry.
What is it? Oh,
David by the tracks.
Everything appears to be in order.
Gossipy. Okay. Very short hair. I know it's Simpsons Day. Yes, sir. I'm so excited.
she seems normal to me.
I know, there's nothing weird. Her limb's okay. What about her shirt and jumper? I think she's fine, but that scares me.
Did you scan her emotions?
Yeah, she was gossipy.
Okay.
She said
That's an
David
emotion.
died. Someone called David died, so keep an eye out for that.
Oh. David, let me search David. David Butters is dead.
Click,
There's
click
a David
David.
Kennedy alive.
Heart attack. Oh no.
Does it say when? No.
Oh shoot.
One of the Davids is alive, though.
Oh no.
Amelia Kramer.
I might have let her through. Whoopsies.
She's a hairdresser. She's a fading heart tattoo on her neck. Often repeats questions back when answering. Oh, she didn't repeat the question.
Oh, she repeated it there. Let's see what the
What's my
fading heart.
occupation? Okay, she repeated that.
That
And
is
she should have a
fading.
tattoo on her neck. And she repeated the question, so she should be...
All right.
Scan.
What's that noise?
She's insecure.
I think she's fine.
She's fine, yeah.
Yeah, you're a good girl.
Cleaning up the poopy he left.
Oh, hello, sir. I mean, damn.
Girl, sure. Shift is
People don't wear
done.
shirts around here.
Say it again.
Do you have any coins? We have none.
No, we good, babe. Let's go.
I spent them all.
We did it.
Lovely, let's get in the bus.
Lovely,
And
jubbly.
hopefully we're not attacked.
Alika. Hello, doll. How are you? Wait. I think we had
No
a perfect
humans killed.
day.
Who was the one we were unsure of? There was someone. Was it Tattoo Girl?
Maybe, yes.
Oh, pay bill.
Yeah.
Yes, Branda's gonna be nice and fat.
Yeah, the tattoo pattern is different. Okay, I was right.
Oh, wow, you called that.
Yes.
It was so subtle, too, the difference.
Mm-hmm.
That kind of scares me.
I know.
Because most of the other things have been quite... not.
I know.
Brenda! Petal. Petal. Get your coins.
Oh, check the notice
Get your
board.
coins. Get your life. Look at all these chickens.
Residents urged to stay indoors on the 8th as the 8th approaches, with the calendar killer known to target 8 victims on the 8th of each month. Great.
Oh, God.
Hi, Panda.
What's the killer's name? The dentist or something?
I think so, yeah.
What's the calendar killer?
How are you?
What do we win? Coins. Oh, a clown nose.
All right.
Gas mask.
Click the
Couple
notice
more
board, babe.
coins. Okay. I'm just doing one more round to check the coins.
There'll be some outside by the dumpster.
Oh, I checked already.
Oh, okay.
I was so fast. I beelined. I didn't check out here, though.
There's a
one.
couple.
Hey, look at that. There it is. One more to gas, too.
All right, let's do it.
Lovely.
Read the notice board. Sounds juicy.
Sounds zealous. All right.
All right.
Stay indoors with the calendar
Oh,
killer.
thieves.
Thieves? Oh, look, you got a little thing.
Friend of mine is swinging by the store today, Louisa. She has this condition where one leg is a lot longer than the other. So she might walk weird.
I'm sorry for trying to steal. Damn.
Okay.
Okay, we gotta be on that.
So here's the thing. Louisa's going to come in and she has longer limbs, but it's not like over the top long. So if it looks like
And what's
mutated.
the deal with her? Do we have to kill her?
Oh, this is Mia. Let's see if it checks out this time.
Oh, yeah, that's the right tattoo, because she's got the swirl. But let's make sure. Wait, I'm confused. What's the thing about the girl?
So his
Store
friend,
manager.
his friend Louise is gonna come, and he's like, "Don't kill her. She'll have a longer leg or a longer arm than the other arm or leg, but it's not like weirdly long."
Oh, where one leg is longer.
Yeah, but if it's like too
Okay.
long and weird looking, then that's the thingy.
Gotcha.
Let me see this photo. I think
Oh.
she's fine.
My cat was just watching him pee. Louisa,
I think that's good.
I do believe this lady is fine.
Okay.
Did you scan her?
We don't have the scanner today. I think she is fine though.
Oh! Well,
Stealing? Mm-hmm.
hello, mate. Been working all day. Finally get to grab some snacks, king back and chill.
Okay, there's something on his shirt and he has a bruise.
Ooh.
Weird question to ask someone, man.
I didn't mean work. I mean, I was working on fixing my fence. Neighbor's dog went on a rampage and tore the whole damn thing down yesterday.
Why does she have a
Did
bruise?
he say... Been working all day. Unemployed. Often has dirt. So he's been painting a fence? Or fixing a fence?
Working when they finally get some
Does he
grass
have
and
dirt
snacks.
under his fingernails?
Let me have a look.
It's kind of hard to tell.
He has paint on it.
Yeah, he's covered in paint. Was he painting the fence?
I don't like the bruise on his head. Is that a bruise? Or is that just a shadow?
Finally grab snacks. Work. I got paint on it today from the fence. I mean, there's nothing like super unusual about him.
Oh, I just...
I think... I was just gonna say, I think he's fine.
Well, better safe than
Maybe
sorry.
Maybe
Sorry.
not.
Oh, wait. Okay, ready?
Oh, that's her.
No, no, it's the
Wait a
fake
minute.
one. It's fake. That's way too long.
That is what, you know what, you're real.
Yeah.
That thing is dragging.
Mm-hmm. Move on, girl. Oh, look at her. Look, she's drinking the thing. Oh no, and there's a dog. Oh, service dog. Okay. He is a dog. Currently serving Charles Wigglebottom.
I caught you.
What do we do with her? Charles Wigglebottom.
How do we stop her?
Charles Wigglebottom is alive.
Stop! Ma'am, stop! Stop drinking the gas. I feel like the last, 30 seconds were just the most insane. Do we have to shoot her?
I don't know.
I think we do. She won't stop.
Okay. Can you search
She won't stop!
Can
Oh,
you
yeah.
can you search Madison Gray for me?
Madison Gray. Is that A or E?
A. Oh, we could have hit it with toilet paper, my bad. Yeah, Madison Gray with an A.
She's dead.
Great. I should have thrown toilet paper. Kid, that's so nice. Thank you.
Oh, this is the girl who... one leg is longer than the other.
Okay, so that's legit. Perfect.
This is her.
Yeah.
She's on her tippy toes.
High heels on my tippies. I shouldn't have killed that person. That's my bad.
Oh,
I hope
right
they
leg
make
is
a
shorter than
another
left
one of
leg.
this.
Right
like
leg
a
is shorter.
Another
Checks
episode.
out.
Paige! My tatas. Thank you. How are you?
_Mac just resubbed for 10 months.
Yeah, true. She wasn't gonna last long with that, with the gas. Ray Rowland. Oh, his neck.
Yeah, that's a long neck. It doesn't look that long in the picture. Well.
Sorry. He just looks weird.
God.
Oh, a man with a hat. A man with a hat.
Oh, this man's gonna call you Toots.
Okay. Sugar.
Hey, how you doing?
Oh, I'm sorry,
Ever wonder
doll.
where doppelgangers
We
come
have the
from?
vibes today.
There was a reporter here back. They said they grow out of fears. Negative emotions specifically. Couple of weeks later, every scientist involved was dead. Jaws torn clean off.
That's the dentist.
True.
He's referencing the dentist because I'm paying attention to the lore.
True.
Hey, Carla, this guy doesn't have a picture.
Oh, really?
He's a private investigator. What do we do about this?
I think
Wait.
it's fine, but also I've been shooting everyone, so you go for whatever you think. I'm more trigger happy because I don't believe him, but yeah, I should calm down a little bit.
He said something about negative emotions,
I'm checking
which
Mimi.
someone else has said before. There's no way to verify if this guy's real or not.
I think he's fine.
I think we let him go. I
Yeah.
think he's fine. Maybe he just doesn't have an ID because he's an investigator. Which
Just
doesn't make any
shoot
sense, but
everyone.
Whatever.
True. I think we're still making enough money.
Hello, girl. Oh, this is the girl with the melancholia.
Oh. Yeah, Ben, what is it, babe?
Did we kill her doppelganger?
Ah!
Oh, what is it?
Oh, look at the break room. Someone's mecha chameleoning out the back. At the storage room.
What?
Look on the wall. You'll see it.
Ew! Do I shoot it?
Whatever you want. Ah! Oh! Every time. Ah. 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 Ugh. Red eye tattoo on her right hand. Was it left hand or the right hand? Left hand. Okay. Not again.
Sorry, Linda. I got distracted. Your eye. Yeah. She has chromatica. She likes Lady Gaga. Oh, red eye tattoo. Which hand? Left?
Yeah.
She has it on the left.
Hell yeah.
She's good, I think. Supermarket clerk. Yeah, she's good. She's good girl.
Wait, we're killing it. Have everyone pay for the items, then shoot the doppelgangers right as they leave. Oh, smart.
Your shift is done. Do you have any coins left? No, we're all done. Did you upgrade our health or something? Because I feel like I have more.
Yeah, I did.
You are so organized. on that,
Yeah. Alright, let's go.
Let's get out of here.
Peter Griffin with a stub toe, real. Yeah, no one seems to care that we're picking up everyone's thingamabob. That's okay. Wait, shared hype train time?
Wait, is that a thing? A shared hype train?
Open the floodgates.
Oh my god!
No,
That's
you can.
real?
Yeah, I just don't know how to do it. It just said start sharing chat, but it's not working, which is probably a good thing. Shared hype train. It doesn't work. Probably a good thing. Oh, you can give feedback too? That's fun. You surpassed... I did really well, I fear. Great. Stay safe, stay inside. Stay inside, stay alert. Oh no. Or... Oh, okay, he was right. Okay, he just seemed pretty sus to me. He all seemed sus. Little sassy McGrassy. Oh.
Did we get any wrong? Oh, Barry.
Mm-hmm. Why is there a dog there?
The fence guy.
I know, he was right.
See, I felt like he was fine,
Mm-hmm.
but I understand why you didn't.
Yes. Calendar killer time. Okay, no discipline.
It's a new night. Roadwork delays expected. Obituary section, Stacy Kennedy, 24, passed away unexpectedly this week. Remembered for her kindness and bright spirit, she will be deeply missed.
Well, great. Oh, there's roaches.
Stacy Kennedy. Oh. God, there's rats everywhere too.
Oh, it's the sheriff.
Again? What the hell does he want?
I think he's fine.
What the hell does he want? So I guess if someone called Stacy Kennedy comes in,
We say, I know your games.
use a mop to squash roaches. Okay.
You can use the
Well, I can
hose as
do
well.
that. Okay, perfect. She speaks from experience.
Right. Hi, Virgil.
Roach squasher.
How are you, doll?
Oh.
Any deals on beer,
My God.
Travis.
We stay winning.
Complete loser. My brother
And then
looks over the net
coins.
database. Travis Dunn.
What's he saying about the database? That's suspicious. That's weird.
What the hell? There's no one in the database with last name Dunn.
Huh?
But he said his brother.
Travis Dunn. Ooh, what if he has like a new last name?
True.
That's kind of rare though for a man.
I don't know how I
He-
feel about this man.
Oh, no, he says his brother-in-law.
Oh.
Brother-in-law.
But wouldn't he have a... Oh, no, true. Wait,
Different
brother-in-law.
last names. Wait, brother-in-law
Ryan.
means...
Ryan Holt was one, so let me look at Holt.
Yeah, no, that would be a different name. It would be a different name to brother-in-law. I forgot how marriage worked for a second.
Because Holt is in the NET. Is a part of the NET.
And Holt's dead. He's the one I killed on the first day.
Yeah. But is it the other guy? Do you remember what the other guy's name was?
It was... Colin?
Colin?
I think his name was Colin.
Ben Collins, Ryan Collins. Ooh. Look at this guy.
Was Colin in there?
No. I guess we
Wait,
can
this
let him
conversation
through.
feels like an actual work conversation.
Yeah, true.
Look up Colin. Was Colin in there? Colin's prescription is not ready.
Oh, I'll let him through, I think. I'm scared, though. Oh, wait, Virgil, you relaxing for the rest of the night,
He
then?
was a bit weird.
I hope so.
I got 32 coins.
Oh. Who's this? Even stopping by, been a long shift at the shop. My name is Jack. What?
Does he look weird?
He has a name, he has a Jack on, and different name tag.
Looks so angry.
Pleasure to meet you. I'm Jack, but his name's Howard.
Oh, we need to... Were you gonna ask him about the name badge?
I did, he said, my name's Jack.
Oh. And that's it?
Yeah. Well, I just feel like that's
Holy
weird.
shit.
Sorry.
Hello, sir. I need $14 of gas.
Let's see this license plate. What's the license plate?
LPZS.
You said LP? ZS?
Yeah.
Nothing's coming up. LP7? Did you mean 7?
Oh, sorry, babe.
I
My
do
bad.
the same with 7. My
Sorry.
brain goes, Z?
Sorry, guys.
LPZS.
Sorry, I shined it wrong. That's funny.
Black SUV.
Davis family
Okay.
invites you to join them in celebrating Janet's life at a memorial service. Janet Davis.
How's he looking?
Cause of death mutilation. I mean, he's dead.
Oh, he's dead?
No, Janet's dead. Look at the thing on the right, the passenger door. There's like a funeral thing. Night, Mikey. I'll see you soon, doll. Oh yeah, Virgil. That was me the night. I was like, you know what? I'll do chores later. Mummy needs a treat. Date of birth matches the note. True. Wait, date of birth.
That's
Wait.
a funeral I'm coming from.
Wait, when was she born? Oh.
He said it was a fatal heart attack that did it.
No,
It
she
wa-
died of mutilation. What's her date of birth as well?
You wanted me to check on the thing? Let's see. 1936.
Oh, yep.
He said he was there when it happened.
That's funny.
Not this. She's also died.
She has also died.
She's also died.
Alright. Hi, Band. How are you, doll?
Oh, hello, mate. Is that now hiring sign outside Sylvalid? My negligent twin sister could use a job.
Kennedy. Stacy. She's deceased.
Wait, Kennedy.
Yeah, she's
It's Kennedy.
deceased.
This is the girl from the thing.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, you already looked this up. So we have to kill him.
Oh my
Gotcha!
god.
Thank God we paid attention. Are you okay?
Oh
Hey,
my
it's the train
god.
conductor. Came back. Because selling is service, and service is selling.
Real. Guys, did you want
Real.
Geo Bingo tonight if we did it? With the gang?
Evening, city routes were great today. Traffic behaved nicely. Well,
Because we might be doing that with the gang after this.
Occupation train conductor. Graying hair. I just drive around town. Usually, the afternoon shifts. Drive.
That would be lovely. Really?
What do you mean by that? Drive what? The train?
Yippee! Honestly, I think it's good I'm doing friend swap today because it'll really distract me.
Drives train? I guess he's fine. I don't know. Have you got anything? Oh my god! $10.
We're doing it.
Ah!
That's alright.
Yes. No!
Ooh. We're so back.
Yes! One moment! Oh! They're stealing. I got it. I got it.
Eleanor.
La la loo la! Ooh la la loo!
Oh, Eleanor.
Elena Park.
Or Elena,
What's
sorry.
she all about? Computer engineer? Heavy facial acne? That's why I've been staring at the monitor. Heavy facial acne. Okay. 1968. Elena Park. What are we thinking?
I think she's fine.
Yeah, I think she's fine.
Yeah, she's good, yeah.
She's doing alright.
Who's this?
What the hell?
I just killed a rat, it's okay.
Oh, I thought that was him. Oh. Oh my god, I just killed a roach.
Okay, so it's a lazy eye.
This man's so mean. Ricketron 3000, whatever.
Oh,
College
fuck.
dropout. What?
I didn't look for the cookies. I think he had the cookies. But he does have a lazy
Who?
eye. Ricky.
Usually buys exactly 2 boxes of... Uh-oh.
Yeah, I scanned them.
Well,
He
we
does-
killed his doppelganger last time, right?
True, let him go.
I think he'll be fine. I believe in the heart of the cards.
I agree. Alright, we got something wrong.
Oh. The Jan.
Alright, we got something wrong. Oh, we let 2 doppelgangers
Oh.
go. Who was a
What?
doppelganger?
Oh my god, it must have been someone so random.
Oh no.
Oh god, do we have enough boards?
Yeah, we do.
I've done the back door.
Back door,
I'll
nice.
put a better trap in this doorway.
Yep. Let me put one over here too.
Oh my god, I gotta get the gun. Oh shit, where did I put the gun? Do you
We'll
have
get
the gun?
we'll get guns in the
Oh, they're even better. Oh my god, flamethrower shotgun. Oh, I'm taking the shotgun. Hell yeah.
All right, we're good. Let's go.
Let's do
cheeks
it,
are
guys.
back. I
What's
can't
that thing
unhear
next
them.
to, the bear trap, is that a bomb?
Yes.
It's one of the ones that doesn't look at you. Oh.
He's coming. He's coming. Run. You got this.
Why do they always want me?
You're just so sexy. All right, we got it.
Yes! Okay, knowing I can get a shotgun as T.
Slay.
I didn't know that last time.
So much meat.
Love that.
So who are the 2 doppelgangers?
Girl, I'm gagged. I thought we were perfect.
I agree.
I'm actually shocked. You know what, though? Today, there were quite a few who were... We weren't sure. A couple of times.
True. They were really hard.
Could have gone either way.
All right, let's go.
Can I just take this shotgun with me? I think I'm just taking it home.
Okay. I have 1 more shift left in me.
Alright, yeah, let's
But it's
do
kind
it.
of good because we can continue next week.
Cheers. This has been... I love this one.
I know, this is good.
Oh, 8 out of 13.
I know. Okay, so who was it? I'm curious.
No humans killed, so what?
So we let doppelgangers go.
Oh, I see what you mean.
Let me see. I'm curious. Travis. Oh, I didn't
Travis was-
notice.
He speaks with a lisp?
What?
You know what? Sometimes you have to scroll down,
Oh.
and I fear maybe we didn't.
You can scroll? Oh, my bad. Okay. And then
Oh,
Keith, you were right about
okay.
Keith.
Listen, he said I drive around town,
Mm-hmm.
but I was like, he didn't say what he drives in, and you drive a train, right? As a conductor?
You're right,
So
you're
I
right.
didn't feel like that was enough to kill him.
No, that's fair.
That was a weird one.
I agree. All right. Last night, let's do it.
Oh my god, we simply must get the coins first.
I know.
I need to spin.
Oh my god, so many.
All I can go.
I'm keen for Geo Bingo, guys, if I can say that. I need to redeem myself.
Lake Titicaca.
Find that fucking cat.
Hakuna.
Hi, Lou. Thank you.
Tatas.
Big Lou
Oh, nice.
222 just resubbed for 2 months.
Thank
Carla, do you
you.
see this?
Hakuna.
Where?
There's a red rectangle on the ground.
Oh, I do see that. Oh, it's blood, I think.
What the hell? Oh, it was. Oh my god.
That's funny.
I cleaned it.
Read this,
It's
baby.
bizarre. Just spin the wheel.
Yeah. Read the thingy first so the shift can start. Please.
Okay.
Thank you.
New permanent Doppel detection hardware. This is the anomaly lens.
Ooh, I have hot chocolate.
Use it to inspect customers. If the screen reveals any anomalies or
Oh,
differences
really,
from
Ben?
reality,
Oh,
the customer
okay.
is a doppelganger. You're recommended to briefly scan every customer with the anomaly lens.
Oh, the Jack in the Box, by the way, Gran. If you see the Jack in the Box, if you hear it, you have to run up and rewind the music box. You can't let the song
Oh.
finish three times. You'll hear it though.
Okay.
It's obvious.
Okay, I'm spinning. Oh, oh. Ugh. That's a lot of meat.
Me.
All right, I'm spinning this wheel. Flour and hair. Oh my god. Where is that? Give it to me. I'm beautiful.
All right.
$10 up.
Oh, did she not make it?
No. Use the scanner when you check people out. She had crazy aura. Oh, someone just took a shit.
Somebody just took a shit.
Hi, Mark. Oh, hi, Mark. Excuse me, sir. Excuse me.
Oh, was he stealing?
Yeah. Maintenance supervisor.
Okay, final spin. Let's go. Come on.
I think he's fine.
Oh my god, Carla, we have unlocked every cosmetic.
Woo! Oh, oh.
Is that the Jack in the Box?
No, it's a...
What the hell?
Get him! Get this loser!
Phone's ringing!
Great.
What? I'm stuck on the boat. I can't do anything. Somebody just stole.
Get her. Oh my god. Oh.
Oh my god, I'm getting these roaches. I'm getting these roaches.
Woo! Faith, I know. Random as
Did we do
hell.
it?
We did it.
That gnome almost did us in.
Oh my god.
And that phone call.
Girl, that's crazy.
Any vents open?
Oh, look who it
Vents are
is.
open.
Hi, Hornet.
Boomst. Oh my god, it's my man. Hold on, I'm cleaning up someone's shirt.
Shot.
Oh, hello, there's a little... Hey, come here. Excuse me. Why on earth did the calendar killer not strike last night? I don't know, girl.
Oop. Yippee! You can, Jess. Yes.
This guy again has nothing to like... Oh wait, don't we have a scanner or something?
Yeah, let's see.
Yes, this thing.
Oh, he's fine. Oh, wait. I didn't
No
scan someone
anomalies?
before. Fuck. Damn it. Alright, I think he's fine. Fuck, I
Yeah,
didn't
he's
scan
good,
someone
he's
before. Whoopsies. Tools?
Carla, there's no number plates.
Oh, wait. There it is.
Did you mean to...
Yeah, I shot his padlock off. FG8S. $19.92 Black Police Hummer. What, babe? Oh, not that. I just realized, girl. No, no, girl.
Target audience reached! Target audience reached! Do we have any questions to ask?
I just got it. I can't believe I didn't notice that.
Oh, license plate. My plate? Why does that matter for gas? I took it off. It's somewhere in the back. Yeah, but like, why did you choose that plate?
I think he's fine.
Maybe that him and his husband chose it, you know? He's crossing his legs. I mean, I don't see anything else. Go to that got me.
Girl,
That
I was
got
like,
me.
what do you mean? Oh.
Well, there was nothing else of note in the car, right?
No, I don't think so.
So I guess he's good. Sure, why not?
I don't know, I'm scared, but it is what it is.
Oh, it's a female.
Hello, girl. Oh, we're making a lot of revenue today.
I've never seen one of these guys be a doppelganger. But we'll see. McCree! Remember there was another person named McCree?
No, oh, let's scan her. Oh, she's fine.
I remember someone else named McCree. What's this? Is her name Vanessa? It is, right? Bonnie
Yeah.
McCree was the other one. Bonnie is a nurse. The bald nurse.
Oh,
Okay.
I think she's fine. Is that crazy? Oh,
Oh my god.
Oh.
Oh my god, no,
Oh.
she's not.
she died. She died to the dentist. The dentist killed
The
her.
dentist was here? Girl,
Oh, I liked
How did-
her.
how did you know that was the dentist?
Well, isn't that the scary man?
Oh, was that him?
I'm assuming
Oh my
so.
god, this woman's jewelry.
Oh my god.
Yasmin, don't mind me, I'm half asleep.
Scan her, babe.
Okay, sister. She's a trinket seller. Always wears gold jewelry.
Scan her.
Oh yeah, let me scan. So if you scan somebody, is it like super apparent? Carla!
What?
Her jewelry does not appear in the scan.
Oh.
Does that mean she's lying?
Wait. Let's see. If this game reveals any anomalies or differences from reality, the customer's a doppelganger. Good pickup. I wouldn't have killed them. Wow.
But the jewelry was.
Ben, you have
Oh.
different nights. So
You
there's
let one
some
doppelganger?
there's some characters that I haven't
Who
seen
was
before,
it?
which is cool.
Stop. Who
But
was
she
it?
knows I have. But there are differences, which is cool.
Oh my god, why is this not closing? Oh my god, who was the doppelganger, I wonder?
Yeah, I'm curious.
Oh, maybe the guy. Do you think it was the guy with the plate?
The
That's
plate.
That's what people are saying in my chat. They think it was the guy with the plate.
What plate?
The guy who had the slur plate.
Oh.
But at the same time, why would that be a doppelganger?
Yeah, I agree.
That's not enough for me.
Yeah, I wouldn't have played it again if there was like, if they didn't have like a unique thing.
It had to be someone else.
But since it was unique,
Oh, also, didn't you let someone go without scanning them?
yeah, that could have been me. Just searching for Mimi real quick. Okay. Yeah, I was so curious. I was like, well, we can get away with this. But I'm surprised we actually could, you know? Girl. Oh, the sledgehammer, really? Oh no. I'm gonna die. I'm down. You got this. Nice.
Oh my god!
Can you pick me up, girl? I'm there. Thank
Wait, that
you.
was exhilarating.
That was.
We slayed. Now we just gotta clean up a little mess. Just a little un petit mess.
Slay?
Used to play ball like a girl.
Nice. Yeah, I'll use the sledgehammer next time, I think. Yeah, I can't imagine. That would be hard. For sure. I do like the flamethrower, but as seen then, I lit myself on fire. But usually I do
Wait, I'm
survive.
obsessed with this game. I love it.
Maybe we can try and play it a bit earlier next week, so you don't have to wait. We cannot wait until our Friday next week.
Well, what are you doing on
Sunday,
not
like
tomorrow,
our Monday,
but the day after? Our
Saturday.
Sunday. Oh, you're away, aren't you?
Wait, our Sunday or our Monday?
Our Sunday, U.S.
Oh.
Saturday, because I'm doing a 12-hour stream on Saturday.
Oh, I might not
US
be home.
Saturday. No,
If
you
I-
won't be here.
If I am, though, there's a chance we'll definitely do it. But I can be
Yeah.
free either your Sunday scaries or like the next day. We'll figure it out.
Yeah, we'll figure it out.
Yay, let's save and then we'll... Oh, here he is. You got
Who?
this.
Who? Oh my God!
There was a man.
That one stroke of the cello.
Right. Alright, nice.
Mama, we slayed.
This was fun. Thank you for playing with
9 out of
me.
13. We're almost done.
Let's see who the doppelganger was before I go.
Yes, I want to know so bad.
You might be right.
Paid the bill.
Yes.
Love you, Brent. Come see me tomorrow. Brenda won't get better unless we take extreme measures.
Oh.
No.
Oh.
Oh, we missed that.
That was me. I was like, oh, it's Clyde, but he was acting like he met me for the first time.
Oh, that's so
Oopsies.
interesting.
All right, my bad.
That's a pretty.
That's cheeky. I like it. All right, baby.
Oh my God, Brenda.
Brenda, girl, I gotta go, sweetie.
Okay, this was so fun. We'll pick this up again whenever.
Yeah, sorry, I just have another lobby.
No, you're fine.
All right,
dear,
baby.
I will see you when I see you next
All right,
week.
baby. Sounds good.
All right, bye.
Bye. Luigi Pizzoni. Hello.
Good. Oh, perfect timing.
Wow.
Not everybody at once. Get on in here,
Girl.
Everyone, get in here.
Get in here. Let's take him to a wasteland.
I can hear myself already in Carla's mind.
Sorry, babe. 1 second.
Carla, get some new headphones.
Girl.
Girl.
Oh, great.
She's gone. Damn it.
Yes, dude.
We need to get Carla some hearing aids, apparently.
Girl.
Oh,
Laugh at us.
Oh.
Guys, don't yell at Carla.
Guys,
Thanks,
I
mate.
don't look like a
I
flannel
would
lesbian.
Never.
What?
You don't. Wait, you look like a flannel lesbian?
Wait,
Everyone said I
guest
look
star?
like a flannel lesbian today.
What?
Yeah,
Let me
I'll
see.
set up guest star.
I want to see
All
this.
right.
I love flannel lesbians.
Let me see.
I don't have any sleeves, to be fair. It's the shirt I wore. Remember back in the day when we did the
Harvey there.
what do you call it?
Titty
No, not RV there. Well, I might have worn it for RV there, but originally it was for Truxton.
How are you, doll?
And I had that whole outfit. It's the shirt. And I unironically love the shirt. It's like
Cold
a
Crab just resubbed for 42
Really?
flannel
months.
hoodie.
Did you hear?
It's a good
Carla
shirt.
Truxton's coming back?
Is it?
Yeah, dude, we're doing a convoy.
Oh man, setting up those controls is.
But we're doing it for a full week. That's why it's gonna be hype.
Oh, okay, that's different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it was my idea.
Yeah, it was all of it. For years.
Truck
For
week.
sure.
Truck week.
Truck week.
Truck week.
Invites were sent.
Truck week. It always takes
Wait, so
5 minutes. Oh, actually.
what's the vibe? Are you guys down to do Geo, or like what were you trying to play another game? Like I don't know what everyone.
I can honestly play. I can play Funnel. I can play Geo.
Oh my god, you got your shirt already?
Yeah, I texted you. Oh, I texted you the wrong photo actually. Texted you my thumbnail.
Oops.
When
But
did you
yes.
text me?
I got it late last night. I didn't even get a notification. Do you like it?
Yeah, it looks great.
I got to put the shorts on and take pics. The shorts are so comfy.
Hey.
Let's go.
The shorts are really nice.
My
Thanks,
god.
Sammy.
No problem.
No, they're real
My
good. I'm wearing that this weekend. Yippee!
Yippee!
Wait, Sacred Herb? I'm down. Granny!
One of these formats. Let me try them.
Hello, love.
I think it's a goose.
Lovely jubbly. How are you, doll? Hello, sweetness.
Wait, so are we doing Geo? Sorry, I zoned out, locking in, setting things up.
Put your ass
I think
away,
so,
child.
Okay, cool. I just look at a freaking
Kezi321
window capture
just
that she is.
subscribed.
How was
Gran
your
9000,
stream?
Gran
Casey,
9000,
thank you,
Gran
doll. Cubby,
9000.
thank you.
Chicken?
All that?
We are gonna do
What
some
kind of chicken you
GeoGuessr,
got
I think.
there,
Some
buddy?
GeoGuessr
Satay.
bingo.
Satay?
What? Oh, give me a bite.
Really nice.
Remember when me and Ban thought we were cooking in Japan when we grabbed this, and it was chicken heart instead, and it was a weird vibe.
Yep.
Oh.
I have it on tape. The funny thing is that at the start of the video, you both were like, oh, this is amazing.
And then we're both tearing up, going,
Yeah, what the hell is this? Because I had to be a fuck and I went, oh, I think that's chicken heart. And Beth went,
"Oops."
ooh.
Maybe I'll edit my vlog.
I would love to see it.
You guys are funny in it.
Great. Also, Simpsons Reload is back
Put your
on
ass
Fort.
away, child.
I just heard your alert.
Voyager girl just
Yeah,
subscribed.
what? I heard your alert too.
Subby.
Thanks for the
Dude,
sub.
I don't know what's going on with my setup. It's
Your audio's all over the place.
I don't know
dude.
why, man. I don't know why.
And you know what? It's okay.
You know what? I'm gonna do something I should have done a long time ago.
Listen, she's good for it.
Thanks.
She just ends her stream.
She
That's
never
funny.
comes
Just
back.
just hits
It's her
delete
last stream
account.
ever.
Testing, testing, testing.
Out of nowhere, just like,
Wait.
hey.
Hello.
Is Chris eating
Honestly,
a corn
though-
dog? No, it's chicken. It's like a kebab.
Oh, a chicken kebab?
Hello.
Giving kebab.
The way
Chicken
Sammy has to answer
satay?
that question, it's just like, okay, I don't care, kind of.
No, I care.
Hey, man.
If I didn't care, I wouldn't answer it.
I mean, that is fair. That is fair.
Thank you,
Dude, you know what I was thinking
Thank
about?
you,
Chris,
Voyager.
I
Thank you, guys.
have not had your fire chicken in so long, and I was thinking
I made
about it
some today.
literally
It was really
good.
last night. I know that. I think that's why it got into my brain. I was like, fuck.
I'm just
Bro,
kidding.
Who also beat Resident Evil Requiem today. Really good game.
Wow.
Yeah. You liked it?
Yeah. It was like
I
a
just
trip
keep
down
checking
memory
on
lane.
Mimi, by the way, guys.
Memory
Oh, Leon.
lane.
Because I am expected to
Oh,
get her
Leon.
home today.
Carl,
so...
do you have a sister who's a tattoo artist or not really?
No, sorry.
Okay, someone found your doppelganger.
Really? Wait, send it
Doppelganger?
over.
Wait, is it just Carla with tats? Because we've got to see this.
Yeah, please. I'm
Ooh,
interested.
true.
I'm interested.
Carla
So-
tatted.
so
Tatted up.
I would be down. I would be down actually to do.
Funnel?
No, I don't have it downloaded.
Oh, okay. sorry.
Carla, we're not getting it. Against my best wishes, we're not getting it.
That's all right, sweetie.
Maybe next week.
That's all right, babe.
Carls.
Maybe
All good.
next week. Maybe
All
next
good,
week.
guys. All good.
Is it good?
Give me 4 days of sleep and I'll be ready.
Crispy will be asleep until we play Funnel Runners.
Wait, your
next
last
week.
day?
Pretty much. It's tomorrow. Like
Tomorrow's
I'm
the
gonna do
last
like a
day.
couple hours tomorrow. And that's
Oh, wow.
it. Yeah. That's it. We
I can't
did
believe
it.
it's already August. Like,
It takes 3
what?
seconds to download Funnel Runners, apparently. I said runners, sorry, runners.
Fuderatus.
But I'm down. I'm honestly down for anything. I'm down for Geo as well.
I watched a little bit of it today. It looks fun.
It looks really
definitely
fun, yeah.
It looks fun, no. I mean,
Haha.
also the fact that Simpsons is back in Fortnite's interesting, but I know Crispy has that not downloaded for sure.
I haven't played since
Nah,
1992 either.
Girl.
so it's
fine.
it's not there.
Fortnite's a little bit of weird territory for me these days,
Yeah,
unfortunately.
but Simpsons, the Springfield's back.
Yeah.
No, I get it,
there's-
I get it.
Springfield.
I don't want to get into
Oh
it.
my
No, it's alright, babe.
Oh
What?
my god, this is Carla's. Hey, what the fuck?
Ew, what is it?
Wait, really? Wait, oh no, I want to see now.
Is this her face? What the fuck?
Wait, show
oh
me.
my god. I'm sending it in the
Oh,
group
I
chat.
Ooh, I'm
hope
scared.
it's not like a weird moment
No,
where it's
ew,
like
no,
like
ew,
AI
because it's
shit.
literally Carla's face.
Ew.
That's you!
Ew.
What the fuck?
Wait, what? Wait, this is
Wait.
you?
It does
If-
kind of look like Carla a little bit.
It does kind of look like you. It's you
It's
if
like
you were
you, but
American.
it's not you.
That
you know what I
thumbnail
mean?
is me with curly hair and bangs.
To be fair, if you said this was your cousin, if you said this was your cousin, I would believe it.
It's like Carla, but it like isn't.
Yeah.
Wait, listen with sound.
Wait.
Oh, and she's
Oh.
Australian too. Wait, that's
Oh,
funny.
no.
Wait, she's Australian. That's
Wait,
wild.
Wait, do you have a long lost sister?
I don't think so.
Long sister.
Bro,
Wait,
Imagine you like
Leon's a
approach
tattoo
your mom
artist.
tonight and she's like, "Oh, honey."
Ew.
This does really look like you.
That's you.
Yeah, that's the exact
Dude,
picture
that's
that I was
so
looking at. That I was
weird.
like, that actually does.
If
really
I had
look
curly
like
hair,
you.
wait, I want to hear this.
That's
Wait,
so
she's really
strange.
good at tatting too.
Yeah, she's got a sick trout on her arm.
Wait, go get a tattoo from her, Carla.
Wait, her art's low-key sick. What the?
No, it's like you,
Yo.
you in a different font, which is so cool. You have to
No,
hit
her
off and be
tattoos
like,
Yeah.
are really good. This is pretty.
Girl,
you have to hit
She's
off and be
really
like,
good at
hey,
fine
we
line.
look
Holy crap.
similar. Do you want to give me a tat?
look at this.
We look similar.
Look at this screenshot of her. Wait, hold.
Taught me how to finish a piece like this, but this year taught me
Ew.
how to become a better
Found your
artist.
long lost twin.
Oh
bro.
my god. Look at this screenshot.
This is your little sister, dude.
Look at this
is
screenshot.
Crazy.
Look at this screenshot.
Okay.
This is me. And anytime someone says this, I'm like, no, it's not. Look at this screenshot. Holy shit. That's
That's
me.
you.
That
That's
does
you.
look. That
That's
looks,
your face.
That angle looks exactly like you.
That's
Uh,
crazy.
Dude, no, genuinely, like this can be a long lost situation here.
Ecosystem, and from start to
And she's
finish,
talented
it
as
took
fuck,
me
dude.
around
Get a tab from her.
290
My
hours,
eye.
along with more pens than I'd like to admit. Coming
That's
back for a second year has been a
wild.
completely different
She's
experience.
look at these. Look how
Last
good she
year's
is.
piece
We found
taught
your
me so
doppelganger.
much, and because of that,
Wow,
I
she's
went
really
into this
talented.
with a much clearer vision. Process
Wait, does it,
felt
every-
I feel
is- I guess
talented
everyone that
too.
looks like
She's
Carla
really
is
pretty.
talented as hell.
Thank God.
I really wanted to focus on creating depth through time. Every single dot was about creating detail.
Oh my
and bringing
god,
the
a
piece to
Mia
life.
tap from her.
Dude, that is wild.
Wait
though.
a second.
I wanna cut my
Dude,
bangs.
Come on.
Girl, cut those bangs.
Uh-oh.
Grateful
Next
Cut
week
those
we're gonna have a
bangs,
bang
girl.
reveal.
supported
Bang
Bang
reveal.
reveal. Bang reveal.
Okay, that's crazy.
and guided me throughout this project. Having people around me who believed in my
God, she's gone.
I'm gonna follow her right now.
No, yeah, literally DM her and go,
You should
hey,
DM her and be like, we look like twins.
be like, yo, girl,
And
we look the same. What's
twins.
girl, we have the same face.
up?
Is that how people see me? Because I'll take it.
No. So here's
It like
the thing.
you look slightly different, but it's close enough to be jarring.
What the
Yeah.
hell?
Like this is how you like. This is kind of your vibe.
What was something that
Like
you
the
wanted to
first
carry
video?
on to your apprenticeship that you provided, Haley?
Oh, I want to be a friend.
Dude, you become friends with her. This she's in Sydney.
Is she Maltese?
Dude, be her friend.
Dude, go find her. Dude, just show up at her place and be like, hey, I'm here.
I'm gonna message her right now.
Okay. This is crazy.
Guys, anything could happen. Please don't forget.
I was.
Crispy, there's this guy
seeing-
who pops up on my feed sometimes who looks like you, but it's like a dude who's older, but he has like a similar face to you, and it cracks me up every time.
Hmm.
Do you guys know it's a dude who it's always just a picture, and he has text on his text on the post, and it's just him like this.
Coffees.
No, I don't know if I've ever
Does
seen
anyone know?
him.
Oh my god.
Illy
he's
long
always-
lost twin. P.S. Are you Maltese or Italian?
or both.
P.S.S. I'm in Sydney to want to be best friends. P.S.S. Sorry if this freaks you out. P.S.S.S. You're gorgeous. Does that mean I'm complimenting myself?
Okay, that last one's funny.
Okay.
But hey, come on.
But
Nah,
hey.
joking.
Wrap it up.
Okay, I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that.
PSSSSSS. Hi.
Okay, cool. I messaged her.
Alright.
Wait, I want to see. You know what? She's gonna look at me and be like, "Oh no!" But I swear, when I had curls, I looked like her.
Wait, dude, just post a video of you just like doing all the different things she's doing that one. Just like be like, see? And like you like the different angles.
That's crazy. I love her. I can't believe this. The screenshot I sent you. I can't believe that. Like that Me,
That's
her
you.
looking up. Guys, I think I want to cut my bangs in for this. That's
Do it.
crazy.
Let her cut her bangs.
Oh my god.
Let her cut him.
She blocks you.
Yeah, true.
Oop.
You getting blocked after that DM is like so crazy.
Oh my god, you know when someone says a doppelganger and you're like, yeah, alright. She actually does. And I
Yeah,
see it.
No, she does.
That's jarring.
Wow.
Every time
Wow.
everyone's like, hey, this looks like you, and it's just like some fucking guy.
Well, Chris, with us, that's under.
Oh, I'm gonna
that's
send a
understandable.
photo. I'm gonna send that screenshot to Reese and be like, "Isn't this a cute photo of me?" and see what he says.
Wait, that's funny.
Or be like, should I get tats?
Well, I'm gonna send this and be like, "Don't I look good here?" Super old
Ooh,
pic.
trap him. Yeah, get him.
Wait, trap.
Okay, let's see if he notices.
YouTube.
Let's see if he notices. You can see her tat on her arm a little bit and the neck. Let's see if she. Let's see if he goes.
Wait, that's actually so funny.
Let's see if he's.
Oh
Wait,
my
send it to your
god.
mom. Send it to your mom too, but like
Okay.
the one of all the tats. Be like, Mom, I did something crazy.
Ready? Mom, I got.
Oh my god, that'd be hilarious.
I got a tattoo.
I got a tat. Tori.
Do you like it?
If she calls you, you
answer on
immediately
stream.
you have to put it on speaker.
Yeah. And I cut my fringe. Let's see
We're
too.
fringeless.
Fringe too.
Oh, that's so funny.
That is
This is
actually
wild.
me. I can't believe like that other pic.
No, it genuinely, it looks so. You
Mom
guys
living
look
a
so
double
alike.
life. She's gonna be like, oh, I have to tell you something. That's your sister. She's evil and talented and pretty.
Or your dad's like, so dear. I got
Sorry,
some good
dear.
news.
I
just
Bad
can't
news.
get over. I can't get over this.
There was a
There's
special
15
night.
of ya. There's
Oh,
15
she's read it.
of
Mum's
ya.
read it. Mum's read it.
Academy.
Mum's read it.
You look great, doll.
Wait a minute.
She's typing.
Uh-oh.
Dear,
You
what
did
is this
not.
kind of- is this AI, dear?
She said you did not.
I got it for free. Do you like it?
You did not.
Oh my
Wait, she hasn't
God.
said that. That's not you though. She just
No.
said you
That's
did.
you?
On the arm. Do you see it? Plus, I'm drawing in it. She's not even like questioning it. I'm gonna call her right now, actually. Appeal on? No, it's real. She's not even questioning the face.
That's wild.
I'm gonna call her. Do you want me to call her? I'm gonna just talk to her about it.
This is funny. You got it.
Where is it?
You did not.
I did. I did.
Oh, you didn't.
You're
You've been
live, by the
online all
way.
morning. So, honey?
I'm live. Do you hear me? You're live. I'm live. Sorry. So just in case you say something, but you won't because you're an angel. Do you like it?
Oh, yeah, it's great.
So do you think that looks like me, that person?
No.
What?
Very close.
Oh. What? You didn't even
You've
question
been
it when I
online
sent
all
you
morning.
it.
You've been online all
Damn.
morning, darling.
Yeah, but look at her face. Doesn't that look like me with bangs?
Very much so. Who is it?
It's a random girl from Sydney.
Oh, my gosh.
Do you have something to tell me?
Well, not long after you were born, another child slid out, and we decided that one of you was all that I wanted and could ever love, my darling.
Oh, thank you, darling.
That's all right, darling.
Well, anyway, I just wanted to show you my doppelganger and try to prank you.
I tell you what, that's absolutely amazing because the first thing is I enlarged the picture and I saw she's got like a tattoo on her shoulder.
Yeah.
I looked at it and I went, well, I know she's been online all morning, so someone's having a little jokey-wokey with their mummy badummy.
Yeah.
And, but she just didn't quite, I could see, but I knew it wasn't you, but I thought, man, it's close though.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, I know my dupes, darling. I know my little doobie-loobie McDoobie movie.
Can you tell your mom I said hi?
darling, it's lovely to hear your voice. I love
We
you
all
very
say hi.
much.
Love you,
We
Chris.
all say hi.
Chris, Crispy, and Sammy said hi.
Oh, hello, Chris, Crispy, and Sammy. That's lovely.
That's lovely, darling.
I'm so pleased actually that this phone worked because it only works when it wants to.
Oh, doll.
Oh,
Where'd you
doll,
get your
I'll tell you
new
what,
one?
Doll. Yes, doll, to do something. Oh.
Anyway,
all
I'll
right,
go
well-
get a tattoo then.
Oh, honey,
Yeah.
let's have a cup of coffee and a little chat, because then maybe we could get matching ones.
Okay, sounds good.
All right, honey.
All
Plot
right.
twist.
Sounds good.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Bye,
Oh
my
my
love.
God.
I love you.
you, darling.
I love you most.
Love you, bye. Okay, so she
I think
knew.
it's wild.
You know what's crazy? It's like that's what Carla's gonna sound like circa like 30 years from now.
30 years
Like,
from now, that's just Carla. That's just Carla. Yeah.
True,
But your
true.
mom's hilarious.
Thank you.
No, your mom's so funny, dude. Oh my God.
Damn, okay, so she kind of, I reckon she did believe it, but she's playing it, I reckon I look like her, but she went, no, I could tell.
What is this, Chris?
Who is that, Chris?
Chris, why do you send this?
That's crispy.
Crispy?
Oh, it looks nothing like me. It doesn't look like me at all.
Like Crispy.
Wait, apparently their partner's
nothing
watching
like me.
stream. I don't know if it's real. Are you real?
Wait, what? Wait, their partners watching stream? What partner?
Yeah, my twin's partner.
Chat.
Wait, really?
Boyfriend,
Wait,
girlfriend?
really?
If it's
Partner?
actually you, when I had bangs, and because I have curly hair as well, I swear to you, I can see it. Especially this, if this is actually you, this is like me.
Oh, they text you on Insta.
We texted on Insta? Did you actually? You did! Are you Maltese?
Oh my gosh! Wait, this is so fun.
Are you
Wait.
Maltese or Italian? She's not evil. No, I'm not evil, you're not evil. Can we be friends? Because
Not evil.
I think I want to cut my bangs in just so we can do this. And then also, can you tattoo me? One day,
All
this
the
would be
things.
great.
This is crazy.
Wait, are you
Wait, this
Maltese
is the
or,
beginning
or
of something
Italian?
beautiful.
You have to. You have to
Crispy,
be.
I've been thinking about how anything could happen, bro.
No, I wish I had the same
Sammy,
haircut because I used to have the same
I've been
haircut as
saying.
you. Tattoo stream! Yeah! That's so funny. Someone in Chris's chat linked your Instagram and we opened
Yeah,
it on
like the
stream. And usually when people
Like the
do
lamp.
doppelgangers, I'm like,
Not
yeah,
the lamp,
okay.
yeah.
But I opened it and I went, oh no. This is real.
Yeah.
Neither. Really? I would love to see what your parents look like. That sounds so sus. Why don't we go get a coffee? Let's go get a coffee. We'll get our birth certificates out. Do you see it a little bit, or is it because my bangs aren't out? I swear when I had bangs, this could happen. Lachlan, you're one lucky guy. Hey, bring it in. Nah, I'm joking. I'm joking.
Bring it in.
You're one lucky lad.
Wait, I gotta find a bangs pic. Double date with
God, you have
Reese.
so many.
I texted, by the way, did you hear me talk to my mum just then? And then I also messaged my boyfriend and I went, do I look good here? Well, don't I look good here? Super old pic. But like he has tattoos and surely he notices the tattoo. But maybe he won't. Oh, the bangs. Guys, I need a good bang pic. Let me see. Is all the mum clip? Okay. Sorry guys, not me. I'll mute so you don't hear this. Let me see if I can find an old bang
I'm
pic.
honestly living.
No,
Ask her,
I'm
is
locked
she
in.
short or tall?
Oh yeah, how
Is she
tall are
short like
you?
you or is she tall as hell?
How tall are you?
Imagine she's like 6 foot.
That would be so cool. Oh, this is an old one.
It would be the Chris version of you, but you. Wait.
What?
There she is.
I'm 5'1". Wait, hold me.
She's 5'6".
Hold me.
Can I say that?
I
Wait,
guess,
how
yes.
old are you? Who's older?
Oh, she's definitely 25.
Wait, you see it too?
No, I'd
Can
say
we be best
27.
friends? I've always wanted to be best friends with myself. Yes.
Wait.
22.
22.
Oh my god, I'm 30.
Wait, she's so young. That's man. That's crazy.
Oh no. I'm an old little whore.
She's 22 and she's tattooing that great. Oh
Wow,
my god,
you're
she's
talented.
got a future.
I'm glad one of us
You got
is.
very
a
talented.
future, dude.
When's your birthday? What's your mother's maiden name? What street did you grow up on? Last 3 digits on your card. Wow, so talented at 22. What do I got going for me?
Dude, you gotta chat with people loving it.
Do you like cats? Do you like The Simpsons? Come over tonight. Sorry.
When I was 22, I was going to like the pizza place on
You have
Friday
Terry,
night. Still.
true. Wait, I have a baby sister now. This would be the best tattoo stream. I'm down.
Bro,
I'm
oh
down.
my god.
This is a bit deep. We just met, but my cat died 2 weeks ago, and I want to get this tattooed on me. But also, just do whatever you want on me. Wow.
Because we know you have a lot of tattoos.
Okay, my
Oh, okay. Show the tats off. Yeah, show it off. No, shut up, Lachlan. I mean, wait.
Her cat passed away also? Oh, great.
Wait, when did your cat pass?
Wait, you guys are literally.
What was
the
their
same
name?
person.
Are we trauma bonded? The ashes are getting delivered in 2 hours.
This is actually, you couldn't script this.
I'm so sorry, but also
I haven't
what?
think about how anything.
A black
can
cat named Salem in Feb.
Sammy,
Aw.
this is proof that when you
How
really
old
think
is
about it,
Salem? When's
when
your
you put
birthday
your
as
mind
well?
to it,
I'm Feb.
and you think about it, anything can happen.
Wait, do I call on Insta? Yes, call on Insta. Call. I'm interested. Do you mind if we just call real quick, guys?
Yeah, I don't
Are you guys gonna have a chat?
I'm
This is
invested
amazing.
at this point.
Yeah.
So heck it.
I'm interested.
I'm sitting
Wait,
back.
I wonder if I can answer on stream. Unless you don't want that. I wonder if that works. Because also...
Well, we can't hear.
Oh yeah, I could probably put it on my thing. Oh my god, calling. Oh my god. Hello?
Put it on my thing. Hello. Calling.
I can hear myself. Oh my god, hey.
Hi, how are you?
What the hell?
Wait, I can hear you both on stream and through this.
Sorry. Oh my god, wait. Stop. I can't believe you're Sydney
This
as
is-
well.
Yeah, this is actually the second time somebody's told me that we look alike.
Stop. When was the first time?
I actually got stopped at work by a person that was being tattooed by one of my co-workers, and she was like, "Oh, do you know Carla?" And I'm like, "Oh, no." She was like, "Oh, you guys could be sisters."
What?
I'm like, what the fuck is happening?
What did you think when I messaged you? Were you like creeped out a little bit, or were you like, I'm down?
Well, like 2 minutes before you messaged, I'd literally just gotten a comment on one of my videos linking you, saying that we look exactly the same.
Oh my god. What? That's crazy. Because usually when people say I look like someone and I click on it, I never see the resemblance. But then when I opened your Instagram, I went, hang on.
Yeah, no, this has definitely happened before, so I do see it, I do get it, but I think you need to bring back the bangs.
I honestly, you've made me want to do it. Wait, without doxing yourself, whereabouts in Sydney are you?
Town Hall.
Oh, really? That's fun. Okay.
Yeah, what about you?
I'm out west, but I'll travel for love. By love, I mean platonic, best friendship, sisterhood.
Yeah, well, if I'm tattooing you and your mum, it'll be great.
Oh my god!
Oh.
This is the best day of my life. Hi, Lachlan.
Wait,
Mine too.
Hi, how are you?
Good. Do you want to be friends as well? I'm interested.
Of course. This
Okay.
is so fucking wild. And Reese is like, no, don't text her on stream. No, don't do this. And I'm like, stop. This would make the best fucking TikTok ever.
Oh my god. Okay. Thanks,
really will.
guys.
Oh,
Wait, we'll
would
do
be
a
a good
collab on
TikTok.
Instagram.
Done. Let's do it.
Oh my god, guys, you've made my whole day. This is amazing. I'm so happy.
This is not the way I thought today would go, but
Look
very
at
happy
us.
about it.
Look at us. Rest in peace, Salem. Rest in peace, Mimi. We just found each other. It's just Salem and Mia bringing
Hell
us
yeah.
together, I feel.
At least they're together as well.
Someone said this happened so fast. It's true. Guys, have a beautiful day. Message me. Let's be friends. I'm interested.
You too, of course. We'll see you soon, don't worry.
Oh, thanks, guys. Bye.
Bye-bye, see you later.
Bye. Oh,
This is so cute.
Wait,
oh.
that was adorable.
I feel like I needed that. I've been so depressed this week.
Dude, can I just say that was a great reminder that like there's actual good and
No.
fun interactions to be had with people in the world.
So
You know what I mean?
True.
So
Like,
true.
It's so hard to think about that sometimes, but like people genuinely are good.
No,
out there,
it's so
there's good people out there,
true.
like-
So true.
And this is gonna go viral too. Seriously.
Wow.
And it's
It
gonna
could,
be
it actually
it's gonna be
could.
us three in the corner going.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm so. Isn't it crazy though that they were? Whoa! Isn't it crazy that someone stopped them as well?
Yes.
Yeah, that's wild.
And I think I'm gonna
Wait.
cut bangs now again. I think that's the sign.
Oh my god. Maybe
not
maybe
Guys, my title is Life is Worth Living.
Oh my god, it is
Randomly.
worth living.
Dude, oh my god, life
It is
is
so worth
worth
living.
bro.
What the hell?
Holy.
wisdom.
I can't believe that happened so fast. I
That
feel like
did.
That
was
escalated
out of a
so
movie.
quickly, but
Which means
in the
they
most
also
beautiful
have
way.
whimsy because they didn't even hesitate. They also have
Well, they're a
whimsy,
tattoo
guys.
artist, They have to have whimsy. That's just makes
That's
I
true.
know, Lachlan.
Sure
I'm
is.
actually like being tattooed by the goat. It's meant to be. Because I didn't know what. I don't have a tattoo. I'm a blank slate. I'm blank you.
Yeah, those arms need some color or some ink.
I'm your canvas. Okay,
No,
I don't
refreshing
tan.
canvas.
I don't tan. You know that.
Wait, can we also
So
talk about how the
talented.
fuck Chris thinks that guy looks like me? Because what the
Because I was
I don't-
laughing
I
for
don't
a
know.
long time about that.
Just
And in
saying, like,
Sydney,
you know, I'm not
too.
gonna let that go.
It's so rare actually finding someone in Sydney. Like everyone's in Melbs. Oh my
that
god.
right?
This could be a girl from like San Francisco, but the fact that she's like kind of close to you is meant to be.
I know.
That is wild.
Now what?
How fun.
Wait, let
Dude,
me.
how do we?
I'll see you
We
guys
can't
later.
top that. All right, later,
Honestly,
guys.
I'll
That was
go
fun.
to bed.
Yeah,
TBA.
good night, yeah.
Yo,
Guys,
honestly,
give
that's
us some
300.
love.
It's over. Fuck it.
Oh
Don't
my
get cut by it.
god. I'm waiting
that
for
was the
Reese to
end.
respond.
Wait, you know what's crazy? Her name is Risa and Reese.
Wait, is that how you say it, Risa?
Oh,
Am I saying that right?
I think so.
Risa?
I think so.
Gorge name too.
I stream
Risa
over.
Pisa?
We gotta go.
Oh my
Carla,
goodness.
Can't
imagine
top
when
that.
When I come visit, I get a tat.
Do it! Yeah, Risa. Oh, beautiful. Wait, no
Yup.
way. Reese and Risa. That's so crazy. Oh my god.
That's not crispy. That's burnt. That's burnt
Not
gameplay.
burnt.
That's.
Found my
Matter of
secret
fact,
twin and
call
got her
him
to
Crispy.
tattoo me.
Call him up.
You know
Crispy,
what?
Come on.
Give me his number. I'm calling him right now.
Guys, let's all
I'm
call
calling him
our
right now.
doppelgangers. Let's do it.
Call him up. Matter of fact.
That's so funny. I haven't
Chris,
been
no NPC.
I haven't been stopped by anyone in years, and the fact that Risa got stopped by someone is hilarious because I don't get noticed at all. I'm just an
I was
Australian.
like, are you
fuck.
Carla or her sister?
That's so
good.
funny. This is wild. I can't believe how quick that happened, but I'm not even no regrets at
Yeah.
all.
She's
No regrets.
got
She's got away.
God.
away.
Reese's Pieces, real. Okay, which one of you stopped them? Okay, so what are we doing? Are we doing Geo?
I'm down.
I believe
and
so.
We can
Girl,
set
I
the
think
board.
we end.
Oh, the
We've
board.
done it
Yeah, we
today.
did.
This
I
is a
think we
real
just-
live
me?
shift
Oh,
at
We've
midnight.
done it today.
Shift at midnight, done.
over.
Sam, you know, people want us to have fun.
Yeah.
We've had maximum fun right there.
Oh
It's
my god,
over.
Cole,
You know
thank you for
what?
giving Lachlan. I appreciate that. Sorry. I was too consumed.
When Sammy says let's end, you know it's over.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
true.
I'm down for Gia. I'm down for Gia.
Geo. Oh, we got to do the board too.
Yeah. So wait, hold on.
True.
Light the lamp. Are you
Let's
a
cook.
sub in Carla's? If not, we gotta gift you one.
Oh, is Light the Lamp the one that
Yep. They're the one who started this whole rigmarole.
That's
chain of events.
wild.
Massive double hue.
wow.
Wait, Light the lamp. Go over there and say hi, and I'll gift you one.
My god. When are we getting a twin commit that linked to her?
Oh man,
Wow, that's so
You guys gonna-
cool.
that's really cool.
It's funny because Reese always said, when we're talking about tattoos, he's like, you gotta find an artist you connect with and you like. Like, don't go for the place, go for the
yeah.
artist. And I was like, God, I don't know where to start. Oh, don't worry. Got it.
Yeah, no big deal.
Found them. All good.
The universe
No.
said, "Here you go, girl."
Her work is sick too.
Yeah. So
Where there
talented.
lights
22.
the lamp.
What the
not
hell?
The rat.
Oh my
Bang.
god.
22.
To walk you all through it. Yes. That's amazing.
You naughty
Absolute
boy.
dub.
Chris Melberger has gifted
there
a
it
sub
is.
to light the
Chris,
lamp, not the
thanks.
rat.
That's really nice.
Aw.
Light, thank you for
You know what?
linking us. That's cool.
Hannah says Mia sent her a cheer me up. That's really nice.
No, I honestly I believe that.
really
Because I'm literally getting her ashes in a couple hours, and I'm streaming to just giggle a bit. So
Aw.
that's real nice. Aw. No, but you know what?
I love
I can't get over this because we've always had people link other Instagrams being like, "Oh, Carla, this is so you," and every time I'm like, no offense to this person, but this is not me. Like, I don't see it. But this is the first one I've actually looked at and gone, that's me. Like, I can't get over this. Sorry, Risa, I know this is annoying. But, like, this is me when I had bangs. Like, that angle's me. That's crazy.
At least you know she's gonna look great at 30, someone wrote.
Hey,
Hey, this is
I have
30.
great news for you.
This is 30.
We are aging great,
You
babe.
got some great years coming up.
You got some great years.
Let her know the routine. Let her know what you're eating. Nah.
That's so funny. Love that. Can't wait for 30, babe. Wait, when you're 30, I'll be 38. And then I'll be like, hey, this is good. 40s, you're gonna love
You can
it.
see, yeah, I was gonna say you can see every decade what you're gonna look like 10 years from now, kind of.
Perfect.
Sort of.
Perfect.
My cute.
Then 40. Fuck, it's over.
Hey, Carla, shut up.
Hey, you look really good for your age.
Naughty boy.
Undecided
do.
has gifted a sub to
You both do.
Raquel
You all
Lava.
do. Raquel, thank you
You're
so
all
much for
wonderful.
the
Wait, guys.
the undecided. Thank
you
you
guys
for
wanna start
gifting
cooking on
Raquel.
ideas for the bingo
And happy
board, like,
birthday
maybe
as
ones that would be
well.
funny or
Oh my
tough?
god, Morgan, thank
What
you
would
for doing
be
that.
some really funny ones?
Thank you.
Should we just put cat again, just because?
Yes,
Yes,
please.
put cat
And
again.
don't and let me
Cat
get
has
it.
to be there again.
Wait, how about Spider-Man? Just Spider-Man. So it's
Okay.
other
Spider-Man.
shirt.
Hog?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, hold on.
Hog? Could
Yeah.
it be multiple types of hogs?
Yeah.
How about horse? A horse.
Horse is random.
Okay.
I want something goofy.
Skateboard.
Maybe a specific type of
Skateboard
balloon
is
color.
cool. Like someone
Skateboard?
skateboarding?
Yeah, someone skating.
Maybe
Yeah,
a blue balloon.
Skateboard or
Skateboard
skateboarding.
particularly though, not like roller skates.
Yeah. Yes, skateboard.
How about just skateboard with person? So either
Okay.
they're holding it or they're
That's fine.
running
Okay.
it.
Yeah.
And put
yeah,
put
that
in
makes
blue balloon for a laugh. It has to be a blue balloon.
A blue balloon. I
Yeah.
love it.
Mhm.
sense. Blue balloon.
Blue
Balloon.
balloon.
Yeah, let's run back Pride. Let's
Ooh.
run back the Pride flag.
Yeah, pride
Pride was
and
fun.
do puddle. Like a puddle
Pride?
on the on
Okay.
the floor or something. Puddle.
Puddle?
Huddle.
No, how about this? Reflection in a puddle.
Of what?
Reflection
Anything?
in a puddle. Any.
A reflection of
uh,
anything
Just
in
a
the puddle.
reflection.
So you see
Oh, okay.
reflection.
Speaking of reflection, what about a mirror?
Okay,
that
don't
hard?
Get, let's not get crazy.
Ah, come on.
Mirror might be tricky.
Oh wait, Red Bull
Only
sign.
'cause they're
Red
gonna
Bull
be
sign.
inside.
Red Bull logo.
Red
Yeah.
Bull logo.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Red Bull logo. Oh, what about Helix mattress?
Helix
Bro,
mattress.
I'll be a monkey's uncle if they've got a billboard. I'll watch you guys.
How about
Oh,
a
yard sale, a tattoo.
tattoo?
Yep.
Tattoo. Someone
And
tatted.
Tattoo.
yard sale sign.
Yard
Should
sale
we-
sign. I like it.
Wait, yard sale sounds good.
Which could be
Probably
like
also
garage
we're doing
sale
cities.
too.
Problem with yard sale sign is cities. It's gonna be tough.
Cities, it's gonna be tough. Yeah.
But not impossible.
Yeah, I like it. Because we didn't get everyone
Alright,
on the
fine,
board last
sure.
time.
Yard sale.
Yale sale.
sign.
Ooh, a mannequin.
Oh,
sign
ice cream
said.
truck as
That'd
well.
be good.
A mannequin. How do you spell
Yeah.
that? Loki.
Man, a can.
MANNEQUIN.
I spelled it.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Sorry. Thank
Is,
you.
are wanted
you ask
posters
that?
actually a thing?
I spelled it.
Traffic cone, or is that too easy?
Oh, we gotta get some
It's
easy
either gonna be
ones in
too
there.
easy or too hard.
Yeah, it's
No.
fine. You can put it on there.
There's so many traffic cones.
What about
Yo.
a Coca-Cola sign? That too easy?
How about a beer logo?
Okay. How about roadwork sign?
Your logo's easy.
Roadwork.
Beer logo. What'd you
What
say?
about railroad tracks?
Railroad
Oh,
tracks.
I sure hope it
alright,
does.
how about instead of roadwork sign, a hard hat? Just like a hard hat, either
Ooh.
laying on the
Hard
ground or on somebody.
Well, I hope it's a hard hat,
Okay,
not a
hard
soft
No
hat.
matter what.
Wait, garden gnome. Garden gnome.
Oh, I
Garden
like
gnome is
that.
funny.
Yeah, garden
Also, a
gnome.
Pokemon, any type.
Any
Okay.
Pokemon.
Any kind
in
of
any
Pokemon.
capacity.
Burger
The
burger
logo.
place. Burger place. or a burger.
Twins, someone said.
Twins. Twins.
Twins.
Risa and Carla in a taxi.
Twins walking past is so funny.
Oh, Minions. Minions is funny.
Oh, Minions. Yeah, we gotta do Minions
Wait, how
because
about
we almost
Minions
got Austin.
multiple? You need to find more than one. Or is that crazy?
More than one minion?
I mean, we
Yeah,
did
well,
in
I
think
Japan.
it'd be
Multiple
tough to even find
Minyai.
one.
Minyai.
Minyai. Sammy, wisdom.
2 plus.
Wisdom. 2 plus minions.
2 plus
What about-
One, it's like,
Ah.
What about
Wait, isn't it Shark Week? A shark. Not like a
Not
real
this
shark,
week.
but like
Right. I like a shark. We could do a shark.
I mean,
Like
it
a
depends on who you're talking to,
logo
Crispy. Shark, that's fine.
what about flannel?
Cop lights?
Flannel.
A flannel. Cop car lights on? Or is that fucked up and too much?
Yeah, that'd be hard, I think.
It might be tricky.
Yeah.
is the
How
only
much do we
thing.
need? How much do we need?
We only need 5 more.
All right. Do you get ice cream truck?
How about penis? Penis again.
All right,
or
penis.
boobs for graffiti.
Okay, penis or
Boob.
boobs. Sammy's face gives me life. Love you, Samantha.
Sammy's
Like no, like
whoa.
let's discuss this. Like
Whiplash.
we're speaking like
Graffiti.
like an image of a graffiti specifically.
Yeah.
Any-
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I doubt you're just gonna see like a
Hi,
real
Seth.
life image out
Well,
there.
Crispy,
like,
Crispy,
Hey,
challenge
anything
accepted.
happen.
The Google
Anything
truck is
happen.
coming around today.
Accepted is crazy.
you know, I'll count it if you can find it.
Okay.
We should do something like on a building or like something like structural.
Maybe like a clock?
How about a mural? A mural.
Okay, a mural.
Okay.
Mural works.
Sign for toilet?
Mural on wall.
Wait, a
is this-
toilet is funny. Like a random toilet, like on the sidewalk or something. That's funny.
How about a broken toilet? That you have to find one that's
broken toilet's funny.
Ooh,
Yeah.
QR
Broken
code,
toilet.
QR code.
Okay, sure.
That seems too easy. Am I crazy?
We
But
got
maybe-
some
maybe
easy
we
ones.
need a
Nowadays
free
it
one.
does feel.
We
too
said
easy.
we said
QR
that
code.
about cat, and look what happened.
Okay, one
That's
more.
true. But well, also we were in the
Green,
jungle. half
green
the time.
car, green car.
I feel like that's too easy.
Green though.
Yeah.
How about a cow?
A cow.
Cow's
We have too
great.
many
I like cow.
animals.
How about?
Oh, do we?
How about this?
I think
How
we
about
did.
Car with
Oh, 'cause we
stripe
have
on the
horse
bonnet.
and cat.
Electric vehicle charger.
shoes on power lines?
Shoes on power lines is
Ooh,
good.
Shoes
I
on
like
power
that.
lines.
No, yeah, that's good. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
All right, I'm gonna read them back. Let me know if any of these suck ass.
Okay.
Spider-Man.
Okay.
Horse.
Okay.
Skateboard with a person. Blue balloon. Pride gay. Reflection in puddle. Red Bull logo. Tattoo.
Maybe put like pride flag on there. You know what I mean?
No,
Like-
Sammy, let him finish.
No. Let him dig his own grave. It's fine.
Okay, I'm sorry. That's my bad. Go ahead.
Well, because there's like a lion pride. There's pride in other things.
Chris, I'm
that
pretty
might
sure
be
we
on
know
school.
what you mean. Like,
Okay. Mannequin. Yard
Mannequin's
sale
cool.
sign.
Okay.
Beer logo. I'm down to get rid of beer logo for something more interesting.
yeah. How about movie poster
Or
Here we go.
broken window.
or broken window
Sure.
What do you guys like more? Movie poster or broken?
Do we have cat on the board?
or secret third option?
We don't have cat. Should we do?
Oh
street
no, for cat.
Cat.
Yeah.
Oh, we
cat.
definitely want cat.
Yeah, we gotta
Yeah,
roll that
free
back.
cat.
We
And
got- we
don't.
gotta run
And
cat
I'm
back.
finding it
On the street.
specifically.
No, it doesn't have to be on the street. It could be in the house.
And can
Like, if
it
you see
be?
the reflection of it in the window?
Can it
But it has
be
to
a
be clear.
statue?
But it has to be the actual animal.
Cat real.
It has to be the animal.
Alive. Okay. Railroad tracks. Hard hat.
Wait, people are saying strip club. That's funny.
Strip club is kind of funny.
All right, I'm getting rid of burger place for strip club.
Okay. Now what the hell?
Minions 2
No,
plus.
that's great.
Shark. Instead of flannel, can we do bald man or bald person?
Ooh, I like it.
Oh,
Absolutely.
I like bald. I like
Absolutely.
bald.
Bald person.
Wild comms.
Graffiti shaft or boob.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay,
Mural
sure.
on wall.
Yep.
Okay.
Balls for the table.
Broken toilet.
That one's funny.
QR code.
Mhm.
And then shoes on power lines.
Mhm.
And that's
Can I
it.
be that guy? I feel like,
like
we could
it.
do better than QR code.
I feel like we could as well.
Okay, change it.
Carl,
What do you
change
want?
it,
What do you
though.
want
Give
instead?
us something.
You change it, though.
Do you have blue balloon? Maybe. Should we do slice of pizza? Like you can actually see a slice? Or, okay, faces, people don't like that. Why don't we do a chicken?
A chicken! Alive.
Chicken
Alive.
is fun. We're gonna have a hard
chicken
time
live.
finding it though in the city.
Okay,
What
oh
if
wait,
what if
city,
it's
city,
pizza?
city. How about,
Pizza's pie, but one slice missing?
No, that's
Pizza
crazy.
with
That's
one
too
slice
specific.
missing.
That's
What
too
about-
specific.
My bad.
What about high heels? Someone's wearing high heels.
That's too easy with strip club.
Yeah, but are we gonna
Oh,
find a
that's
strip
true.
club?
Yeah.
It's a 2-for-1
I
special.
think we will. I think we will.
Okay.
I think we
Christmas
will as
lights?
well.
Bike with wheel missing? Or businessman holding a briefcase?
Ooh, wait, I like that.
I
This is
kinda-
man holding briefcase.
I like that one. I like
Okay.
that one.
Suit man with briefcase.
What if it's
I
suit
like
woman?
it. Yeah, or
Suit-
suit woman with briefcase.
Suit
Suit
person.
person with suitcase.
Suit person.
With
Yeah.
briefcase.
Yes.
Yes.
Briefcase
Okay, I like
is
it.
different.
That's my
So
that's my bad.
Yeah, you're
Oh,
good. So
yeah, me
briefcase
too,
is
Sammy,
like
my
the
bad.
leather guy that you hold in your hand.
Yeah.
A
We already have
briefcase.
tattoo guys. Okay, I'm making the room.
All right, let's do this.
Yippee! Also,
Yeah.
we're all friends, and this is just for fun.
Oh yeah,
You
good
guys-
idea.
Yes. Guys,
Guys, we're all friends. It's for fun. So we don't have to take it too serious. We are gonna
if
kick
we
their ass.
banter, it is banter. Just remember that.
And it's banter
Yes.
between people who have a pre-established friendship. so
Pre-established
that's
is
good.
so funny. Pre-established.
Oh, password is this.
Pre-established.
That's
the password.
crazy. Okay,
Okay, bet.
cool.
How's that crazy?
No, I was just
Squashing the beef.
Wait, wait, the password's wrong. Wait, am I high?
Oh, is it not working?
I don't know.
It's
is
the
it?
stupid Google thing that tries to like put its own passwords in. I think.
Oh, it says
That should work.
incorrect.
No, it's
is
not.
there-
It's not correct.
Fuck.
Yeah.
Hold on. Try that. Wait, try this.
Okay.
Or try this. I actually don't
Okay.
remember when I made it, and I'm weird.
Just. Oh no.
Oh
Okay.
no.
Oh no. Wait.
Roast-
Maybe a space.
Any of those work?
None of those
No,
work.
none of these work.
No,
this?
Chris.
Oh sheesh.
Try that one as well.
Did you just spell it wrong? Maybe. That didn't
Chris,
work.
this is not the
Oh,
password.
this is tragic. This is tragic.
Let me
What if I
try.
ended-
What if I?
You can't reset it. The password.
No, we can figure this out.
No.
Chris, lock in.
Oh. Duh.
There's no way to reset it.
I'll try Clunt. No.
What was the password last time?
Let's scroll up.
Let's
Yeah.
do a quick scroll.
Let's see.
God, we did a lot, didn't we? Yeah.
Good.
Okay. I'll try again. That
was-
didn't work.
Yeah, it was one that you had.
One that you already posted. Yeah.
It was or no?
It was.
Did it accidentally autofill it?
Oh yeah, was it an
Yeah,
autofill
maybe.
password?
Would you have to restart then?
Hi, Puffin.
Probably, but take a screenshot of the board so that you
That's
can
what I mean,
fill
but
it
it was
back in.
therapeutic.
Yeah, I
Hell
don't wanna
yeah.
lose the board. Oh, that's annoying.
Worst case, we can speedrun it because I remember it. She's got
I have
away.
Hey.
She's got away. What is this? Yeah, it's one that saves. How do maybe I can see it?
I don't know.
Bingo sync.
Uh-oh.
Hold on. I'm checking to see if I can see the saved passwords.
Okay.
Okay, bet.
Oh, okay, wait, try. Okay, there's two other ones you could try here. Try this,
Okay.
and then all. See if that one
Of
works.
course. No, of course.
For sure, that didn't
That
work.
one didn't work.
Okay, try this.
Crazy.
What is that
Okay,
even?
hold on.
Didn't work either.
No.
And then try this.
Didn't work.
That's gonna be it.
No.
Didn't
Nope.
work.
Okay, and one last. Try this.
I think I tried that. No.
Didn't work.
Oh,
You know what? It was not meant to be. That's the weird room. Okay.
That room's weird.
Yeah, that
Sorry.
room was really weird. Just
Really
Okay.
weird room.
New
screenshot
password.
and re-go.
New password. Okay.
That's so funny.
Okay. So the new room password is gonna be this up front.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
Is this the same room we did, or are you doing another link?
I'm doing a new link. I have to set everything up though real fast.
Okay.
That's okay. It's okay.
All good.
Oh.
Sean, you know what? I've been there.
Jeez,
I've been there
God.
before.
Jesus, yeah.
Okay. Grabbing the JSON link. I have to just type in everything again. No problem though. Okay. So I have the old one over here. All right. Spider-Man.
Have they tried this?
It's also a good reminder of the words. Do we want to do the same team as last time, by the way, or no?
Yeah, that's fine.
Oh, I'm fine
We
with
could run it
that.
back.
I love my Shayla.
I love my shays, and we need to
love
win.
the tour.
I
love
love.
to.
I go through hell, tour.
Oh man.
Do you remember them,
Pride
Chris, or do you
flag.
need help?
I have it all still.
Oh, okay, cool.
Yeah. Reflection in puddle.
I really want
I
Reese
like
to
the
respond.
logo. Red Bull logo. Tori.
Tattoo
Tattoo or tattoo shop?
I think someone
Tattoo, maybe?
tatted.
Yeah.
Add it
I
up.
reckon.
Yard sale sign. Ooh. Mana.
Get water
King.
while you're doing that.
Okay. Traffic cone.
I guess.
Cat alive.
Right now.
Railroad tracks. Okay. Hard hat.
Henry missed it. Oh, Henry would have loved that.
What?
Nothing.
Garden. No. Pokemon would be a fun one, I feel like. Pokemon. Strip club.
Strip club.
Minions. 2+. So a shirt with like 3 of them would go crazy.
Wow. Wait, you said Spider-Man 3+. What does that mean?
No, it's just Spider-Man.
Oh, okay, sorry.
That's okay.
No, you're good for it.
I'm good for it.
Now you're fine. Bald.
When are you
person.
seeing Spider-Man?
I don't know.
I don't know. I want to see that, and I want to see Odyssey.
True.
When are you seeing it?
I don't know.
All right.
Okay.
Mural on wall.
Mural on wall.
Broken toilet. Suit person
Hi, Cass.
with briefcase.
How are you doing? Stay at the theater all
on
weekend. Bring a
power line.
tent. Hang
Shoes
out.
on power lines. Okay, we have a bald person as well. Okay, perfect. All right.
Really, Kaylee? Ooh, I've heard really good things. I'm interested.
Good work. No.
The only reason why I'm a bit iffy on seeing it is the 3 hours. I feel like the last 3-hour movie I saw was a decade ago. But also,
Really set up. Let me just double check.
it's probably worth it because you get engrossed
Your
in it.
favorite slam poem?
So,
It might become a slam.
doesn't feel
poetress.
3 hours long? Okay, okay. Oh, wow. I came out wishing it was an hour longer. Okay. Interesting. Okay, cool. Then I better get a large popcorn.
Okay.
I know Reese wants to see it, but I've been like, yeah, we'll see it. But maybe I rip the band-aid off. Although I honestly want to see Spider-Man. But he saw it last night. I was meant to go, but I couldn't. Yeah, get yourself something nice.
Oh, okay. I see why I got goofed.
Oh, Panda True. Oh, Cass, yeah. Yum.
Okay, we're in. Okay, let me know if you guys get in here.
Link me.
New link. Password is the one above it. Should work. Yeah.
I'm in.
Letter.
I'm also in. We'll do purple again.
Yeah.
Let me put this over here. Got to get it on the screen, don't I? Oh, it's already
Mine's
ready
already
for
there.
me.
Yeah, me too. What the hell?
What the hell?
Me too. What the heck?
Ah.
Aw.
Oh, it's already perfectly there. Hell yeah.
Good for us.
Let me do a little testy test. Yep. Cool.
Yeah, why not?
Woo!
We needed this, guys.
Will there be music on? Because
really
hopefully
did.
there's music on here.
Yeah, we can get some music.
Yippee!
Yippee.
Yay! Everything's set up perfectly. I'm interested.
All right, so now the question is for Geo, what do we want to do for the mode? So I like the idea of what we did before, where it was like
The
Oh.
yeah.
5,
Mm-hmm.
invite your friends and play together.
Yeah, I like what we did last time with the mode, where it's like there was it a 5-minute timer
It was 10
Yeah,
minutes.
we can
or 10 minutes?
replicate
yeah, let's
that.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
We just need it to be the
feel like that's
last few
perfect.
maps that we did. Like that was perfect.
And just like cities.
Yeah.
Category is cities.
Shitty. Good answer. Good answer.
Cities.
Good answer. Good answer.
It's on the board, Steve.
And the
Okay.
board says not that.
The board says.
Have you seen the clip of that woman doing another name for mummy, and she keeps going, "Mama, mommy,
No, I haven't.
Nini."
Mom,
It's
mummy.
really good. Mama.
That is funny.
All right, are we ready? Did you invite us?
I'm
Chris?
setting it up. I'm
I'm
setting up
s-
right now, but I'm just trying to do the right thing.
Okay.
You're good for it.
Chris,
You
you're
are
known
good
to do the
for
right
it.
thing, brother.
No, so true. Sounds like we're glazing hard, but it's the truth.
Yeah.
You always do the right thing, man.
So
Okay.
glad
Oh,
that you
that's so
always do the
funny.
right thing.
Round time. I'm gonna go 10 minutes. 5 rounds. We can do 10 rounds. Should we do 10 rounds?
Let's do 10. Let's do 10.
10 rounds,
Ooh.
10
Category
rounds
is
away.
10.
Wait, Cass, that was me. Sorry.
World Cities. Let me invite you guys as well.
Thank you.
Kala,
Yippee.
Crispy, and Hankster Girl.
Oh, I
Thanks
just
for
got a
the
little
invites.
doo-doo.
Join. I'm
we're so
in.
Oh, we're in.
All right, now, do I click play and just see what happens?
Let me
Yeah.
format my my guest star real quick.
Okay, let
and
me go
then-
piss real
then we
quick
can
while we're here.
rumble.
Actually,
Yeah,
maybe
everybody
I'll. You know what? Piss us
do
for
what
the
you
table.
gotta do for a second.
Yeah, true.
You know what?
Be right
Matter
back.
of fact,
You know what?
Matter of
Matter of fact, be right back.
I'll stay here.
Crispy, I'll be here too, man. Let's vibe.
Bring it in.
Bring it in.
Oh
Heck
my
it.
gosh. Sammy, you know, I was sitting there.
Crispy.
I was sitting there thinking about
Sitting
how
there.
last full day at Nights at 300, and I was picturing last night under a moonlit sky,
Mm.
and I pondered to myself. I was staring at those
Mm.
beautiful stars, and
Mhm.
I thought,
As one does.
wow, anything can happen.
Crispy, and I think that's honestly something beautiful about the universe is like, even when you think, like, you're like, hey, I don't know what's going on, you can just take a step back, reflect, open your heart, and then anything could happen. And I think that's beautiful. I really do.
Wow. Preach. Oh man, that honestly hit me right here. You know?
No, you know what, Crispy? Like, I agree. Like, I genuinely think that we needed that today. I really do.
I think like when you really put your mind to it
Mm,
and you think about like where you're at in
mm,
your life and where the world is,
mm.
and then you pull up a Hankster Girl stream, you're sitting there in chat,
Mm.
and you just see all these lovely people, these names that you've known for so long, and you just sit back with your cup of coffee, your cat right next to you, and you just go, wow,
Absolutely,
anything
Crispy.
can happen.
Absolutely. And I was thinking about how lately, like, sometimes you're just walking down the street and you're like looking around and you notice like everybody's moving around and perhaps like they're moving fast and you're like, oh my God, why is everybody rushing right now? Why is everyone rushing to get from point A to point B? And it's like they haven't thought, Crispy, about maybe taking a seat, maybe slowing down a little bit,
Yeah.
What am I
smelling
coming
the
back to?
roses, and just thinking about how truly, like, at the end of the day, like, anything could happen. And I think that's
Anything
something
could
that we needed to hear
happen.
today.
Anything could happen.
Carla,
Guys,
we were
if you
doing
would
a
like
bit.
to purchase me and Crispy's
Yeah.
program, it's
Program?
the low cost of
It's-
$100 a month. The low cost.
There's 12 inspirational tracks done by me and
Yes.
Sammy Hangster Girl
Yes.
on this
On 10
wonderful
CDs.
CD.
12
10 CDs,
songs
yeah.
on 10 CDs.
Normally $200, but we're feeling generous today, so we got a 50% off discount going on now.
And it's 300.
That's awesome. Crispy, change to orange. You went to the wrong color.
I don't even know how to do that.
Anything could happen.
Choose color to orange.
5
On
payments
Bingo.
of $200.
Oh, sorry. I'm bingo
Yeah.
sing. You're good. You're
No,
good.
there you go. W. Okay. Are you guys
thought
ready?
you were talking about
Are you guys
Geoguess.
ready to rock and roll?
Yes.
Yes.
I can't hear you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Why does that at work always? Have you guys ever
I don't
noticed
know.
that? It
Human
works
nature.
even when the crowd kind of does a good job initially, they still say that, and you're like,
Yeah, and
"Bro,
you do
we did a
more."
good job the first time.
Yeah.
'Cause people are embarrassed, kind of.
True.
Real.
Yeah. Like I can hear you. Like, yeah, you fucking can. All right. You guys ready?
Yes.
Yes, I'm ready. I'm ready.
I'm ready. I'm ready. I'm ready.
Let's do this thing.
Let's lock in, baby.
Move!
All right, Chris, let's do this.
I'm
I'm
in.
going.
I want
I'm going the
music.
other
I
way.
want music. There's no
Okay,
music.
There's no music.
No.
Oh, where's the music?
Why
Oh
is
no.
not
I want the
hearing a briefcase,
music.
bro?
Looking for someone bald as hell. Or
Can you put music
SpongeBob.
on?
Traffic cone.
I don't know how to do it.
hard hat.
Not bald either.
I tried
Oh
my best.
no.
Why is he not bald?
I wonder
Where
if
are the
there's a
balls? Where are
Geo
the balls?
playlist.
Oh, come on, there's so many people here. Where are the balds?
Geo guess.
I need the
Graffiti,
balds.
graffiti.
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
Mural.
Wait, is hard hat one? Is hard hat
Yeah,
one?
hard hat. Hard hat.
Hard
got
hat
it.
is one.
I've got it.
Oh, Sammy with the quick strike.
Oh,
Damn it.
Sammy!
Move.
Shit. Oh, I see.
Hard hat,
construction.
bang. I'm
Wall-
in.
Wall mural. Wall mural. Wall mural.
Nice.
On the shipping
nice.
center west.
Nice. Huge.
Wall mural.
Wall.
Where is it?
I
don't
need a
see it.
bald.
Traffic
I
cone.
need a
Traffic cone.
bald.
Traffic cone. I got a
Okay.
traffic cone.
Nice.
Traffic
Is
cone.
that a bald? No, where'd he go?
Oh, come on. There's got to be a dick.
What am I
No, he has
looking for?
hair. He's got
Gotta be dick or
hair.
boob. Gotta
He's
be
got
dick or
hair,
boob. here.
boo.
Where are the balds?
Any balds, dude? This country
Why
has the
does
most
everybody
hair.
suddenly have hair?
Why are there so many hairs?
Hair everywhere. Hair left and right.
Cone. Traffic
is
cone. Oh, somebody
tragic.
found it. Fuck.
I already got it.
But
I already
we
got
found
it. I
Oh,
got
we're
it.
good.
Yeah, we're
for it.
good. We're good.
Okay.
Any businessmen?
Come
Oh,
on, bro.
This is not the vibe.
Not a
one's holding a
businessman.
fucking
I'm a
briefcase.
No one's holding a
businessman.
briefcase.
Not the
Joker
time.
Folle, I do. Oh my gosh.
I gotta lock in.
Man.
Wait, we didn't do movie poster, right? No, we didn't do. Movie
No, we didn't.
Poster.
Yeah, you're allowed to help. You're allowed to
people-
help because it's bingo, not like location.
Are they bald?
yeah.
Or is that a hat?
That's so. Oh, I found a
That's a
baldy.
beanie. That's a beanie.
No, I think I found a baldy.
Did you, Carla?
I think I found a bald eagle. Wait,
A bald eagle is
A bald
wild.
eagle.
he does not have hair. I'll show you.
So many
We'll
people
go
over
to
here
the.
that's
We'll go
full.
to the.
Go to the
I found a
council.
dog,
The council.
I found a dog, but
He's bald, I think.
No, I think we're the same guy.
Is he? He's bald. He's confirmed bald.
That's
I
bald.
Have a bald. I
Oh, you
have
have
a
a bald?
bald.
Double
Alright, Sam's got a
bald.
bald.
Double bald. Double bald.
Okay, that's fine.
Okay.
Crispy, that's fine.
Move
Crispy.
it on. Move
Okay,
it on.
it's 2-2. It's 2-2. Don't
Yeah,
panic.
2-2. I found a hard hat boy again.
I need tattoos.
Okay.
I can't find Geo
Oh,
music.
Tattoo or line.
Suspense music.
I
Wait,
know, right?
did we? Oh, we got rid of QR code, man. I have it.
I got a blue hat.
This is good.
Blue.
Nice. Okay.
I got like 80s synthwave on. That's
So many,
perfect.
so many wall murals everywhere. By the way, it's lovely.
Wait, what do we want on the
Is
raw?
there
Like
This is
penis?
Dublin.
Are we doing penis again?
This is Dublin.
Oh, we have an Avengers hoodie, but no Spider-Man.
Oh,
I found a mural, I think.
wow.
Oh wait, you got it.
We
Never
already have
mind.
mural.
Sorry.
We got it. We got it.
Yep,
That's
yep,
okay.
yep.
No worries.
Just walk back in.
Oh, we
babe.
are missing a thing of bingo.
Is that a chicken or no? That's a vulture.
Not a chicken.
Tattoo. Tattoo on his ankle.
Oh.
Bang.
Oh, on his ankle? What a
Tattoo
catch,
on the
dude.
ankle.
Oh, wow.
Why are you looking at ankles,
What
bro?
a pull.
Let's go.
Ank.
Ank.
Penis.
That's a nice tattoo. Back over here.
I'll find a peen in a second.
Garden gnome.
Cat.
I believe in
Spider-Man.
you.
There's got to be a
Thank
Spider-Man.
you.
Oh,
over
we got
here.
rid
Come on.
of beer logo too. I'm finding everything we don't have.
Where, Jules? Where? Where?
I'm looking for. I'm
Wait, is
looking
he on
for
a skateboard?
shoes. Looking for shoes.
Forest office.
Oh, skateboard's also one. Fuck.
He's not.
Wait, these aren't railroad tracks, but they're it has to be railroad.
No,
tracks.
I would.
Okay,
Yeah,
okay,
I would say it has to be a railroad.
Oh,
okay.
sorry.
That's a trolley.
You got
track,
me.
But...
Yeah.
There's gotta be a broken toilet.
We got a
paper
traffic
somewhere.
cone, didn't we? Yeah. Okay. Nice.
Yep, traffic cone's already grabbed.
Oh, mannequin!
Oh.
Oh.
Go!
Where's the
Oh.
strip
Gotta
club
get
when
one
you
now.
need it?
Long line.
I found another bald.
Oh, there's gotta be a cock over here. Come on.
No, I agree. Wait, is that a cock?
So-
Sorry.
Wild.
I'm gonna stop saying that.
There's gotta be. Come on.
It's okay. I'm not sponsored.
We're
You
not
Oh,
sponsored right now.
thank
We're
say,
fine, we're
God.
fine.
say what you need to say.
Say
what
what
you
you
need to
wanna say. Honestly,
Was that Pride Flag? No,
I
it's
wanna see you show shaft. Oh, sorry.
Wait,
I
drag
want to
queens.
see you crochet.
Drag queens.
That's awesome.
We're getting close to Pride
No
Flag.
boobs.
We're boobless.
I can change
No
that, Sammy.
boobs?
You let me know. I'll do what it takes to win.
No boobs.
Yeah.
Yeah, babes.
Like we need something here. Oh, we could argue this, but that's definitely a face.
Right.
Don't be fooled by the
Any
rocks
skaters
that I
or
got.
not really?
I'm still Carla
Not
from the
really.
block.
I saw a lot of people on a scooter, but no
Yeah, we're scooting over
skateboards.
here.
Oh, someone is
No,
definitely drawing
I went to
shaft down
Mannequin
here.
Alley. Now I can only see mannequins. Jesus Christ.
Oh, there's gotta be something weird here.
Burger King. I've literally been on this street. I'm not even kidding.
Wait, no way. Wait, where are we?
Yes.
Crispy? Where are we?
But I'm pretty sure this is Dublin, is it not?
It is. It is. Crispy.
Oh, I just saw the Irish
Me
flag.
too.
You're right.
I'm playing suspense music and it's getting real scary.
Nice.
Wait, that looks like
Horse?
That looks like our
Horse?
train.
Horse! Hans! Hans!
No.
Got a horse.
Horse?
Chat, that's a horse.
Is that-
Two
are that
horses.
boobs?
What?
Two horses.
No.
Two horses. Hans.
Let's go.
Oh wait, was that a
There's so
cat?
much graffiti.
Don't do this to me.
Was that a dog?
Leave cats alone.
Oh, it's just a weird little dog who doesn't have a leash on and is just walking around.
Come
What
on,
the
there's
heck?
gotta be a
Whose
stupid
dog is
dick.
that?
I don't know. It's just like cute little guy though.
Whose dog is that?
I'm finding shaft and cat.
There's none, man. I looked so hard.
No, well,
Bro, this is prime real estate for it too. Like I'm there.
Cobblestone Road. Oh, there's gotta be one on this.
Oh, there's Halloween decor. That's so cute.
How is there none?
how is there Halloween decor without a shaft?
That's what I'm saying.
Right.
So true, Carla.
Happy
Thank
face.
you. Oh, it's a pet store called Mimi's.
Aww.
Oh, it's cute.
Aw.
Oh,
Come on.
pussy shaft. It's great.
Excuse me.
Oh wait, hold.
Oh, blue balloon.
Oh yeah, true.
Oh my god.
Oh, we are
Dublin's
in
the
Dublin,
gift that
yeah.
Keeps on giving. Yeah.
Oh, there's some graffiti. Oh, there's shafty down here. Check this out, guys.
That's not a puddle reflection. I think that's that's water.
Oh,
so it
this
doesn't
has
count
to have a
as puddle.
shaft in it.
I
Hold.
don't think.
Okay. I need the council on this. It's a pride
Let me
flag,
see.
but it's on a sweatshirt.
Ooh.
But it's definitely a flag though.
I think
Is
so,
that a
yeah.
penis? Or is that? Or
It might
is that that's? It's kind of a penis, I think.
No, leave that alone. I'm nearly
Oh,
there.
it's just okay. Wait, just kidding. It's a Polaroid jacket.
I'm showing you.
Oh,
this
okay,
looks
okay.
I'm
like
being
it could
told.
be one.
No, I
being
want to find
told
the
it's too many
shaft so
colors.
bad.
Look, is that?
My bad.
Is that
My
too
bad,
va-
guys.
Is that too vague?
That's vague.
All right.
It does have phallic resemblance, but it's
Oh, I gotta.
it's not.
Hey, where are you? I need you to tell me where
obvious,
the
I
business
think.
district is.
Oh, true.
Where are my Irish viewers at? They're sleeping. Fuck.
Inconclusive. Inconclusive.
Inconclusive. I do
that?
like the idea of the shaft though.
Wait. Oh. Oh, it's a business guy, but he doesn't have a briefcase. Wait, is it behind his back?
I saw a
Nina
lot of
Blue.
backpacks. I saw a lot.
Oh, I think it's a
of businessmen
grooming.
with
Oh, he's got
backpacks.
nothing. He's got nothing.
You might have seen the
No.
same guy that we just had a discourse over here about if he was holding
Oh.
something too.
It looked like he was holding something, but it was,
Was
like
he in a
blocked
coat?
by his body. Yes.
We have a coat on. Yes.
Oh, we
Chris,
might
I
be in the
think we
same
literally
area.
saw the same guy.
We might be in the same area.
I was moving around so much trying to see if,
Oh my God.
if he had a briefcase or not, and he didn't.
I don't think people
He
use
was
briefcases
sneaky.
anymore.
Some people do, but it's a
Bro,
they
different.
definitely
It's like
do.
a
So like New York
sword.
City coded.
Yeah, we need an old fucking
Ah.
guy.
I found a hard hat guy.
I
Damn
found a,
it.
a
Nobody's
balloon.
on a skateboard either. We have a distinct lack of skateboards.
Where are the skaters at?
We'll
I
find
I
the
don't think
skater
Irish
boys.
skate that much.
Bro, they have to.
I don't know.
Music's crazy.
Does he have something in his hand? It's his coat! Come on, man.
The suspense music is so funny.
Carla wants us to play music so bad.
No, you don't, but it's hilarious. Don't have to. It's
Oh,
just
I've
so
got
funny.
like lo-fi. I've got like calming
That guy's either got a
lo-fi
wild
on it.
beard or his
I should get
hair
calming.
ties to
I
his
have like a
beard.
horror movie track going on right now.
Oh,
That's so
track.
funny. I've got like vaporwave going on,
Got a
like
lot of
80s
people over
style.
here. Lot of opportunity for business.
I'm dickless in Dublin right now, dude. What is happening?
Me last time I was in Dublin.
I don't get it.
Real. Wait.
I don't either.
This smells like a
Been alive for 4
briefcase
days
town.
Straight.
Oh,
For
we're out
30
of here.
days.
We're
Oh,
outta here.
no.
Dublin, you were the
No.
gift that kept giving.
We're
Thank
outta
you so
here.
much.
All
I
right,
miss you.
bye.
It's not a cat in the window.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Oh,
It's
we'll never
too
know.
late.
Nope,
It's
nope,
too
nope,
late.
nope.
We'll never know.
Wait, Reese responded.
We'll never know.
What did we say?
It's
Alright,
He's
unrelated.
like, "Do you have a job? Do you have a job? It also looks like you have a tattoo. What are you drawing?"
What?
So it thinks it's you?
Yeah, I
He
think
thinks
so.
it's you. Oh my
Wait.
god. Do you have a job? Yes.
What the hell is that?
Is this railroad tracks? No, this is like subway cars, I think.
Wait, this has nothing to do with anything, but is there a Muppet in this window? I need somebody
A
to see this.
Muppet?
A Muppet.
Wait,
Yeah, I probably should
I
put some
am
more
a
chill music on. Sorry, guys.
Okay, that's tram. Tram doesn't count.
I'll do this.
No, it doesn't count. Gotta be railroad.
that has nothing to do with the
PC.
bingo, but like, what is?
Is pizza one or not anymore?
No, we took it off, I think.
No,
My
take it off.
bad.
Oh, there was graffiti there.
These
What was
dogs
that?
are so cute.
Dogs.
Probably
Use the
not a
skateboard.
dog, but it was
Whoa,
just
I'm
fair.
underground.
Whoa.
Whoa!
Whoa!
Whoa.
Whoa!
Oh, I gotta look for
I
Dong.
love to tour.
I go through hell torn.
A lot of
Bathroom
Maybe
windows
gnome
here.
vibes.
A lot of
Lot of
windows
windows.
for a lot of
Ooh,
cats.
a lot of windows.
We've been looking for
Out.
gnomes too.
Sure
Garden Gnome's
am.
gonna. There's gonna be one that we miss. I know it.
No, absolutely.
Yeah.
I feel like there was probably some on the last map.
Euro. So this is Europe again.
We need a
Yeah.
cat in the window, bro.
Cat would go crazy.
Is this Berlin? This might be Berlin.
We're just going Pride flag! Pride
No
flag!
way!
Yeah!
Sammy, you cooked.
Yeah, get him, Sammy.
Scooters.
Oh, there's a ton down here. We're in Gay Alley right now.
Oh,
Holy!
thank
Oh,
God.
They got them
Okay.
everywhere.
Finally.
One of these guys
This
has
is
gotta have-
awesome.
Oh, this is 100% Berlin.
Come on, give me a briefcase and say nothing.
Give me a dong, please. Or a cat.
I see graffiti over here.
Sammy, get the
Making my
dong.
way downtown, walking fast.
Dongs are passing, I'm homebound. Da-da-da-da-da.
Lot of
Hi, Chans. Night Puffin.
Reflection in puddle could be.
That's why I'm
They
gay.
keep
I
it
was
so
born in Gay
respectful with their
Alley.
graffiti here, like
I know.
I'm not seeing anything.
Oh,
like,
true.
hey.
We'll find Red Bull. Okay. Great.
Oh, this is so
Mm.
close to what
I
we're
know.
looking for.
I know what
but
he's about
it's
to
not
say.
Quite.
I'm pretty sure I found a cat
No.
statue, but
No, it doesn't count, remember? It doesn't count.
I know. I was about to pull a Carla though. Oh.
I did find a cat plushie.
Any skaters or like what's up?
This is
Or we
real
have a bunch of
cats.
fucking
Skateboards.
posers in this goddamn city.
700 bikes, but not a single skateboard in
I
sight.
know.
Wait, this looks like a skater paradise over here. Let's take a peek.
Oh, they love their pride colors. Love that for me.
Where's the seedy part of the city?
I'm looking for the gnomes too. I'm on.
They're
gnome
gonna say
watch.
a nun.
Oh.
Oh, there's definitely a cat in this fucking window.
Guys,
Oh wait, there's graffiti here.
close.
Oh, what the heck?
Oh, there's such a broken toilet over here.
We're getting close.
So many bikes. Wait, that store looks like a store that would have a broken toilet in it. There's a
Plumbing.
nutcracker. That's random.
We will. We got this.
Come on. This road feels good. A book.
He's posted up. My bad.
No, please.
We're back this way, bro. It's like, hey.
No, it's gonna be. I feel it. Something's close. I feel my radar going off.
I feel like I'm going out of the city. I'm going the wrong way.
It might be the right way though. A lot of
See,
kids
where we
over
going?
here. Oh man, there's got to be a SpongeBob or not SpongeBob, a Spider-Man.
Can I go in here? Oh, this is a good place. This is a good place.
Any Spider-Man.
Oh, come on, Garden Gnome, please. Oh, this looks like a place where a Garden Gnome would be having a great life.
Oh, I feel like my radar's going off.
Oh,
Something's
come on,
near
broken
me.
toilet would be right here.
Oh,
but
there's
I'm not seeing
come on,
nothing.
give me something.
Oh no, is that a Garden Gnome? I need to get an angle of it.
Girl,
There's something peeking out that looks like a Garden Gnome.
you
I'm
send
not
a
even kidding.
photo and it's
He
like a
sees
cat.
The hat. He sees the
Yeah.
hat.
I see that. I do. I see the peak.
What are these little freaks?
Oh. It's a watering can. It looks like a head, but I think it's a watering can, chat. Ah. Damn it. That was so close.
Hold.
I felt it in my loins.
Loin.
Back in the city.
Yeah.
Ooh.
This looks like a plant store. Where's your
Dog.
gnomes?
Beautiful dog.
Dog.
We need a cat cafe.
True. Wait, toilet would go crazy right here.
Hmm.
So we just got a blanket out the window? Okay.
Yeah.
You're right, it was fish. I thought it was something else. That's my
Fish.
bad. Fish.
Good comms.
How
Good
lovely
comms.
is this? Wow.
I could
Why
take a
would I-
walk
oh, I'm
down
on the wrong
here.
One. Oh my god, hold on. There we are.
Oh wait, was there something done?
Chat, keep your eyes out in the windows.
Oh.
Lot
I
of
think I got
windows here.
puddle
Lot of good
reflection.
cat stunning
Hold.
spot.
Yeah, I got puddle reflection.
Nice.
I forgot that was one. Nice.
Wait, you did?
Yeah.
Carla, you're
I've been trying to
goated.
get that one too.
Yeah.
You're goaded.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Oh my god, bro. Chat, that's where there would be a fucking toilet for
Huge.
sure.
Bro, I've found
Mom.
so many
Bless
areas
up.
that give broken toilet.
Broken
Dude, I
toy.
left the whimsical part of the city. I gotta find the whimsy again.
No, that's good though. You can find like other shit over there.
Oh,
I'm
look at the
looking for
car. That's
whimsy.
Maybe that's where the graffiti will be. You feel me?
I'm about to find
True.
Shaft
Just
though,
going in a
so
circle.
I feel like I've been here before.
I'm in a new place. That's a nice sandwich.
I've been here before. Those are the dogs that I commented earlier. Get me out
Same.
of here.
Let's go down here.
Come on.
Oh, there would so be a cat in the window here. Come on.
Any cats? Come on, give me a cat.
Whoa.
Garbage. Oh, we got pride.
We did, yeah.
Already did.
Okay.
Did it?
Maybe
I'm-
might be
I'm
home in
shocked
an
that there's,
hour.
like, Their
Keep an eye on
graffiti's
my
like it's
phone.
like coffee. Like, what are we doing? Like
I
coffee
know. We need to
shapes.
be back in America. We need New York City.
Yeah, the city that
When
sleeps.
in New York, anything can happen in New York City, you know.
Anything could happen out there.
You'll find everything that we want in New York. In New York.
In New York.
New York. That's a concrete jungle.
Double Minion has New York City written all over.
Oh
it.
yeah, we saw
that
triple
would be-
Minion in
that'd be
Japan.
Easy.
Yeah, true. Lady Luck.
Lady.
Also, what else? Spider-Man easily in New York. Come on.
Oh well, yes.
Oh
there's
yeah,
gotta be a
you
cat over
just gotta
here.
go to Times Square and you'll find.
Oh yeah, we
Spider-Man.
saw. I met Spider-Man last time.
Wait,
He
we
had to
got
sell
rid
me
of
something.
sheep, right?
The sheep was not
I
even
saw
on
his
the menu.
mixtape.
Yeah.
I thought it was.
No, you're still a good guy though.
Really? Which road was it?
Oh, and a gay sweater. That's so cute. They've got it all here.
Oh okay.
Are there
Wait,
no
that
cats?
next to the Gucci bags? I know that's right.
Ooh wait.
Gucci. That's a funny word.
Gucci.
So, wait, to say real cat on it?
Are those boobs?
Say boobs. I found a
Is that
vet.
tits? Is that tits, chat? That's giving tits. That's giving tits.
Give it to the
Kinda.
council.
No.
Let's see. The council
That's
shall
kinda giving
decide.
tits, actually. Let me show
Give
you.
it to the council.
I feel like you guys have to say yes to this.
Well, I gotta look at them because I own them.
It's abstract, but yeah.
I
it is.
actually would say that's one.
Oh,
Yeah.
there's only one nipple though.
I mean, it's
Yeah, it's
abstract,
Yeah.
but I would honestly give it to him.
Fine. Okay, I really need a cat now.
There's no cats in the city, dude. I swear.
Oh, we're already out.
Ah, all right, we're moving.
We're out.
Oh, okay. Bye, city. I'm getting ready to click cat just in case we load in.
Oh, it's
All right.
Belgian. Oh.
Ooh.
Round 3.
Round 3. New York City? Where are we? Cute dog.
Oh, they're so skating down this road. I'm gonna see.
Oh, I
Dong.
think we are back in America, perhaps. I saw a Black Friday sale sign. Oh my god, I'm bouncing all over the place.
Same. Someone's deaf skating.
You're right, maybe this is EU. I just didn't realize that Europe had Black Friday.
Oh, I guess we do Black Friday here too. Maybe not as like crazy, but
There's a lot of like random like commercial Americanized things that have just become international just because
True.
people can make money, you know?
true.
Oh,
You're right, too many people are walking for this to be America. You guys are right.
why can't I? It keeps
Speak on
jumping me across the street.
I
What is
know,
going
it's
on?
well, you have to get out of that area, kind of. It's like weird. Too many bikes.
God, I need to get out of here.
Oh, you don't
Can I go down this
translate
alley?
it? That's cool.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Whoa.
Is it Spain?
Someone deaf has to be skating.
Oh,
Sorry.
CH is what?
I'm
Czech
stuck.
Republic? Chechnya?
I can still find Red Bull at a mart, guys.
Oh my gosh.
I saw a monster one
Literally,
last
it's so
time.
hard to navigate here. I'm
Because
just
Red Bull's everywhere. But I got monster last time. That's as close as I got. Usually there's like something in here. I should honestly try and go for Red Bull.
Yeah, I'm having trouble getting out of this area.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, it's a fucky map, I think.
Just gonna go back. a
Okay,
bunch.
okay. Go the opposite way.
That's
one's
what I
better.
did. Yeah.
Yeah.
That little out like
I
that
got stuck
down
there
the other
too,
way. I was like,
Crispy,
I
yeah.
can't leave.
Oh, bro, I wish this is a briefcase.
A skateboard in sight, man.
Oh, this has to have it.
Wait, whatever's going on over there, I want to know.
We it was close actually, both games, but we didn't get
So true, Chris.
So true.
Speak on that. Ooh. I feel it. Memory. I feel it.
Is this like a festival going on here? What the heck? Is that a circus?
Yeah, this looks fun.
Something's going on.
Oh, I saw a mannequin.
I'm hungry.
Oh.
So much good food around here. God damn.
This looks like a nice place. I want to be here.
International food just is so good. When I got to try doner kebab in Berlin for the first time, I was shook.
Yeah,
I was
let's just
shook.
go
It
here.
tastes so. Oh, I
think I've
hit a
been
wall
here.
again. Man, this city hasn't been mapped out super well yet. It's like,
Let's contact Google and let them know.
Google.
yeah, you got some
I have
blind
stuff to
spots
say.
here.
I have words.
Bunnies.
Ooh, hold.
It's like outside the shed aquarium. Whoa, it just sent me freaking into a park. Why am I in the park? Wait, this is a unique opportunity to potentially see a cat being walked in the park.
True.
I get out of the park? I go the road?
I need to find something to refill my battery.
Yeah, toilet would go crazy out here.
Oh, man, I'm on a cold streak right now. This
I'm
is,
on-
this is
Me
rough.
too, Crispy. I'm locked out right now.
I'm also
Yeah,
locked
I'm
out.
so locked out.
I don't even think I'm gonna find my triple minion here.
No, no, no. I believe in the minion.
Oh, that dog's looking at that man. Looks so
What'd you see,
cute.
Em? What'd you see? A man on the bridge? Was it down here? Where was it? This bridge? Skateboard! Skateboard! Skateboard!
Is he on it?
He's on it.
No way,
He's on it.
really?
Yep, he's on it.
Carla, yes!
Carla,
that's
that's
what we
an
needed right there.
insane
That's what we
snag.
needed, bro.
That
That's
is
what
a
we
wild
needed.
snag, dude.
Oh.
That's my goat.
Oh, we needed that.
Does Chris know he's been muted for 20 minutes, or?
I've been talking. I made a joke and no one laughed, and I was actually feeling a little
Yeah,
weird
you've been
about
muted.
it.
You've
Oh,
been
sorry,
muted
babe.
literally the entire map, except for one time when you were talking to
I
a
haven't heard you
chatter,
speak
and
in
then you
20
and then
minutes.
you remuted.
It's
Then
on the
you
left side.
repeat
Oh,
it,
this
yeah?
one?
Oh, I was talking to you guys so much.
Nope, haven't heard
Bro,
you
I
literally
haven't
this
heard you in
full
10
map.
minutes.
Okay,
Yeah,
my
literally
bad.
10 minutes. Bro, I thought I was playing alone against the girls for a second. I forgot
I
I,
didn't know
had
if you were
a
having
teammate.
like a serious combo or something, because you
Do you
unmuted
remember
when you were talking to someone.
where you
and
saw it? Was I
like,
up
oh, okay.
here more?
He's busy.
Dude, this keeps
I'm out
putting
of
me
the
onto
city.
Nice.
footpaths. I'm trying to get out of the city.
Chris has ever been. No, I genuinely was getting
At
worried.
the end, other end of the bridge
Bro,
as you
it
were
keeps
before.
putting me on
Could've said
footpaths.
anything. You'd be like, yo,
No,
Chris, you
Chris,
alive?
I thought you were having a serious convo, because
Like,
when you
do I-
unmuted,
No,
you were
it
talking
sounded
to
like it.
someone.
In deeper?
Bro, I unmuted to talk.
So
to
I was like,
chat.
oh, he's
That
being
sucks.
serious.
Bro, I unmuted to literally be kind to you guys, and it was the opposite. That's
Oh, wait, that sucks.
that blows.
It's okay, you're
ass.
back now, man. You're back.
Guys, I'm on a weird side path. I don't know where
I
I'm
found
going.
a blue balloon at the beginning of the map. Did you guys hear that at least?
No,
I did
we
not,
literally,
no.
Chris,
No.
I cannot stress how we haven't heard you in 12 plus minutes.
No,
Oh,
I've
okay.
literally
Yeah.
been muted for that long. That's actually crazy.
Yeah, no, you've been muted for so long, dude.
Oh, I just thought you were real quiet.
Oh, that's giving minion coded. Dang it.
I made it back
Wait.
into the city.
Dude, they graffitied Babe here, but
Yeah, that was
Babe,
me.
it's not what we're
Wanted to get your
looking for.
Oh,
attention.
so much
True, that was
graffiti in the
you.
city. Holy
Yeah,
crap.
I was like freaking out about the blue balloon, and no one said anything. I was like, hey, no one gives a fuck.
Oh, I
about
would
it.
give all. I've been looking for
Bro,
balloons
we would
too.
have cheered.
Nah. It's old news now.
Yeah, bro, I would have been
I
excited
normally
for
would
you.
say something way
My boy.
earlier, but it was giving serious convo. So I was
But
like,
I've
he's
never been
fine.
serious in my
Yeah.
life.
Bro, that's
Well,
not
you're-
true.
Come on, briefcase.
We're not finding nothing in
No, we're
this.
finding it.
This city's rough, dude. I think it's just hard to get around. I can't like get down any streets
Yeah.
or anything.
Like I'm on the
Come on, Bodega
sidewalk
Cat.
right now.
Come on, Pokemon card
Bodega.
store.
Oh yeah, I forgot Pokemon. Any Pokemon is one.
Yeah.
Dude, I get it's jumping me from like sidewalks to other sidewalks to the road. Can't stress enough.
Real.
Movie theater.
Oh, what's that? That was something cool looking.
You never
Back
know.
to the road. I can't go that way. No.
Lost forever.
Uh-oh. Which means I'll find it.
on a little guy.
Oh,
Oh,
good
nice.
pull. Good pull.
Nice. Oh,
My
true.
man.
Pots and pans.
Spooder man.
Skate park.
Well, I already got a
that's
bub.
sick.
I know,
but that's
Carlos
sick.
nabbed it.
Already got
I
it.
can't get
bub.
out
Sorry.
where I am. Like, I can't leave where I am. This sucks.
Giant
I'm on the
Rubik's Cube.
freeway. I don't know how I got
I'm
here.
I'm stuck.
Free.
Free.
I'm literally
Okay.
stuck in this area. I can't leave, so I just gotta wait out the last
What
minute.
festival is this?
I don't know. That's what I was saying.
Huh.
Oh, I can't go here.
Oh, I escaped.
Looking for a Pikachu on a shirt? Looking for a Pikachu on a shirt.
Mm.
Oh, it's a painting of a cat, but there's no cat.
Nope.
I need a real life cat.
Yep. I'm kidding.
Carlos is feeling
Guys, like,
some type
hey,
of way
been
about that.
there, buddy.
Been there, buddy.
Welcome to my
Been there.
world.
The city has so much graffiti.
Mm. Not a lot of dong though.
That's true. It's like respectful graffiti.
Yeah.
Who is that? Jason Page? What the heck?
Interesting. I'm noticing a lot of this
Jason
guy.
Page.
We're out of here, people.
Next. Where the
Bye.
Where the
Foto de
minions at?
sport.
Please drop me in New York City, please.
Oh my god, please.
France.
Can't.
Oh, you're in Geneva.
Oh, Leon.
Oh, sure.
Leon.
Okay.
Hold on, I gotta pee so bad. I'll be right back.
You can do it. It started though, but that's fine.
Street pause.
You can't.
We can't.
Oh, sorry.
Can't.
It's okay.
Okay.
Wait, Chris, you got blue balloon earlier, you said?
Yes. Yep.
Okay.
Oh, we're in Melbourne?
Oh shit!
Are we really?
I got on Blue Balloon like immediately.
Oh,
when you
never
started.
mind. No, it has to be. Why is
Oh,
Nine
no, I
News
cannot stress
advertising?
how muted you were.
I was so muted. It's not even funny. I was muted in
You're
Seattle.
so muted.
Which means,
This is giving Australia.
guys, we got this.
There's gotta be a strip club around here. Carla, have you been in this area
Sammy.
before?
Have
Navigate
I?
me there.
I'm joking.
I'm looking for a pair of shoes on power lines like it's no one's business.
True.
Y'all have fun though.
I
looking
got
for
it.
a strip club.
Never mind. Sorry.
No, it's okay, Ben.
Thought I saw shoes. I got really excited.
Broken toilet. Oh, come on. There's gonna be a broken toilet around here.
Mm.
Oh, these fucking guys. These guys flicking us off. No, he's
I'm in
peace sign.
traffic right now. Oh, here we go.
Tattoos. A bunch of the same dude. The same 4 Australian guys.
Yeah.
Okay. Crumb, get
Shit,
some.
We need a cat. We need a broken
Acai.
toilet. Oh, this is perfect for a broken toilet.
Oh, I found Santa. That's
God.
so funny in a Christmas tree. All right.
Wait, Christmas tree is funny.
Damn.
Nails. Bob Stewart.
Oh, Sammy, this is our comeback if I play this right.
No, I
No.
believe in you, Quinn.
No, no, no.
Mm-hmm.
I lock in here.
Why am I jumping through the alleys? Matter of fact, take me there.
Okay. Oh, I'm so back,
We're
guys.
jumping seasons like nobody's business, by the way. Danks Street. Oh, I need to be there. Wait, this is prime real estate.
This
for
is
garden
Christmas,
gnomes,
guys,
too.
by the way.
Is it?
Oh, Christmas in July.
No, this is Christmas. It's summer here. Christmas.
Oh.
I mean, the map is, sorry.
This is prime gnome real estate here. Oh, there's a bird on the fence.
Oh, I gotta get this, but I also want to have my snacks, but I need... Hang on.
Oh, yeah. We're at a playground. Pikachu, come on. Shoes, come on. Broken toilet, let's go.
Guys, where's
Come on.
Red Bull? Come on.
Bro, I'm locked in and I'm getting nothing.
Shit.
Cat, let's go. Dog. Nice little area.
Yeah, the houses are really cute.
What is it? Where is this?
Melbourne, Australia.
Melbourne. Well, this whole thing is blurred out. Why?
Dong.
Carla, are gnomes popular in Australia? Like, would y'all like put a gnome in a garden?
I've definitely seen them in like suburban areas, not so much apartments.
Oh, I'm looking for a gnome too.
But
You guys have like garden stores and stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
I just didn't know if I was wasting my time looking for gnomes.
You would need to find like houses, but you're not wasting your time.
I think I'm in a good little spot for them. But
Okay.
I'm getting nothing.
Do you think people have cats at their beach houses?
Oh yeah.
Bluey loves gnomes. Oh my god, I'm not a Bluey expert. I should watch.
Honestly, Bluey's not
Bluey.
bad.
You would love Bluey.
Bro, I gotta load up.
Load up.
Load up.
Oh, I'm so close to seeing what I need to see. Holy shit.
Yeah, right. Oh, we just entered Shuon Powerline territory for sure. Come on.
Carla, the houses
Oh,
are
I've
so
seen a
cute
lot
here.
of cross.
Right?
Oh, come on. Or a broken toilet. Please.
I'm literally on gnome watch.
I know what I need is gonna be around here. I just gotta lock in.
Where was that? Where was that? Where was that? There was something on the power line. Might just be like a thing.
Any gnomes?
I thought I got lost,
Gnomeless,
chat.
bro.
I lost.
Gnomeless and
Gnomeless.
A lot of
Somehow.
holiday decor though, which is
oh,
really
I did a
cute.
fucking loop. Fuck. I keep looping, dude. What am I playing? DBD?
Do a loopa.
Loop.
Back in the fucking beach.
Oh, I'm out here again.
Beach.
Bro, we out here for real.
I'm in suburbia right now. I don't know how I got here though.
And how do I get out of here? No, I had a good spot. Good, there we go.
I think I go over here.
Oh come on, this is so giving garden gnome in here. It's
There's
just
so many
nothing.
potential garden gnome yards
I
that are
know,
just
that's
being.
what I'm saying.
Oh, there's wasted potential.
I wouldn't mind a pair of kicks on any of these fucking wires. Let me tell you.
All the other kids with the
Pumped up kicks, you better run, better
No
run.
cats? Are we catless out here? Like, what's up?
We're still catless too.
What are they doing over here, man?
Is there a broken toilet in here?
Whoa.
Why is there a swamp over here? Or is that? Is that the bush?
Talk to
The
me.
outback?
Coffee roast.
Lock it or lose it. Park smarter.
Ooh.
It's down here.
The rich people blur
Christmas.
their properties. Oh, you can have your property blurred. Interesting. That's why that
Smart.
whole picture was ruined.
How dare they want privacy?
Is that
Privacy.
Pokemon? I don't
Ruining
think
the
it
game
is.
for us. Nah, come on.
Wait, is this Christmas time? Because there's a lot of Christmas decorations.
Yes.
Yeah. That cards where?
You got puddle with a reflection?
Carla did, yeah.
Toilets.
Left side of window.
There's also stickers on cars.
think
from
that's Pokemon?
Potentially.
I'm inside a building and I can't leave.
Do you want to move?
Oh.
Z.
Zed.
Oh.
Sorry.
Zed, as they say.
Guys, does this look like Pokemon cards to you?
Let me see, babe.
Let me see.
Pokemon
Send it.
card or?
We'll be able to
Send it.
tell you in a second. Come on, Cardo.
Too hard to tell, inconclusive.
Girl.
Girl, it's too hard to tell, inconclusive.
No, I think that's fair. It is really hard to tell.
Sammy's too nice. I love it.
I'm sorry, babe.
No, it's okay.
We just need like
What's
a
the
little bit
store?
more.
Well, it's a news agency.
Oh, yeah, why would there be Pokemon cards in it?
Some of them so.
Pokemon card.
Yeah, right.
Pokemon Cardo.
Yeah.
No, 2 minutes left. I need this.
Come on, this is prime toilet real estate right
This is
here.
prime.
Give me a broken toilet or a cat or a shoe.
The fact that I haven't found what I
Earlier
need.
I saw a
here.
garden with a mushroom in it, but no gnome. Like I was so insane.
No, where gnome was.
I know. I couldn't believe it. Melbourne has left.
This
let
is
me
the
down,
biggest
guys.
cold streak I've ever had.
Guys, this should have been.
I was like, yeah.
No, but you're right, because I should have found so much here.
Yeah, wait, weren't you popping off this round? Or is it next one?
Next one, I think.
Okay, next one. Okay, that's right.
Damn, that's so annoying. This place would have definitely had everything I need. True.
this? A
Can we do
nature
this one again?
No.
Alright.
it's random.
No, I know.
Yeah. No.
I'm just happy to be home, you know?
Run it back.
Not even trying to be mean, but no.
Alright.
It's just random, I think.
Tattoo shop.
Tattoy.
Coneheads. This place is named Coneheads.
Oh,
Seafood
true.
pizza.
You're right.
Any cats?
Oh, where am I? Give
Oh,
me
come
Fish
on,
and
there's
chips. Hamburger.
alcohol bans.
This looks like a place where a strip club
Oh.
would be secretly
Right, that's what I'm
facilitated.
saying.
Damn it, I should have gone to the city.
You know what? How
out,
none
bro.
of us got shark is crazy.
True.
I haven't seen a single shark.
Damn.
Free range
Oh,
charred grilled
dogs.
chicken. Ah,
Dang.
Melbourne.
I shouldn't have.
Here
I
we
should
go
have played
again.
that much smarter.
New York
No, you-
City, please.
There's a few that I'm shocked we haven't gotten yet.
Get us to New York.
In
Concrete.
New York.
No, give us
Hell.
Sydney. I think this is actually.
this?
Where are we?
No.
Wait. Never mind.
At Ridgeville.
Canada,
At
I think.
Ridgeville.
Is this Canada?
Tacoma Street.
No,
don't know
this
what
is
this
Yeah,
not.
this is South Africa.
Yeah,
This
this
is
is
South
South
Africa.
Africa. We might be
Oh,
in Johannesburg.
Shit. Sammy's good at this kind of stuff.
Good.
Move!
This is
I've
cat
been
potential
here.
though. Cat potential.
Cats, broken toilet.
True. Oh wait, we've
I
been
think
down this
broken
one.
toilet
Haven't we been down
cats.
this exact street? Am I
Pokemon.
crazy?
Sometimes we get repeats, Carla. We could have been here before.
True. This looks like.
Yeah, yeah. Look out for the
Okay.
They can't hear me when I whispered.
That's where I was trying to get in Melbs. It should have been there.
I know, babe.
Great.
What can we do?
Right.
Any cats?
Oh shit! Here we go again. I go through hell.
I go through hell, Turin.
I found a cat on a broken toilet on a strip pole.
Whoa! Tip them.
Whoa,
right, Carla.
really
I'll
good
mark-
pull.
No,
I'll mark
don't.
all those off, guys. No worries. Alley Cat W. We need a railroad crispy as well, dude.
Railroad? Wait. Let him cook.
Whose man is this?
Hey, stay away from him.
I lay.
This could so be. This could be toilet.
Oh, Coca-Cola logo.
I was
What is
gonna
he
do that, but we
sitting
didn't.
Red Bull, Red Bull, Red Bull.
No.
Let's
Yep,
go.
Right there, Chad. That's Red Bull.
No, I need a photo.
Okay, yeah, yeah. Read it and fucking wape.
Try this and wipe.
Carla.
Read it and fucking
Let me
wape.
see the
damn
logo.
kid.
No.
Yeah, it's Red Bull.
That's
Yeah,
bed.
it's Red
No, that's bedroll.
That's Red Bull and a half.
That's bedroll.
That's such Red Bull.
That is fuck.
It's
Congratulations.
not Red Bull.
Mannequin.
Already got it.
Already have.
I know. I'm just letting you guys know.
Alrighty.
All right.
All right.
Is that
let's
helpful or
get-
not?
I love.
Where is this
Huh?
toilet?
Bro, I'm just not. I'm the opposite
We
of
have
cooking.
minion potential here.
Me when I gotta
too.
poop at a friend's
Massive
house, and it's my
minion
first time there.
Okay.
Nice.
Thanks. Guys.
Okay. Wait.
Sure.
Don't say it.
No.
Don't.
Don't say
Please.
it, Crispy.
Please.
No.
Please.
Don't, Crispy.
Is that?
No, it's not.
Chat, is it?
No.
No.
No, it's not.
I can't tell.
It's not. If you can't tell,
No,
it's not
like
it.
it is, but it's not.
What is
But
it?
It might be.
If it rhymes with
Let
bat,
Hold.
it's
Let
not.
the council decide.
Let the console
I
decide.
think it
and-
is.
No.
I think it is, chat. Read it and weep.
No.
There's a shark.
That is a shark.
That's a shark.
No, it has to be real.
No.
No.
What? Get out of here.
If a cat has to be real, the cat has to be real,
that a cat?
the shark has to be real.
Is that a dog? Oh, I found a dog.
Oh, we broke the cold streak. We're back, chat. We're so back.
We do have cat potential here, though, for sure.
Oh, I smell
Oh
them.
yeah, that's what I keep saying. They're around. You know they are.
Broken toilet. Come on. Oh man.
Oh.
Garden gnome. Come on, landfill. Wait, Crispy, did you mark it?
Yes.
Nice. It keeps making those sounds. Are you trying to get a cat to show up?
Yep.
I'm locked in, bro.
Oh, what a play.
Did I loop? I think I looped.
I have relaxing Disney music playing in the background, guys.
I love that.
Relaxing Disney music?
Thank you. It's like oldies playing in another room, so it's like very faint.
Oh, fun.
Yeah. Kitty.
Ooh, the shell of a car. Holy shit. Give me a toilet and say nothing.
Give me a little kitty. You know what, Barman? I will say I've done this before and louder, and I haven't been striked from it. Because I think the rain and how it's a
come
little
on.
bit distorted
You know what's
saves
funny?
me a
Like,
bit.
toilet's low-key such a weird one. It's like good, but it's so
But I
tough.
mean, let's see.
It's so tough, dude.
That's why I like it. Oh man, I'm in Trashville right now. Oh, come on.
Oh, jealous.
Come on, toilet. Come on, toilet.
Kitty! Nothing will make me happier than finding a cat.
Bricks.
Oh, true. We did. Played house flip
Wheelbarrow.
yesterday.
Hmm. Go this way. Cars. Oh my god, a junkyard.
Hold. Something's close. I feel it.
Wait, this guy's giving
the
Norwood
fuck
Bald
is
3
happening
right
over
there.
here, man?
So wait.
Bro,
Broken
there's so
toilet.
much garbage over here, randomly.
I have a
It
toilet.
seems like it seems like it's like
Broken.
just a place where people go, yeah, fuck it. But it's only in certain areas.
It's so a photo of a toilet doesn't count.
No, it has to be a broken ass toilet on the ground.
Okay.
Smacker's Pub. Castle Light.
Okay, so they sell
yeah.
toilets, which means people will have a broken toilet.
Like you can get one like on a truck. You can get one like in a dumpster next to something on the street, etc.
Steady power tools.
Oh my god, bro! I thought that was a toilet, but it's a bucket. Dude, we were so close.
Bucket.
Bucket
Holy
and a
shit.
mop. That's some.
Dude, that was actually crazy. I thought we had that.
Dude, W. I know. I saw someone earlier that was on
True.
like sitting on something, and I was convinced it was a toilet, and it wasn't.
Is that a cat?
Don't. Move on. I need the
I saw
cat.
a dog walking around earlier.
It's a shoe. It's a shoe. Whose shoe is that?
Oh,
A shoe
that's
fell
mine.
out of the car.
Sorry.
Shoe.
Give it back.
Shoes got
Where'd
away.
the shoe come from?
Shoes
Shoes
got
Put that on the fucking power line.
away.
Shoes got away.
Alright.
Bro, I haven't found anything in a minute. Come on, where are my
Sammy.
double minions?
Give her
I
some
found a
double
Red
mins.
Bull can, but too late.
It's a little too late.
Too late.
It's a little
Too late to find it.
Guys, get your
Too
bloody
late.
toilet out.
Can I go this way?
Oh.
I'm in a new country, I think. Where the hell is
In
this?
a new country, I think he said.
Found a strip club.
No, you didn't.
Going to
Did
the
you, babe?
city.
Yeah, it's called Mercado Spice Shop.
Okay.
So they get spicy there, right?
Okay.
I mean, I'd strip in the
Okay.
spice
I
shop.
think it's spicy there.
That's
I
what I'm
think it's
saying.
spicy there.
Let me have it.
I'm in a truck depot.
We could definitely find a strip club around here for sure.
I think minions are calling my
selling
name,
popcorn?
personally.
I know. I'm saying double minion is possible.
I think we can.
The way it's so possible is actually crazy to me.
There's a lot of possibilities.
It's never
we
been
just-
more
we just
possible
aren't
than this
getting it.
moment.
Is that a minion right there?
Stop.
There's only one.
We need two.
There is
way.
hypothetically a minion on that box right there. but
Really?
There's only one, bro.
It's the way we need
Cash,
to.
cash for
It's the way we
scrap.
need to. Devastating.
Devastation.
I
But
respect
now
you,
we
though.
know it's possible.
Ooh.
We do know it's possible. I still can't believe I haven't found a fucking railroad yet. There's gonna be one over
There's
here.
a
Yeah, I've been looking for one for so long.
Is that a train? No.
I'm in the
16
city
seconds.
now.
Oh,
God,
I need more time here.
Move!
Give me a toilet. Or a cat. Or a fucking shoe. Oh man.
Ah,
We were
Johannesburg.
right next to Johannesburg. Called it.
Called
Johannesburg.
it.
Knew it.
Hello, Sally.
New
I don't
York
think
City,
we are.
Round
New
6,
York
But I'm
baby.
having
or
fun.
Sydney.
Sydney.
Where's this? This is...
Okay, this has potential for stuff.
This does have potential. Where are
This
we?
is giving
Wait,
somewhere.
It's cheap pizza.
Dog.
What is this? Oh, we've got toilet potential here.
Oh, man.
Just
there's-
like a random
there's-
toilet on the sidewalk. You know what I mean?
That's what I'm saying. Like, I've seen them so often in my life that this is like
It's like,
How are
what's
we not
the
finding
joke, Sammy? I found a
genuinely how we're not
Porta-John.
finding one.
Portable Johnson.
Minions
And out.
live here.
Oh, there's
No,
such a minion
double
over here.
minion is so possible.
It's
I'm
so
gonna get a
free.
shoe on power lines, or else I'm a fucking uncle's monkey.
Uncle's monkey, dude.
Uncle's monkey's funny.
Thanks.
It's alright.
Random shopping cart. We're close.
Farmacio Santiago.
I think we're in Europe. No. Yes.
No. Maybe.
There's car chairs on the side of the road. Where's my toilet?
That's what I'm saying.
Is this Spain?
I don't know where we
Oh,
are.
we're
I
in
don't know this
Chile.
language.
Oh, Chile?
Chile?
I think so. It could be a sock.
Oh, it is Chile. W.
I'm getting a Pokemon.
Santiago.
Wait, it says San Diego.
Santiago.
On the thing here. Maybe they have one.
Yeah, they have
Santiago.
They have Santiago.
Maybe they have one.
Maybe they got one.
have one.
Matter of fact, you're right.
Minions! Minions!
Yes! Carla, yes!
How many?
Three! Three!
Oh, send it. I gotta see this.
I knew there was minion potential here.
Oh man.
I felt it in my bones.
Oh, that is.
Yes,
That is.
bang!
That is
Those
minions.
are minions! Bang!
Wham, bam.
Those are
Thank
the
you,
minions
ma'am.
right there, if I've ever seen them before.
Oh, and there's
Guys,
Spider-Man.
it's
There has to
three
be
minions
has to be
stacked, it
Pokemon in here too. Hold.
Yeah, look around. It's that
It counts.
here. Oh, what happened? Oh, I'm fine,
What?
I think.
Oh.
I accidentally hit back, and then it took me
Mickey
out of the
Mouse.
thing, but now I'm back. I'm fine.
Yes.
Hello.
Hello,
I got so
kitty.
excited about the minions.
No, yeah, that's fair and valid.
I can't believe I found 3 fucking minions. 3.
That's my goat right there.
Three
That's my actual
minions.
What?
goat.
That's crazy.
Sorry.
Sorry.
That is crazy. Oh, come on. This is
Oh, I found the
so,
fuckboy
like,
barbershop.
This is Toilet Alley right here, please.
Yo, I found a freak.
Oh. I'm
Guys,
just.
I'm not gonna show you right now, and I don't want to lock out while I'm on a generational run. Just trust me, it's 3 minions stacked.
It's 3
It
minions
is.
stacked.
It's 3 minutes
Yeah.
stacked. Yeah.
You've seen that picture.
It's
a million
clear
times.
as day.
They're the minions out the waz. That's how minions up they are.
They've already got Spider-Man, but otherwise I got a double. Yeah, there was Stitch. I thought it was a
Ah.
Pokemon.
That Spider-Man grab was so good earlier.
Shoes on the power liners is very possible here.
You're goddamn right, Sammy.
I'm looking around.
It's close, Crispy. It's too close.
I
gotta
know,
find
I
a-
know,
we
I
gotta find
know.
a Pikachu, dude.
Oh, I found a
Dude,
panda.
I've been so locked in. I haven't even been talking, dude. I'm just searching.
That's fair. Come on. It's got to be a businessman somewhere, bro.
Oh, yeah, strip club is definitely possible too.
These comms are so funny, by the way. Businessman
He's
with
not
a
a
suitcase,
businessman.
please. Strip club is so
Bro,
possible.
I've given up on that one because I haven't seen a single man carrying a briefcase.
I haven't seen a briefcase
I haven't seen
in
a
years.
suit. We keep getting dropped into the wrong districts. I need the business district.
Can't believe I got the minions. That's crazy.
I can.
I'm still like
No,
feeling
that's
it.
genuinely like my Shayla right there.
Oh my
Yeah,
god.
that's for Shayla.
I actually, because a part of me was like, nah, we're not gonna find this. But when I saw it, I was looking for Pokemon and I saw these like 3 fuck-ass minions. I'm like, no way. You're joking.
No way. You're joking. Oh,
No.
come on. There's got to be a Pokemon on here. Thor.
Oh, close. It's not a briefcase. It's like a folder. But he's in a suit though.
Oh, it's Yoshi.
Bro, Pokemon is so possible. Pikachu is around the corner. I can feel it.
If I can
Where?
get 3 minions
It's a
holding
bu-
each
it's
other.
a bunch of. Oh god, I see Yoshi. I see Mario. Come on, come on. This store's gotta have a Pokemon painting on it.
Pikachu,
Please.
motherfucker. Come on. Gotta keep
Oh,
it moving.
Come on, dude.
Oh, some of these fuckers have to have something on. What's the shirt say? Man, come on. Any business
Mario?
dudes?
Come on, come on, come on, come on.
I found a cat, but it's a painting.
No, there's no Pokemon. It's just like
and
Nintendo.
Gengar and Bulbasaur
Oh,
and the
no!
Squirtle
I
and a
sensed
fucking
it!
dragon head.
I sensed it!
Yeah, no.
Oh,
GG.
Let's go.
Look at it.
Picture.
It's the mother load, motherfucker.
Oh yeah.
Huge. Let's
all
go.
Oh my
Damn.
god, it's the whole crew right
The whole
there,
fucking
That's
bro.
the whole crew, dude.
Wow. That's crazy. Those are actually kind of
I was
cool.
so,
They're
I was
like
so
Bulbasaur.
close, and you sealed the deal.
We did it. We needed that. Dude, that was the way to go. Down this little
Wow.
alley. All right. Ooh. I clapped like it was the World Cup. That's awesome.
Oh, come
Baby.
on. This is so toilet.
is so toilet.
So toilet is wild.
And just nothing.
Carl, you were apparently right where I was. Like,
Oh,
right around
really?
it.
Damn it.
Oh man, close.
It's okay. That's
Nice,
where you found the
nice.
minions. though.
True. I'm happy I got minion, to be honest.
Hey, I'm happy you're happy. How about that?
I'm happy you're happy that I'm happy.
I'm happy that
Great.
everybody's happy about being happy individually.
I think we all should be happy.
You're right.
I agree.
I'm yappy and happy.
Oh.
Hey, let him be yappy and happy. Yap. I'm yappy.
Oh, give us a garden gnome high-fiving a cat outside a business-themed strip club.
Oh, you did
Bro,
find that?
I believe her. I believe her.
I believe.
Bro, our briefcase is just old news.
No,
Like,
there's
what's up?
definitely someone with a briefcase.
Like just one dude.
For
Come on.
sure.
This guy's like in a doctor code. Like we've got
At the end of the
everything
day,
but
it's
what
just
I'm looking
GGs,
for.
yeah.
At the end of the day, it's all a bag of peanuts.
That's right. Unless you're Ethan, then no.
Then no.
So true.
Then
I found
no.
another Red Bull. That would have been just in case.
I think it's a dog.
Oh, this guy's so excited. He's waving.
Looking for shoes.
I'm shocked I've not seen a railroad track anywhere.
I know.
Yo, like what's up? Show me broken toilet. That's a chair. It's a random chair.
I have gotten pretty much everything on these sidewalks except for toilet.
There's like a ton of random broken things.
Yeah, I found like
Oh.
car seats. Like people
Yeah.
like pulled them out of the car and put them on the side of the road. Like I've seen everything but what I'm looking for.
Hey,
I've seen it all. People.
me at a card show.
Yes.
Okay, a bunch of old seats in this yard. Bunch of seats over here randomly, like computer seats.
So papila.
Why is no one out here?
Huevos
sitting on toilets?
blancos.
Oh my gosh, wait, construction right here? Prime toilet real estate.
Businessman, I think.
Briefcase?
Holding a briefcase?
Do you have a suit? Briefcase?
Oh, that's kind of a fucking briefcase.
If it's
think.
what I saw, it's not.
It's a modern one.
Let's see.
Let me see, let me
what
see.
the council says.
Let me see.
Look, it's giving modern briefcase.
That's a computer bag.
It is.
Yeah, that's what a briefcase is. It puts computers in it.
No, you put your
That's
files
what
in
the
it.
modern. But that's what a modern briefcase is.
I think that's a laptop bag. Chats, what do you reckon? Because briefcases.
Dude, look at this. Are you fucking
I think it
kidding?
counts.
I-
I'm not even trying to be that guy.
No, I know.
Different
It
angle,
might
different angle.
count, but I just want to tell you.
I'll give
I'll
it to
allow
you, but I
it.
was thinking in my mind like the classic
Yeah.
leather briefcase.
I'll allow it, but that's
But I'll give it to
definitely
you.
for a laptop.
No, yeah, how about this? I won't click it.
No, click
That
it, click
doesn't
it. No,
count.
no, no, no.
No,
No,
click it.
You
click
deserve it.
It's fine.
It's fine.
I
I'll
don't feel good about
concede.
clicking it.
No, it is. It's definitely look.
No, click it.
It's brief. Is it a case? No, it's a brief
it's
bag.
briefcase adjacent, I would say.
We'll give it to you. Matter of fact, I'll click cat.
No, you don't need to click. Hey, you
Oh.
don't do that yet.
Oh, okay. All
It's
good.
all good.
Okay.
Why
Train
are we
track.
not in New York City?
Nah, I'm joking.
I'm joking. Okay.
I would find everything I need out here.
Is this? This is Poland, I think.
Really? I'm looking for shoes, chat.
Europe just doesn't give like toilet on sidewalk vibes.
Oh, they definitely do.
Am I technically on railroad tracks?
No, it's a tram.
No, wait.
unfortunately.
Underneath.
It could be a railroad. Just keep looking.
No, underneath.
We have railroad potential.
It's a train station. Underneath?
If you found a train station, send a pic. We'll probably count it though. The best. Oh my god! I found a fucking hoo-ha.
Huh?
I found a hoo-ha. A waxing place.
Oh. I think you want classic railroad, right? Not train station.
I mean, if there's train tracks in a train station, that counts.
Well, I can't
Yeah,
go onto the tracks, but it's definitely underground subway
Wait,
train
can you
station.
have to
see
see
them or
tracks.
no?
No, because it doesn't let you go in it, but you can see like underneath.
Wait, keep looking around that area. Maybe there's like an exit where you can see the track.
Yeah, because we're really looking for.
We
the
really
tracks.
kind of want the tracks.
Yeah, like we want to be track guys. Oh, there's so a toilet over here. Come on.
Bro, like there's like a porta john, but that's not the vibe.
Oh, come on, chat. There's gotta be a toilet broken as fuck over here. What are we
I think
doing?
I'm in the same area as you, and it's just like
yeah,
it's not
yeah.
here.
It's just detritus, Sammy.
It's like everything but that.
Club Elite. Is this a strip club?
I don't know. Keep looking.
It's getting strip club.
Oh, I found train tracks.
It's a bunch of girl silhouettes.
Nice, babe.
Yeah, that counts.
gotta be
That's
that's
track.
gotta
That's a
be-
track.
Club
Chris,
Elite.
send the pic. I didn't realize I was muted. God damn it.
Crispy,
At
you're
all
okay.
time.
Welcome back.
Look. Club Elite.
Hold, let me
girls.
look. That's track.
Oh,
And there's a
that's a strip club. Yep.
Oh, yep.
It's a
I just saw
gentleman's
the
club.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
a strip
strippy.
club.
Yeah, this is
We'll
a strip
take
club.
The first, the
We'll
door on
take
the
it.
left wasn't giving, but the absolutely on the right that is.
And there's everyone's
Yeah.
saying A-team at the door. Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
ATM?
it is.
Yeah.
You dog. I love it.
Yeah.
That's a strip club.
That's a strip club. Or as they like to call it, a gentleman's club.
Oh.
Guys, come on.
There is potential for like a garden gnome up here.
True.
Too, but like, I'm just not finding
We
what
just,
I'm looking
Chris,
for, Carl.
we need
I
a
agree, babe.
cat,
It's okay.
an alley cat so bad right now, brother.
Cat, we win. We win with Cat. Come on.
Do you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Shut.
Shit. Dog. Fuck.
Come on, give me a cat somewhere, dude. I need more rural.
Roll.
Dog.
Rural.
Give me a cat cafe. I can peek in. We'll take a cat cafe.
Yeah, the power lines don't really have anything on them. Like, I feel like Europe again, like it's not giving shoe on power.
Yeah, they're like, yo, I'm
line.
keeping these shoes, low-key. I'm not tossing them up.
True.
Yeah. Give me a vet clinic, and then someone just happened to be walking in there.
Wait.
That's what I
that'd be
saw
really good.
earlier, and there was I couldn't see
Oh.
in. I was like, girl, I know
But
you're
it's a good
inside.
visit. It's just a checkout, nothing crazy.
Oh. Oh wait, hold.
Birds.
Oh my god, this isn't a garden gnome, but it's a little guy. But it's not a gnome.
Boy.
Oh, he's a little wavy guy.
Little guys don't count, I'm sorry.
I know, he's just a little guy. Damn.
I think if I find cat, we automatically win. Thoughts?
You love making
So
up your
true,
own little
Carlos.
rules over there.
I love
Yeah,
getting a
Carl
reaction
loves
out of
her
you.
No,
own
you know what? Like, and
rules.
I agree with her. And
Thank
I
you.
agree.
She loves a little rule
Carla
bend.
loves a little
You just
rule
call me
bend.
Curla? The
I said
fuck?
Curla.
Who the hell is that?
I hardly know her.
Curla.
Bakery. Come on, where are the cats
Oh,
at?
they're driving to me. Mimi's coming home. All right.
She's
Is that
on the
a-
bike.
oh, that's.
She's, yeah.
I thought that was something, but it was a
Got
bush.
away.
Bush.
What's the odds? Like, there's millions of cats around, right?
That's what I thought, Crispy.
I thought that
Before
too.
we started playing this.
There's low-key
Bush.
millions of cats in the city.
You
But,
got a
know.
cat on your lap right now? If you want to toss her in? Yeah, maybe.
Oh god, I would kill
that a
for
cat? No, that's a shoe. I keep thinking cats and shoes are the same
Oh.
thing.
that.
They're not, man. They're so
Just,
different.
Sammy, you're
Bring us
right.
back to
Got
Turkey.
really different vibes.
Turkey. Turkey.
There's no toilets around here, man.
No
Why is
one
the
wants to
Irish
shit anymore.
flag over here? No one wants to take a dump in the
No one's
streets
throwing
anymore.
their shoes up on the power lines. Nobody's leaving toilets in the alley.
Good answer. Good
take me to
answer.
America.
Super discount.
What's the
Super
fucking
discount.
point? Where are the cats?
Oh my god, a dog jump scared me. I thought it was a
Cats.
freaking cat. It was just a little dog.
Not the little dog.
That's another dog, but it looks like a
Oh,
cat.
this
It was
is
a- it was a
toilet
por-
territory.
what do they call it? A pocket dog?
A purse dog, rather.
First dog, yes, sorry.
No, you're good.
No, I don't think he's good, Sammy. No, okay. Okay,
Wait,
sorry.
Carl gets like randomly super offended.
Yeah.
Well, no, he's actually not good, Sammy. Don't
No,
tell him.
Sammy,
that,
Sammy,
okay?
don't encourage it.
Don't encourage
That's not
it.
good
He's
enough.
a piece of shit.
Yeah, like, fuck this guy. Like,
Sometimes I'll say
fucking
that as a
sucks.
joke to someone who doesn't get my humor, and they're like, "Oh, sorry." I'm like, "No, sweetie. Damn it, sorry.
No, I'm
kidding. I'm a huge piece of shit."
So it is cool that there's no cats outside here because outdoor cats can be.
No, but like in the window.
Oh, of
know
course.
what I mean?
True.
They're not even there,
How
and I've been
much
looking.
is that
Yeah.
kitty in the window?
Oh
Come
wait,
on,
this
there's
is
a guy on a
kitty
laptop
territory.
Here. Where's your
Wait, I
cat?
found a cat walking
Where's your
down a
cat
power
is
line,
crazy.
dangling shoes off of it. We went.
Oh,
God,
and he
bro, that's
looks kind of like a
crazy.
garden gnome.
Wait.
Imagine.
I want to know what a goat is.
I wanna know where cat is.
I want you to show me. Has anyone been Phil Collins pilled lately?
I wouldn't say pilled, but I've
but
definitely been
love
listening.
Happy for you.
Bro just has the voice of a generation, you know?
So true, King. Oh, surely a cat's enjoying the sun right here on their balcony. Come on.
I want to know. Want you to show me. I wanna know
That's
what
Gil
you think.
Collins.
Bro just looks like he's like about to go to church all the time, but
Take me to church, power anxiety. Okay, this is definitely cat territory right here.
dang my buffet. Chat, it's dang my
Snatch.
buffet.
Say Geronimo. Say Geronimo.
I found a pet store, but it's only birds.
Yeah.
Oh,
Come on.
This dog is giving cat.
You might give it to her, guys.
this dog is giving cat. Wait,
No, he's
I'm
giving
open.
cat
I'm
vibes
open.
100%.
I'm open to interpretation.
Look at this. Hold on. Let me take a picture of him. He's really cute. He's clearly a dog, but he's like kind of giving cat vibes. Look at this.
Can you say you love this group? You can. We needed that.
Good.
Thank you.
Thank you. I needed that.
Wait, I don't see it. Where is it?
I'm uploading it right now.
Oh, wait.
Hello,
he's
Millie.
like- yeah.
Did you find
He's
it?
giving
Cat
stinky old
vibes.
chihuahua, but also cat vibes.
He's giving kind of cat. He's like a cat's cousin.
Where did you see it?
He's giving his
He's a
owner
cousin.
hasn't given a bath in a
He's
year.
a cat's cousin.
Wait, this is big bodega cat vibes. Please.
Philly would also, if we were to go to Philly, there'd be cats in every
True.
window.
Take me to the USA, man. Come on. We
Take me
need
to the
this.
USA. Where's the bodega cats, man?
The USA
They
would have
exist.
shoes on the power line.
People
toilets
kissing,
on
Oh,
the
okay.
no fucking
streets.
way, dude.
Really?
Really?
Wait, we should read. If we're gonna
What?
do another
Good night,
round
Abby.
tonight, we should do that. We should have
Hey,
that
look at
on
this.
there.
Look at that. That's people kissing as heck.
Oh,
Aww.
that's
It
definitely
is,
people
it
kissing.
is.
Aw, they're
stuffy.
loving it.
100%.
Good for them.
Oh, my Geo froze. What do I do?
You can
do a little
rejoin,
dance.
can't you?
Should I just
Wait. What did I do? Oh, I hit like a hot button on my mouse to
Oh,
go
I just
back.
refreshed. I just
and
refreshed.
Then, okay, W.
Yippee!
Yeah.
Show me some cats. Show me some cats.
We got nothing out here, man.
I wanna know. Wanna
Can you
know.
show me?
Ah.
Wait, I just saw there was just a cat.
No,
but it was
there
like a picture of a
wasn't.
cat.
Oh,
there
okay.
wasn't a picture.
No, it was. No, there was. It was a picture though. It was a picture.
Yeah, yeah.
You want to do one more round, and then I'd be down for one more, but I don't know if like if you guys are trying to. I don't know what everyone's vibes are.
I can definitely do that. And then
I'm down for another
sleeping.
bingo board, personally.
Yeah, I would be down to do another one.
Sure.
Should we switch the teams up?
We could absolutely do that.
We could.
Hey,
Or we could keep them, whatever you guys
I don't
want.
mind.
Do anything.
I don't mind.
We can
Why don't we do a
genuinely do
randomizer on Google?
For the team?
Yeah.
Or for the name.
Okay,
Oh.
Oh yeah.
I'm down.
No,
Are we doing this
USA,
map or
man.
no?
Do we keep going or do you want to restart?
Let's do this one as the final one.
All right.
Yeah.
And if you find a cat, you win it
All
all.
we need is a cat. That's just easy. I found a bear.
We're in Germany, I think.
Oh, Germans have cats.
Okay.
When we
Jules,
both go
you're
fencing again, I don't know, man.
amazing.
When it
Maybe.
feels right.
When it feels right, yeah. a great answer.
It's definitely locked and loaded in the back pocket though, for sure.
What is
Yeah.
fun? Oh,
Funnel.
what was locked and loaded?
Oh, but the bogos in the binge.
Oh, I would actually. I would look. I know we're not doing it today, but I would love some Bogue.
It's been a minute.
Carla
I'm
loves a
down.
little bit of bogues.
Yeah.
I love a
A
bogue.
little bit of bogues.
Oh, they got the classic blue trash cans. Very nice.
A
Bro, if we're
bogue.
in the U.S., this would be prime toilet alleyway right there. So sad.
So true. I think I was going down the
There's
same
gotta
one.
be a
Oh.
bodega here. There's gotta be a bodega.
I've limited access to this area. Oh god,
There's
I'm hopping
gotta
around.
be a cat here.
How do I get out of this area? Please let me out.
Woman. Found a woman.
Congrats.
Found a woman.
Happy for you?
Me in college the first day.
Congrats, man.
Happy for you, man.
Got a pride flag. That's cute.
Any cats or who gives a shit?
Wait, this is so funny. It looks like
Dog.
the Mecha Chameleon. It looks like a Mecha
Wait,
Chameleon.
really? Wait, take
Yeah,
a
hold on.
picture.
I'm taking a picture.
Is that a dog or a cat?
Woman.
Like a chameleon.
Sammy and I are purple on the board.
What
That's a statue.
purple?
It looks like a Mecha
Purple.
Chameleon.
Oh my god, that does.
Bro, that does look like a mecha chameleon. What the heck is that?
I don't know. It's just a little guy.
It's like a mecha chameleon, but if it was tall.
Yeah, like slightly too big and awkwardly big.
Hotel Glocka. Glockenspiel.
Glockenspiel. Oh. Said that at the same
What?
time. That's weird.
That's weird.
Hold.
It's really hard to get down these alleys.
Can I get proof of life from a cat?
Proof of life. I found another dog.
That man was kind of cool.
Take away and party, sir. Dude, I love these old like European towns that just have these alleyways that just go forever and they're just like narrow. Like I don't know what it is. I just getting lost in those alleyways would be so fun.
Now, who doesn't take their cat out for a walk?
Oh, there's bears.
You're right.
Quite literally 90% of the population apparently, because
Crispy. No, you're right.
where is the cats?
Like, I don't know about y'all, but like my cats are always in the window. Like,
Oh, they're looking
Yeah,
why
for
have
sure.
I never seen a cat in a window, bro? No toilets, no shoes, no cats in the windows. What's
No
the
service.
guys?
But no shoes, no shirt, they still
no
get service. Watch. Go look at that kitty.
Oh, that's a dog, but it looks like a cat.
Oh, this is so garden gnome territory.
I
Getting
love that
garden
we
gnome.
say this with random, like, this is so be a toilet.
Cat!
No.
Cat! Black cat! G fucking
No,
G's.
let me see it.
Let's
Jeez.
see it.
Let me see it.
Let's
baby.
see it.
Let's
No,
go.
no.
That's a cat.
No, that's no. No, that's a puppy. That's a puppy. That is.
cat.
No, no.
I almost got guard gnome, but it's a
No,
little
that
frog.
is not a
That's
cat.
so lucky.
GG's, dudes.
Wait, Salem! That's Salem! Oh my god, cute!
Oh, Salem.
Aww.
See, that's the type
Damn.
of thing we were looking for out here.
God
All right,
damn it.
I'm gonna abort the game.
All right, I'm gonna go have break.
I have a break.
Have a
how
quick
do we wanna
brekkie.
do-
Girl,
how
that's
do
a
we wanna do the teams for
frog.
the next one?
Okay.
Randomize it, like Carla said.
Randomize it.
Yo, we could do only like we could do a 4x4 instead of 5x5 board, so it's less.
Oh yeah, let's do that.
We can do a 4x4.
Okay.
Because that was like that was pretty long actually. That was almost like an hour and a half.
Yeah, yeah.
Dude, it
Well,
doesn't even feel like it because we're like so
Dude,
locked in.
It goes so quick.
It really does.
But also I'm on my last 5 seconds of energy.
No, you're
course.
fair. You're fair.
I'm good, but I'm ready for 3 days of sleep.
All right. I'm gonna randomize right now. You ready?
Yeah.
Okay, for the next team, it's just gonna be whoever the top 2 are gonna be on a team, and the bottom 2 are gonna be a team.
Double.
All right.
Here we go. Hold on. Here they are. Okay. Yes, allow selected.
It'd be funny if
Okay.
it was just the same.
Okay. It's Crispy and Carla versus me and Sammy.
All right,
Okay.
let's do this,
Good
Carla.
teams.
Alright.
Good teams.
Bang. There we go. Cool. That'll be fun. Sammy, we got this. Now,
I'm locked in, dude.
do you guys want to cook on another?
Yeah,
while
can we
do
redo
this?
the toilet? I feel like if we're in America, it's possible.
We should just do America and Australia. So if
Yeah.
we- if
Oh, can
that's
you
possible.
limit them?
I think I could try.
Okay.
Hold on. How do I do this? Okay, chat. Do I know where the last place was? I actually have no idea. I boarded the game. Is that gonna make people upset? I have no clue where it was.
Whoopsies.
Oopsies.
Oopsie poopsie.
That's my bad.
I have
Sorry.
no idea where it was either, to be fair.
Okay. Okay. Game. That was fun.
That was fun.
Custom. Okay, we're gonna do another one. I'm gonna get rid of the last 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Bang. Okay, so it's just 20. So broken
Okay.
toilet again.
Should we redo the should we do shoes on power line too? Should
Yeah,
we bring that over?
Because I'll be pissed
Okay.
if we get it and we don't have it. She was on power line.
Yeah.
People kissing.
Yeah, let's do
Bring that
people
one back?
kissing. Let's do people kissing.
Wait, I'm actually gonna do a quick break since everyone else is.
Matter of fact, me too. Bye.
Matter of fact, BRB chat. Thanks for hanging. This has been fun.
What are
I'll
we
be
doing?
back. Take a BRB.
Carla, it's
Back.
you and Crispy versus me and Sammy. I did a randomizer.
Okay. Sounds good.
And then think of some funny ones. We already added 3, but we're only doing 20 for instead of 25. I'm gonna
Okay.
go piss real quick.
Okay. Guys, Mimi is 23 minutes away. I feel like I'm Ubering my cat. 23 minutes away. We got our flannel lesbian. I know. I'm glad I streamed today. I feel like that put me in a good mental space. I don't know what it's coming in, Sully, but I will transfer it if I have to. I don't know what it's going to be in. But Kathy's on her way. Good old Kathy. What's the sign, Jorbies? Kathy. I know, Doom. Yay. Thank you, Pepsi. Yeah, true. It has been a good day. It's been a very good day. Pepsi, thank you for hanging. It's been so fun. Chris has a cat out. Kitty. Oh, I would do anything to have a cat on my lap right now. I miss her on my lap. Oh my god. Oh. Oh, it's so cute.
He wants to kill me. Look at him.
God, I want to hold a
What's your
cat
cat?
so bad.
Look at him.
So cute. I found my twin. How can I be upset? Oh, Jorbies, that's okay. We have Kathy. I started super early today, which is cool. So it means 2:30.
Put your
I
ass
can get
away,
off by
child.
6:34, I think.
Apparently
Not
you just
6:30, sorry,
subscribed.
3:34 p.m.
Whoops,
So I can go to the
6
post
months
office.
in advance, baby. Carl's love.
6 months in advance! Oh my god, Leah, yay! Thank you. I appreciate you. That's really lovely. Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Happy 29. Yeah, no, but that's still gonna be like, if I get off in 2 hours, that'll be 7.5 hours, which is really great. And also, if you don't know, a new video is up as well. It's the playthrough with Chris. I didn't do many edits though, so if you missed the full playthrough, it's perfect for you. And yes, I know, I was so proud of myself. I did, I would say, I think it was 16 videos on YouTube this month. And not that many hours streaming. I think I only clocked 100 hours. But honestly, that's pretty good in considering Mimi and everything. So, I'm still happy about that. Thanks, Jorbies. I'm glad I'm so back. I'm back.
Carla, next
Yes.
next time we do this, you and me versus Crispy and Sammy.
All right.
All right.
Alrighty.
Dude, this has been so fun. I love these games.
I know, same. There's something about it that's so fun.
There's
It's
something
just
that
I
makes me
Spy.
go, ooh.
Ooh, yeah, seeing the minion was crazy. That was like, that was so fun.
Yeah, that was good.
And I met my twin. God.
Yeah, what a day today.
I know.
What a
Hold on, wait.
day.
We got broken toilet, shoes on power line, people kissing. Did you guys come up with any?
Let's do.
Oh yeah, let me show them the minion real quick. Chat wants to see the minion.
Check
Oh, yeah,
that. That's
chat, look at
3.
The stacked up minions.
Maybe something to do with The Simpsons. Like The Simpsons, anything like could be merch.
Like Marge.
Like anything related to The Simpsons.
A Simpsons character.
Yeah.
Simpsons character. But it has to be a character.
Thanks,
the logo doesn't
Flo.
count.
Yeah, it has to be a character.
No shoes is funny. Just
Thank
like
you,
someone's
Leah,
dogs.
again. Thank you for all the support this month.
Someone's
I'm
dog's
very
out?
grateful.
Yeah.
Okay. Can we do bald again? That was fun.
19
Bald?
minutes.
How
She
about
arrives.
2 balls?
2 balds next to
2
each other?
bolds?
2 balls,
And
yeah.
How close do they need to be? Because
They
this
have to
will
be,
be.
Sammy. They have to be in the same shot. If you get screenshot both balls, it counts.
Oh my god, I love
Oh,
that.
so they're just both in the frame.
Yeah, I love that. I love that.
Okay, yeah, that's fair. That's easy too.
Wait, should we do a dog running? Like running dog.
Okay. So it can't be sitting.
No, it has
dog's
to be
running.
movement.
And no leash. It's got to be running.
What's with you
without a
treasure
leash.
trains at the moment? Jesus Christ.
Put your ass away, child.
Is that crazy?
Hello.
No, just make sure to
Inspirata
clarify
just
on the
subscribed.
Yeah.
Inspirata.
Dog running,
Thank
running,
you, dog.
no leash.
Yay.
That means it's not like a dog
I
park.
appreciate you. Thank you.
2 balds.
Two bolds kissing. 2 bolds kissing with a cat.
Bird mid-flight, I love.
Ooh, okay.
Bird mid-flight. Interesting.
Maybe like Apple logo, iPhone, something to do with Apple? No? Okay, banana. Okay.
Wait, what if we did person eating banana?
Ooh, okay. Sammy, now.
That's gonna be, that's gonna be so
That's
tricky.
never gonna happen. That's
Wait,
never
I
gonna
got
happen.
I got an
On the way
idea.
to work in the morning.
I got an
but you're
idea.
Holding a banana.
4 minions. 4 minions.
What about just a watermelon?
4? Yeah, watermelon,
Wait,
but do 4 minions as well.
Have a person eating fruit.
Okay.
Okay.
Why is
And
there so
then-
many people eating?
Okay. But
Sammy,
bold
it's 4
eating
minions.
banana. Okay, wait, no.
It can't be it can't be more than 4 or less than 4. It's got to be 4 minions.
Okay, 4 minions.
4
Four?
minions.
Yeah.
4 total.
That's gonna be really tough because they move in 3s.
Yeah, they usually only.
You
do
don't know.
threes.
Hey, you never know.
2 Norwood, 3 balds. No, I agree.
How about NASA logo?
Okay.
Oh,
logo,
okay.
okay.
What about a taco?
okay.
Like like you have to. It's either like a sign that has a taco on it, or they're holding a taco.
You cut off.
You cut
Taco.
that out for me, babe.
Taco.
Just a taco?
It could be on a sign.
Per-
It could be an actual taco.
Bright
Professional soccer team logo.
Monster sign, like the energy drink.
Fair enough.
pink. Wait, how about bright pink car?
Okay.
Bright
pink?
Yeah.
All right.
What about just pink in general? I feel like a light pink would work fine.
Okay, pink car.
True.
Pink car.
Weed? Like a weed logo? Like a marijuana logo?
Can you do a monster logo?
Weed?
Oh, sure.
Monsters Inc. What'd you say?
What can we do? Bigfoot?
What?
Just
Can we do
Bigfoot?
Bigfoot?
What does that mean? Like, how do we spot that?
Who, Bigfoot?
Girl, do they have big feet?
He's not. No.
Wait,
no,
do you
no,
not
no,
know what
the-
Bigfoot
the-
is?
Carla, the monster, Bigfoot.
No, I understand that, Samantha, but how
Oh,
will we
he's
find
on
it?
everything, like books. Like he's big on merch.
Oh, I thought you didn't know who Bigfoot was
Girl,
for a second. I was worried.
Girl,
the same thing.
I might.
confused.
No, I'm in Australia, but I know what Bigfoot is. I'm just trying to define the rules.
Well, you said no, like big feet, and so I thought I was talking about a human with.
No, I'm just trying to clarify what I'm looking for. Wait, so can it be a photo of Bigfoot?
Yes.
I think
Okay.
yes. I think Bigfoot merch is all under the umbrella is okay, or him like on a sign.
Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Dragon Ball Z.
This is wild.
How about someone
Or
doing a
anime.
peace sign?
Anime shirt.
Anime? Oh, I'll be locked in, bro.
Anime shirt.
Peace sign?
At camera.
Peace sign's good. I like it. I like it.
Peace sign.
Can we do peace sign on a
by person.
poster? Or is it person?
Nope. Just
Okay.
by a person doing it.
Okay.
What's that?
Saxophone.
Okay. Someone playing one or just or any kind?
Anything. Anything you see.
I like that. I like that.
How about cactus? Because it'll be tough because you're in the city, so you have to find a Mexican restaurant or maybe some merch.
So logo's okay.
Yeah, like any kind of cactus. Or
Okay.
fuck it,
Okay, and then
no, no.
also person laying on the ground.
No, too easy. Also, it'll be probably weird. Like if we find someone laying on the ground, might be like.
Yeah, okay,
What if we
okay,
don't
okay,
have
okay.
it well?
Okay.
Yeah,
What
that's
about more
We
shaft?
do someone with their dogs out, right?
Could we do
wrote that
graffiti
earlier.
shaft again?
No, I don't have that one. How about 1 foot? Like, wait, how do we want to do it?
Graffiti
With what?
shaft.
Okay, graffiti. Shaft. Only. No boobs this time. Just
Okay, just shaft, yeah.
Mm.
Okay. What else? Ice cream? How
But
about
did you
ice
say you
cream
didn't
on-
have the person with the dogs out? Did you
No,
say
I
you
don't.
didn't have that? Can we put that there?
Okay.
I think someone barefoot is funny.
Yeah, okay.
barefoot person, and then how about ice cream on the ground? Like someone dropped their ice cream.
Ooh. Okay.
That's it.
I like it.
Ice cream
Okay.
on ground. Now
Give
let's
us the
go through
bingo
these.
card.
Let's go through these and let me know if any of them suck or
Okay.
not.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, broken toilet again.
Okay.
I like it.
Shoes on power line. I think those two are fun.
Mhm.
People kissing.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Simpsons character.
Mhm.
Mhm.
Two balds.
Mhm.
Two balls.
Two bald people in the same picture. A dog running with no leash.
Mhm.
Okay.
Bird mid-flight.
Mhm.
Person eating fruit.
Mhm.
Doesn't sound like we're crazy about that one. Should we change it?
No,
I like it
I
because it's
don't
funny.
mind it.
Sorry, I zoned out thinking about my doppelganger
Okay.
again. That's so cool.
4 minions.
I think that's fine.
4 minions.
NASA logo.
Mhm.
Taco.
Thank you for the sub.
Pink car.
Wait, question for
your ass
Taco.
away,
Can it be
child.
on a
I'm also
sign, or
looking
does it
at
have to
my
be the
Mimi
actual
tracker.
thing?
I think it's
just
any kind of taco.
subscribed.
Okay.
Kabooski!
Bigfoot.
Mhm.
Weed
Yep.
leaf.
Oh, Sully, I'll show you a quick
Anime
one.
shirt. So only a shirt that has anime on it.
It has to be a shirt. Oh, that's.
First
that
of all,
narrows
she's
it
so
down.
talented.
Yes. Peace sign by a person.
Mhm.
Okay.
No, the word
So-
taco isn't allowed. It needs to be a taco.
But check this out, right?
Mm.
Check this out.
Saxophone.
That's not even the best one.
Okay.
That's
Graffiti
not even the best
shaft.
one.
Graffiti
Specifically,
shaft.
yes.
Okay.
Ice cream on ground.
Mhm.
We'll take popsicle as well, and then barefoot person.
That's me with bangs.
I like it.
Bang. All right.
Isn't that crazy?
Give me a second.
That's not me.
Give us that password.
We talked on the phone earlier. They're gonna
Just make sure it's
tattoo me on
ready
stream one
to
day.
Go here.
But also, they're incredibly talented, so
We're missing. It's not working for a sec. There's probably a reason. Let's double check.
oh, wrong one. Sorry. But you know what the craziest part is? Someone came up to her once and said, talked about me, and this is prior to us meeting today. Isn't that crazy?
Hold on. I think I might have to add 5 more. I'm just gonna add ones that are nothing. Just
My
running
God.
fake a
Oh,
bunch.
okay.
No, we haven't met. We want to though, but we did. Well, I mean, we talked on the phone, yes, because I DM'd them, and they responded instantly, and came into chat with their boyfriend. It was the best.
Working.
It's just before we play Geo. If you want to go back to the VOD. I know, very talented, huh? Sperm donor dad. No, it's good, Sully. It's really cool. And I tried to prank Mum. And Reese was like, oh, do you have a bob in that? Oh, you have tattoos. What? And I'm like, that's not me. That's not me, babe. And now I feel like I need to cut bangs again because I love the way they look on her. But I got to remember that I'm not her. And then it won't look the same. But I love her bangs. I gotta stay calm on the bangs. I honestly think though, if I fixed my hair color back to my natural and go darker, it looks like me from 2023,
wait.
right?
Trying
If
again.
I got them cut well, I actually do like the bangs, but I always did it myself and butchered it. But yeah, if I had my darker hair color and bangs, crazy.
Keep saying it can't parse the board.
But it was crazy. It was fun. It was really, really cool. And they're in Sydney too, which is so exciting. I'm sure I can find a photo that looks exactly like that angle, because
Chris, you said you're having problems with the formatting.
when I saw the angle, I went,
Yeah, it's like not working right now.
because usually people send me a link and I go, yeah, I guess. But this one I went, oh shoot. Gotta be the first.
Why
Yeah,
am I
she should be
fucking,
my
like,
first.
coding right now, you know?
She should be my first
Bro, it keeps giving me
tattoo
errors.
for sure. Go over the tattoo stream.
Error.
Sydney too. Yeah.
Danger, Will Robinson. Danger.
Sydney too. And she recently lost her cat as well.
Man, that's another like reference that's ages old. at
9
this
minutes.
point.
Well, sister check. Hello, mummy.
Okay, I'm trying again.
9 minutes.
Yeah, whatever you just said, I don't even get.
Lost in
Mimi and
space.
Salem dapping
Oh,
up
my
in
bad.
kitty heaven.
Did it. Let's go. Okay.
Did it.
Oh my god. I'm
Question, guys.
Here we go.
Answer, babe.
Big favor. Is it possible we can hold out for maybe 8 minutes? Because Mimi's nearly here. I don't want to,
Oh yeah, we can wait for 8 minutes. I thought
Okay.
you
Yeah,
wanted to
we
end.
can wait
I was
8
like,
minutes, girl.
No, I
I'll
want
wait 10, dude.
No, I want to play. I just don't want to like run away as we start.
No, you're
Yeah,
good.
of course.
My God, thank you. Let me get this up.
Join real quick. Let me know if it works, and then
Okay.
we're good.
Sick.
Same, oh, never mind, sorry. I saw.
Ah, already loaded up. Perfect.
Nice.
Locked and loaded.
Wait, Sammy, what color do you want to go? Blue.
Oh yeah, Crispy, what do you want?
Let's be blue. Let's be blue.
We're blue.
Let's be green.
Let's do.
No, go
I was
red.
gonna say green.
Fine.
Oh, perfect.
Isn't green too close, or am I weird?
No,
Um,
look,
Wait.
click on it.
Green and blue.
Are they for Crispy? Are you okay?
Oh yeah,
We're
Crispy, is
kinda
that good?
close.
Green and blue.
Yeah,
Oh,
dude,
okay.
they're similar looking.
You're
No?
trolling, right?
They're closer than blue and
I've
red.
got no opinion on it.
I'm fine, personally.
Green and blue.
They're yeah, from far away, it's like tough to see compared to like a more strong, like warm color. Am I losing my mind?
Huh? When have I ever confused green and blue?
No, I'm not saying you. I'm saying for chat. Like it's watching it small. It might be nice to have a different color.
I thought
Chat,
you were
what do
talking
you
about
think?
Me, bro. I was like,
No.
what?
Wait, click something,
No.
Chris. See what the chat thinks.
I feel like it looks too similar. Like I feel like that's.
I
like,
feel like they look pretty different.
They're different
but
for me.
maybe that's
I feel
just
like they
me.
look like in radical.
Everyone, so,
All right, whatever.
I have never heard Chris be more flabbergasted in my life.
I feel, but then go red or orange.
I
Red or
thought,
orange,
Sammy,
and
I
look how
thought he
nice
was
that
doing a
looks.
bit. I genuinely thought he was doing a bit.
Like, look at that. That's so different. Like that stands out, man.
I mean, everyone's saying it's very different, but if you prefer us to go
Chris,
red, we
it's
can go
fine.
red.
Chris, if you want to be a different color, then that's fine. We could be a different
Nah,
color.
it's fine. I'm just trying to be a
My
nice guy
chat's-
for people
my
who might
chat's
need it.
dying right now.
Chris, it's okay. I think you have good intentions, and that's all
I mean,
that
I
matters.
don't mind.
Your
You know
intentions
what?
are
This is
pure.
my-
Okay.
This is my graphic design coming out of me, and that's my bad, guys.
Maybe.
And you know
I
what, hey.
mean, it's fine.
Like on paper, they're actually the most similar, I think, compared to red and orange.
Yeah, on the color wheel, they are similar, but it's such a neon green and a vibrant blue that they don't look similar on the board.
It's all good, guys.
But
We
you're
move on
not
from
wrong.
this.
They are like they're next to each other in the color.
I come
wheel,
back up
but-
from being away from PC, and then Chris is like, no, but like, the hex code, if you think about it, you're in the same family of hex.
Guys, I won't be accessible anymore. That's my bad. I'm sorry.
Don't you dare. That's,
Boy,
no,
some
you
coders,
dare.
bro.
That's
Don't even-
crazy.
don't
This is
even.
you
That's my bad.
problem. This is not. You
That's
were
my
not
bad.
doing that.
That's
for chat.
crazy.
You were
No,
prejudice,
this
bro.
is-
Don't,
No, I
don't.
don't.
You
I
weren't.
fuck? Yes, I
No,
was.
you weren't.
Yeah, put words in my mouth then. Good.
Maybe I will.
We're on the same team.
wait,
Just
Carla,
'cause we're
let
on
him
the
go.
same team
Let
doesn't
him
mean
go.
I think blue and green look like the same color. Like,
Bro, they literally do small as fuck on a camera, like on screen. I was just looking out for people. It's fine. No worries.
Chris, that's fine. I mean, Crispy, who is colorblind, said it was okay. So who are you vouching for here?
I'm vouching for myself, Sammy.
All right, man.
And my bachelor's degree, actually, also.
Okay, education flex.
Okay.
Chris, mute them all. W.
Oh my god. Wow. That's crazy.
Mute them all is crazy.
Mute 'em
okay,
all is
Chris,
wild.
What color do you want then? Oh, he's actually muted.
Oh, he's
He
talking.
actually muted.
Oh, he's
Wait,
muted.
He hates us, guys. He hates us.
Sorry, I was being accessible for everybody. The whole chat. It's fine. Fine, Chris. Fine.
Here, we can be orange.
I don't mind. I honestly,
that
I can
he's
change.
happy.
I can change.
I'm already orange, babe. I'm already
Wait,
orange.
Sammy can't do orange and green. Sorry, bro.
Wait.
Oh, I'm sorry, Crispy. Is red okay? Would red work?
Ooh, I'm red green colorblind.
Oh no. Well, okay, purple then. Is purple okay?
No, literally be any color. It's fine. I'm just pulling
No,
your
we'll
chain.
be purple. We'll be purple.
Oh my god.
All right, I'm gonna. I'll be back.
Okay.
Okay, take care.
I'll be back, guys. They are 3 minutes away, but I'm just gonna go down and wait for them,
Eyes, dude.
so it's less awkward.
No, Crispy, I was actually laughing at how flabbergasted you were. I was
Bro, I
laughing.
was genuinely confused.
I was
to be fair
genuinely
though,
laughing.
I genuinely thought it was a bit at first.
No,
I
and
genuinely thought it was a
Crispy, you're
bit.
valid. You're valid.
Yeah. Oh man.
Crispy, I've been thinking about how anything could happen lately, truly.
Listen, when you put your mind to it and you realize that the world is your cloister, anything can happen, Sammy.
That's true.
Anything.
That's true, Crispy.
Also, where did Carla get that baller Twitch jacket?
Isn't that cool? I always tell her how sick I think that is.
Is that like an ambassador thing or something? Is Carla
I
an
think she
ambassador?
got it
I
a
don't remember.
while ago. Carla is
Really?
an ambassador. She is.
Yeah, I was like, I'm pretty sure she is. That's cool. Oh man.
I'm gonna set up the thing now. I'm gonna try doing American and Australian cities at the same time. Australia, America,
Doing it
cities.
only. Are we doing only Australia and America?
I don't know if you can add 2 to 1 game or not.
Oh, I get what you're saying.
Australian cities, like, can you add multiples?
Oh.
Cities.
She's got...
Big cities, UK cities, capital cities. Major Russian cities. Suburban England. I know USC's at top. I'm trying to see if there's like a weird, like Australian and New Zealand cities and big towns. Like if there's a world where it's both would be kind of cool. But I don't know if that's a thing. Also, I wouldn't mind seeing like Japan for some of these.
I think this is one of these fire masks. Let me try it on. I think it's a goose. Okay.
Popular maps. Czech Republic. Town squares of the world. A major Australia.
Oh my god, hello!
I feel like town squares of the world might be cool.
Thank you for the raid! Oh my god.
And maybe we do...
Hello, hello!
I like the 10 minutes, and if we all feel like it sucks, we could just skip it.
That's fair.
Thank you for the raid. Oh my goodness. How cute is that, by the way? Mima's is home. Cat unboxing.
Oh, yay.
Hi, Mia.
Hey.
I knew Chris would go, oh, yay. Give me a sec, 1 second.
Okay.
Trace, thank you so much. Oh, sorry, no. Selena, sorry. Thank you so much for the raid doll. I'm good. Raiders, I'm so sorry. I just picked up my kitty. Obviously, she passed a couple weeks ago, and they delivered her back to me, her ashes.
We're already in the lobby, right?
Which is really exciting. So I just want to
Carla's
read this
not,
real
you
quick.
are.
Give me a moment. I'm just
Oh.
going to open this real quick.
Okay.
No, you're good.
Aww.
Come with me as we... Sorry.
Come with me while I unbox my cat. Sorry, guys. You have to laugh. I have to do this, otherwise
No,
I'll be a mess today.
No. It's funny, but
No,
like,
it's-
I'll be the same way. You
No,
know what
no,
I mean?
I know. Okay. What were you playing, doll?
Crispy, I dread that day.
It's kind of
Yeah,
weird that it's like
I'm
a present,
probably gonna
but
be unwell
I'll take
for
it.
a while.
Hey.
Yep.
Aww. Wait, that's really... Why is this cute?
We're gonna be doing town squares of the world, by the way. I feel like that might be good for a lot of the things we want.
Aww.
And then if it sucks, we could leave. Like, I'll just move on.
Aw. Cute. Oh, that's heavy. He's here. It's done very well, actually. It's done very well. Aww. Cute. I know it's so little compared to the other one. It's for Reese. Well, at least she's... Yeah, it says Mia on it. Perfect. Well, at least she can hang with us again, guys. Perfect. Yay! Guys, she's with us again. On our desk. Yeah! Our bingo sheet's gone. Yeah, it's not Quinn. Sorry, Slay. I know you came at an interesting time, but I appreciate you a lot. Thank you. Hope your stream was fantastic. Are you excited for Halloween coming out? 1 apple tall. I know. Literally 1 apple tall. I'm glad that's done because I was a bit nervous about it, but I met her. I literally like tracked her down on the tracker to make it less awkward for me. I didn't want her to come up because she's like, "How are you doing?" I'm like, "Oh." One Red Bull tall. Alright, I'm ready when you are.
All right, is everyone ready?
I know, Em. I'm like, I'm okay. See.
Yup. Do it.
Oh my god, wait, Crispy, you got kicked off Team Nitu because you got banned. Apparently.
Why'd you show Hog,
Oh.
Crispy?
He didn't.
Listen,
Oh.
man.
Yo,
Carla
you were
spreading,
banned.
Carla
I
spreading
honestly
that
didn't
rumor
even know.
was so funny.
I know.
Spreading rumor, bro. She was like, Crispy was showing Hog
Really?
on main.
Wow, hog? Damn.
Hey, whatever.
Mummy hog.
That's funny.
Because I think it was like an Egyptian thing was playing when I got banned.
Oh, sure.
Oh.
Sure.
Smooth criminal.
All right, Sammy, you good? We're gonna pop off.
I'm good.
Oh, Chris needs to re-invite
Are
me.
you good?
Oh, you mean the
Yeah.
stream team? Oh.
Yeah.
I forgot the stream teams were a thing, dude.
No, it's hey, no worries. All right.
I wonder if I was
Thanks,
part of any other
Slay.
one.
I'm so excited to play Halloween. Maybe we can play
Squares
together.
Of
All right.
the world, purple
Let's do it.
versus red. I
Here
think,
we
or you guys
go.
green. I don't know,
Carla,
whatever.
let's lock
Okay, go.
the
Good
fuck
luck.
in.
All right, guys, come
I think we're
on.
green, but I don't remember.
Do we have cat again?
No.
Oh wait,
No.
fake,
Two
fake,
balls.
fake. Oh, sorry. Let me change that.
Weed leaf.
Okay,
Okay.
we're back. What should I look for?
can you-
I want
Why
2
are we
bolts.
doing a big circle?
I want 2
Oh,
bolts off the rip.
that's all we can go?
No,
Oh,
you
we
can
can't-
move around.
Oh.
Oh, there's an exit. There's an exit. It just takes a second.
Guys, 2 bolts.
Rent a bench.
We're Nebraska.
So down to play.
Is
I'm so
Nebraska?
excited
Oh,
for it.
give
Oh
us
my
the
god.
Shoes on a fucking power
I need
line.
this.
Is that gray or pink?
What are we looking for? Ice cream on ground, graffiti shaft. Maybe I'll go
Moose
for
knows if she
graffiti
doesn't drink water.
shaft. Crazy comms.
Toilet.
Oh, yes,
Sorry.
yes, yes. Good call. Okay. I want to... Come on, shaft.
Huh?
Huh?
Come back to me, babe.
What? Wild comms.
Oh, we've said worse.
Maybe.
That's nothing.
Carla, you and your mom are the same person, by the way.
I know.
Hey, let me know if she's
I
a
know.
son.
She's open.
All right.
All right.
She's open.
She's ready. Kitty!
She's. Oh, there's such a fucking toilet over here. Are you kidding me?
Oh, not this again.
That's a litter. That's a litter outside. Doesn't count, but it's close. There's a hamper.
This is like the most freaking, just like
American ass.
northern
fucking city,
Morgan, yeah, American ass little city. Oh, I found them town square.
Do it,
Okay,
do it, do
Here
it.
we go.
Lock
I'm
in.
looking for a
You found
taco.
Town square.
I found like the main street.
Taco
It's
and
one
cacti
block.
doll.
Crispy crunchy chicken. Okay.
Oh,
now
yeah,
what we're
yeah,
looking
yeah.
for?
Let's crunch it up.
We're looking for a little more Mexicano.
What are we looking for? I'm looking for balds. Two
What's
balds.
that? What is that? That
Or shoes. Wait, is this Milwaukee? Where the fuck are we?
No, we're
Danny's
whatever I
Corner
said
Store.
earlier.
Milwaukee, more like
Nebraska.
Mole Runny. Wait, do we have cat again? No.
Oh no! It says tacos, but there's no picture of tacos.
Doesn't count.
Can't
Oh,
take
come on, come on,
it.
come on! Show me the
Can't.
taco.
Oh, there's gonna be
Show me your
shoes here,
tacos,
guys.
Joe.
Hey, hey. You
Glam,
fucking
does
bastard.
it? Where?
You fucking guys is wild. You fucking guys.
Now, where are the balds?
Wait, Black Lives Matter banner? W?
I thought you
Base.
said Black Eyed
Nice.
Peas, and I
Based.
was like, hell yeah.
No.
Love both?
Love both.
Both signs roll? Growl?
Love wins.
Love definitely does win. Oh, is it Halloween? Oh, I see some,
NASA
Hallelujah,
logo
if
could
you
go
know what I'm
crazy
saying.
here too. Oh, any balds? No, these guys have hats on.
This is a very
Any
cute
balls?
little place.
City?
Yeah.
Lot of construction over here. Hard hats for
Is he
days.
bald?
Nerdy nails. Come on.
Okay,
Someone-
how bald are we talking?
We're
if
talking
there's
bald.
if he's
These guys
on
have hair,
top, but he has
bald
a
on the
little
top.
bit of hair on the side.
Sammy, are you at the tattoo shop? Because I see those two balds.
No. I'm the shot. The council can decide.
Okay.
They're both bald on top with a little bit of hair on the sides. How bald are we talking?
Let me see the pic.
What do we
full
think?
bald.
Council it up. It's uploading. It's uploading.
I mean, I'm okay with a Friar Tuck kind of vibe.
What do we think?
Ooh.
Two balds, but they've got a little bit of hair on the
The
side.
one on the
What do we
left, the
think?
one on the left
that's
has
a
a
little
bit
too much.
more.
That's too
How
much hair.
bald?
That's
You
too
think
much
that's
hair,
too much?
low-key.
Okay, we'll continue.
Yeah,
we'll continue.
I think that's too much hair, low key.
I think we want to go Mr.
That's like a
Clean
2.
Bald.
That's a 2 on the
It's
ball.
pretty
I
close.
like the vibe
Wait.
though.
Those
This
balds
town
are
rules.
bald
Trans
boys.
life matters.
Hold on.
What the fuck?
Oh hell yeah.
This is great.
Oh, those guys are
Town-
both bald as fuck.
This town's
Where'd they
fucking
go?
sick.
Locate the balds again, Chris.
Oh,
They're
dude,
at Norwood 5.
Oh, those guys were bald as fuck. Where are they?
That's half bold, yeah.
Chris, get them again.
Are these guys both bald? Oh, I need a better angle, dude. Two balds! Two balds!
Show me the
Oh,
bald
my
head.
God.
That's right.
Those
I
are
know
some
that's
shiny-ass
right.
bald heads.
Let me see the
I know
shine.
that's absolutely right. Those are two
Oh, yeah,
balds
those are
right
bald boys.
there.
Oh, they're
Those are
shiny
two
bald
balds.
boys. All right.
Those are two big bald boys.
All right.
Two big bald boys.
Big, beautiful bald
Yeah,
boys
you got
right
it.
there.
Not
Yep.
a hair between either of them.
Wait, oh my god. The roads, the two of these roads are in different seasons. One's in Halloween, one's during Christmas.
Oh,
Wait,
perfect.
no way.
Yeah, it's funny.
Eagles.
I think bingo's
Huh?
funnier when we have like really ridiculous ones like that too. Like that's extra silly to me.
I agree.
It's just a neighborhood. I don't think I'm gonna find anything here.
I'm gonna need 4 minions stat.
No, that's mine.
This is a minionless town. I'm not getting minion
There's not
vibes.
much to this town right now.
Okay, school bus.
Come on,
That's
they're
yellow.
trying their best.
trying to find like the city center.
Someone definitely threw their shoes up here. Come on.
NCAA Men's College World Series.
I saw Huskies. Is this Connecticut?
There's no fucking shot. This is Connecticut.
Yukon? I don't know. It said Huskies.
Maybe it is. Is it? No, it's Omaha.
Oh yes, true. Flo.
Omaha?
Yeah,
Because
yeah,
I
yeah,
said
yeah.
Nebraska within the first 30 seconds of the round.
Oh, my bad. My bad.
Please.
Nebraska.
Wait, this is where Emma is, right here. Imagine
Okay,
Emma-
Some people need to.
Okay, Knox.
No, I don't. What? She's in Nebraska. Everyone knows Nebraska. No.
No, exactly right here. This is their house.
This is Emma's house right here.
Let me
you
get the
guys.
address, guys.
My
We can
biggest
double check.
fear is being on Google Maps and like walking kind of weird, like having bad posture.
Oh really?
I thought you were gonna say like your house shows up, but no.
Yeah,
like,
that's what I
imagine-
thought
Yeah,
you were gonna say
same.
too. Wait! Oh no! Oh my god, this is so almost what we're looking for.
What? What is it?
Oh
Is it-
my
is it on
god.
the toilet?
No.
What is it?
Spit it.
No. Oh,
It's a minion shaft, low key.
you get the shaft.
Oh,
It's over.
No, they get the
Give
shaft.
bonus points for
That's
that.
bonus
That's a
points.
minion
Yeah,
penis.
that's a double. That's a minion penis.
that's a mock.
Can we get the shaft for that?
That is an insane pull.
Give her that for
Insane.
shaft. Give her that
You
for
of all
shaft.
people would grab that. That's so
no,
funny.
we can't give her. I'm down. That it is
Oh
kind of
my god,
shafty.
no,
That's
don't
very
give it to me.
shafty.
But I get extra credit for that, I think.
Okay.
No,
That's
you get
bonus- that's
extra
bonus
personal
points.
credit for sure.
Oh my god.
That's crazy that you found that.
Bro. That is
Who
insane.
made that?
Girl, I don't know.
Oh, Sammy, I thought you were on my team.
No, it's me.
No,
me
babe,
and
I'm
you,
not on
Carla.
your team
Yeah.
anymore.
Well, I agree.
Carla,
That's not
me
that's not
you.
phallic enough.
My humble
Oh,
apologies.
now it doesn't
I'm
count.
joking.
now
I'm
she's
Well,
against
yeah.
I'm
her,
joking.
Shayla.
I'm
Yeah,
joking.
the Giga Gals only stick together with their
No,
other team.
I'll
Dang.
always
The
back up my
Guzins-
Shayla.
The Guzins, we'll remember that.
I'm sure you will, Guz. All right, let's look in. I do like it though. If we gave it to her, I would honestly be fine with it.
It's a guy
Don't give
mowing
it
a
to me,
lawn.
guys. Just give me
All
mowing a lawn's
star
good.
exteriors.
Random
Bro, there's
chair.
nothing in this town like at all.
What do you mean
see a
nothing? We just
face.
saw a minion schlong.
Well, I mean,
We just
besides
saw
that,
pure heat right there.
People
that was their
travel
national
far and
monument,
wide.
Low key.
That looks like a face.
Ew.
Ew.
Wait, that's uncanny. I don't like
Yeah.
that.
People travel far
don't
and
like
wide
that.
to see the Mong.
What's the word when you see faces in objects? There's a word for it.
There is a word.
I don't remember.
There's a
Deuteronomy
subreddit for it
or
too,
something.
actually.
Dude,
Hope
Black
is
Lives Matter
life,
again?
life.
This town
Lifeline.
is so
Oh, I
sick.
like that. All you need is faith. Okay.
Paradolia, it's called.
Oh.
Oh, found Bigfoot.
Thank
No,
you
I'm
so much,
kidding.
Chase.
Oh, Bigfoot.
Emma,
I
show
forgot
me
about
found
where.
Bigfoot.
Emma, show me where an
Low-key?
abandoned toilet is. Quick.
Yeah, Emma, let us
This
know.
would be, Carla, this would be a huge place to have a Bigfoot sign like nailed to a like tree
Right.
somewhere.
True.
Okay, okay.
Nebraska's
Classic.
big on Bigfoot.
I'm looking
Like,
for people kissing.
Americans love to put Bigfoot in their yard, like a shadow Bigfoot in their yard.
I'm looking for
Really?
Bigfoot kissing. Another Bigfoot.
Oh, that's cute.
Thanks.
That's ideal.
I'm looking for Bigfoot kissing 4 minions. I think I just found a businessman.
Imagine if I saw a Bigfoot, like actual Bigfoot, and I'm like, guys, I found it.
You actually
Oh,
saw
you found
him.
like actual
There's
Bigfoot.
actual
I'm like,
Bigfoot, and he's waving to the camera.
That
This
would
is a
be
big update.
amazing.
Oh
Emma,
god,
thank you so
my
much.
Geo's
Appreciate you.
struggling.
Paradolia?
Wait, we could have
Yeah,
random
pareidolia.
toilet here.
Nice.
Paradolia.
Oh, there's such a random toilet over here, surely.
Come on, guys, we need a
I'm like
point.
in the construction
I'm
zone right here.
shocked I haven't seen a specific one yet. That should be so common. Ooh, creepy abandoned building? Okay.
Oh shit.
No, I love this town.
Yeah, me too.
We can't stay. We've
Oh,
gotta
it was
go.
a pleasure.
We've
Do
gotta
birds?
go.
Do birds not exist here? I forgot we were looking for birds.
Bye,
Bro, we only got
Slay.
one.
I appreciate
Only
you.
two balls.
Bro, we only got one.
Thank you for the
We got 2
raid.
balls while we were there.
That was
What the
I was
fuck is
Omaha,
Bigfoot? That's
baby.
funny.
Omaha ain't had
Back to
shit.
Winnipeg.
Wow.
Hi, John. All right.
Okay, here we go.
Okay, this is huge. This is big.
All right, all right, all right.
What do we got here? We got.
Give me an anime.
Oh, give me a
Give me an ice cream
Weedly
place.
and Simpsons.
Give me an ice cream place so I can see an ice
There's
cream.
an
on the
Among
ground.
Us.
Among Us.
No.
Is it Among Us? No
Yeah.
way.
Oh, anime. I got anime.
On a shirt.
Did
on
you?
a shirt.
Fuck. Okay, sorry, it was a sign.
It's okay, man.
Sorry.
It's okay.
God, I nearly yodeled. Among Us.
Yodel.
Wait, it isn't Among Us.
Bro, it's
Damn it.
such an Among Us.
Oh, won't let me go down
I got
that street.
excited.
Excited. I'm hip. I'm cool.
Oh. Oh, Vodafone's here? Cool.
Anyone's dogs out?
Ooh.
Oh. What is that? Is that one of them?
Yeah.
What is this?
Wait, what's it? Is it just dog?
Dog's
Or dog
out.
running? Right. Oh, yeah.
Oh, barefoot person.
Yeah.
Bigfoot having a coffee right here?
I wish.
Yeah. Got me.
Hey, you're fine.
You got me.
Someone in the chat goes, was that child barefoot? Wait, weird comments, my bad.
On a
Like,
normal day, you'd be out.
on a normal day, yeah.
Normal day, you're done. Here,
You're
it's fine
done.
for a second, but then that's it.
I keep
So,
thinking
any
a
more
place is a
than one
taco
time.
thing.
Oh, yeah. Oh,
Flow my
tacos.
goat, thank you.
I am like looking at this graffiti, and there's everything but what I'm looking for.
What is that?
Oh,
thing?
yeah,
Oh,
dong.
it's like that could be a shaft, but that's also could be like a super soaker. I don't know, man.
Whoa.
Same thing, am I right?
Crispy!
That's crazy.
Guys, I've been live for 500 hours.
Yeah, that's fair.
Let 'em
I'll let
have
it slide.
Let 'em have it.
I'm not gonna take the bait.
What? What was the bait?
Sammy found it before, but,
No,
but Carl
Oh,
said
okay.
it doesn't count.
No, I even said it didn't count.
Yeah, you said it doesn't count. Yeah.
But I
I-
do get bonus points.
I'd be happy for her to
Low-key, I
have it,
hate-
but I get it. Because I'll find it.
I'll find it.
I'll do it.
Wait, what is?
Someone definitely drew a French dong. Or
A French dog.
Dude,
we're in France.
It's so
where are we?
funny because I keep having to like zoom in on people's like see people's shirts.
Yeah.
And it just looks so. It feels so weird.
Any birds? Oh, there's a soccer team here, but we're not doing that anymore.
Not me just whispering penis to myself without thinking. Jesus Christ.
Hey, everything okay over there?
Yeah.
Everything good? Glass of water.
Let me know if you need anything,
Get you
okay?
anything. Glass of water.
Can I get you a glass of water? And...
Any dogs or? What am I to dick?
bathing suits. Can someone clip that for me, please?
No.
Soundboard.
Please.
Twitch, clip
Somebody
that.
clip that for
no,
me.
Twitch, don't.
Please clip that for me, please.
No.
Oh my god. And send that to me as soon as possible.
No.
Oh, good idea.
A lot of potential for dogs out here. A lot of potential.
I found a walking cane. That's a good one for the future.
Do we need
Like a
tattoos?
classic
That's
ass
a lot
cane.
of...
No, John Cheetos don't.
It's alright, Twitch already got me.
Ah,
Did I
was that a
come
bird
from
in
here?
flight? I missed it.
Oh.
Where? Oh, weird as fuck. Sammy, I think I had a bird in flight for a second.
Chris.
Oh, I'm striking out
relocate
right
it.
now, dude. I'm
Trying.
struggling. I'm searching so hard.
Yeah, I'm in Struggle Town.
Disney.
Relocate it now.
Relocate it.
There's a
Scanning.
huge bird. Oh,
Scanning.
that's a bird mural.
Oh, we need a real bird.
Oh, that's so gonna have a dong on it. Hold, guys.
Oh,
this
I'm
is-
in the fucking trenches. Where
is
am
a
I?
dong.
Barry B. Benson, bro.
Barry B.
I know this is different, but it reminded me of this beautiful thing that I got. Don't
Please
stay. You've been Benson Boone.
Oh wait, bird's gonna be over here. Where was it? Was here last time you said chat, right?
Yeah.
Wait, where'd you see the dispo? No, these are all pharmacies. I know. I was looking earlier. These aren't dispos, unfortunately.
Yeah, maybe it's not in to tag a dong anymore.
It's old news, I think.
Wow.
You know what? We'll find another one.
Found a heart.
No.
No.
We need to be looking for people kissing
Ooh.
too.
Kissing. Oh, this is the city of love.
Any birds?
Oh wait, this is dong territory, guys. Check this out. My dong alarm's going off. Sorry, Sam.
Oh, wait, is that a dong? I can't get the angle on it. I gotta.
Crispy,
I
get the
I can
angle.
only see the tip.
Okay.
I can only see the
No.
Sammy, what?
I don't know. I don't know. I don't think it'll work.
This is jail, I think. I found jail.
Come on.
No,
Show
I don't
me
think
the
it's clear
fucking
enough.
dong.
Hold on, let me counsel. I need help.
What is this for?
You know what it's for.
No, don't. I need it.
That's an Among Us.
No, that was earlier. This.
That's it's tough. That's tough. I
That's
can't
what
tell.
I'm saying. That's
dude,
what I'm saying.
That's like interdimensional
feels-
cable type shit.
I'm finding everything but what I need.
Unfortunately, I think that's inconclusive.
Crispy, it's not inconclusive, bro.
It is, and you know.
Look,
it
as much
is.
as I see a phallic member, it is on the wrong side. I don't know what the balls are doing.
Yeah, it's kind of.
Sorry.
It could easily be a letter.
What
could be
letter is
P.
that,
P on the
Crispy?
tip.
Go and tell me
P
what
on the
letter that
tip.
is, bro.
Okay, to be fair, Sammy, look
this
at
is
any
minion
graffiti and tell
territory.
me what it is.
This is minion territory.
This is minion territory. Any fucking birds, or who cares?
Well, I mean, that's
Shut up.
not a pizza guy.
Oh, come on. There's gotta be a fucking...
There's so much graffiti, man, but not.
Is that a toilet?
Oh my god, please.
No. Is that a toilet, chat?
I'm happy
that a
for you if you
toilet?
find
Okay.
one.
Is that a toilet or a sink?
So, I have an unfortunate situation here.
Yep.
What's going on,
Because
Crispy?
this could very well be a dong,
Okay.
but there's also a very not great symbol right next to it or in
That one,
the picture.
I think I saw it. Bro, that's a toilet. Look.
Wait, where do you see the
Send it
actual
in
toilet?
thingy as well.
Yeah, so
Look at
we're
the-
we're
Oh,
gonna.
Chris, that's so a toilet.
That's a toilet, right?
In the dumpster. That's a
Yes.
toilet in the dumpster.
Oh, that is a toilet. Wow.
Let's go.
100%.
I'll
toilet in
give
the
you that.
dumpster. W pull. W pull.
Ignore the shitty
Yeah,
symbol
yeah, yeah.
and look at the.
Oh
look
yeah,
at
that's a
the-
di- that's a
penis.
that's a
That's a
penis.
fucking
That's a penis.
That's a
Yeah,
penis.
that's
Yeah, with
right?
big
Yeah.
balls too.
Yeah. Real juicy balls. Yeah.
That's a
Stupid
big old
balls.
shaft.
There is
That's
an
Yeah.
a graffiti
unfortunate
shaft.
symbol right
Yeah.
next to it.
Yeah.
so-
I won't show it,
Very
but that
unfortunate
is.
symbol,
Oh,
but-
I did. That's another
Yeah.
penis. No, well, we got it, so it's okay. Let's move
Anyone
on.
eating fruit?
Chat,
Oh
we
wait,
got,
we
we
didn't
got the
get
most
fruit.
Just trust
racist
me,
penis
chat.
ever.
Chat, trust us as well. I can't show it because there's a hate symbol. on
Yeah.
it.
But
Yeah.
it is
Same.
dong.
But
It is
It
dong.
is definitely there.
But it is donged
Yeah.
up.
Yeah, and it has ball.
Yeah, it does. I can't
Okay.
get a broken toilet.
Yay!
So far, we've only gotten shaft. This is crazy.
I know
No, we
we're
got a
all
broken
looking for
toilet.
shaft. Oh, what's this?
Well, no, Chris, you're not on my team.
Oh, yeah. Sorry.
I know we gotta get used to that whole
donged
situation.
on you, yeah.
It donged on you is wild.
Mm.
Okay.
Course.
We're back
Pink-
at it
pink
again,
car.
guys.
You gotta look
Sammy,
for pink
dawned
car.
on merch when?
Hold dawn.
Wrote that to John New before I wrote whole Dawn, and he was like, I laughed.
Oh, we're leaving. We're leaving.
Oh, I like this
We're
place.
out of here.
This place had good dong.
Meat.
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 All right, next.
Next.
There was a pink car. Fuck, I missed it. I'm a weird asshole.
Because we gotta lock back in, man.
Yeah, I mean, hey, I
To be fair, we've only gotten 3 in 2
That's
places.
true.
Yeah, what are we
Okay.
doing? Oh, there's so a fucking shoe on the power lines here.
I'm going for it.
What trees are those? Even.
I don't know where we are.
Oh, that was Spain. Nice.
This is an
Oh,
interesting
dogs!
looking.
Tons of dogs. Cute.
I thought you just said dong. I was like,
Oh wait,
girl.
dog's running. Dog running.
Wait.
Dog running was one?
That's a dog running.
Cancel
dog
it.
running.
Wait,
no
I
leaf.
think I
Dog
found a
running.
weed leaf.
That's a dog running. It's on its way somewhere.
I got weed leaf.
Yeah, that's a dog.
Let's see
That's a
it.
dog running. Fuck off.
Yeah, Sammy, that's a weed
No,
leaf.
that's Basil, Sammy.
Got it.
Is that a dog
It's
running?
Basil.
not Basil.
Oh, that's a stroll.
That's a
yeah.
dog off leash in movement.
But we said running.
Absolutely.
Is that not running? What is that?
He's giving running.
He's
giving running.
strolling.
What?
No, I found the
What is
streamer
the difference
store. What
between
the heck?
a run and a stroll?
There's
Okay.
a million dogs here.
Because he's just doing this. He's not going. "Wah."
I'm sure you could find one
Wow.
dog out of all those dogs that are running.
It's in proper motion, guys. Come on.
I'm not arguing. I think you got it.
All right. It's a
Torch.
shuffle, but I'll give it to you.
If you can find a dog that's running better than that one, let me know.
Oh, I will, bucko.
All right.
So now she just made it into her personality for the rest of the game. Chris.
Okay, Crispy, we're on the same team.
I know.
Ah!
No, that's
Oh,
funny.
Man. Personality. Speech.
Yeah.
Any tacos? Any tacos?
Bucko goes
Taco
hard.
Tuesday.
I'm just gonna refrain.
You. Bird,
Yeah.
bird in flight. Bird in flight.
Nice, nice.
Wait,
I
no,
found
look,
another.
bird
I
in
found
flight?
another dog running.
Let
no,
me see
it's
that
not
dog,
actually, but
Sammy.
Look what I got. Look what I got. It's like
Oh,
kind
that's
of,
funny. Yeah,
You know what I mean? It's like not, but
Yeah.
it is.
it's not, but it is.
Nice, Sammy.
Show me Sammy for a laugh.
Oh, I'm already gone, babe.
All right. Untick it. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Oh,
I'm joking. I'm
alright.
joking. I'm joking.
My bad.
Oh,
All right.
It was
I
like a
how many little
drive-by
dogs there are around
comment.
here, though.
Lot of dogs. More dogs. Lot of dogs.
Whole
15
bunch of
dogs.
Pack of dogs.
Surely 4 minions on the side of the road.
There's such a toilet over here. I already found it, but there's such.
No one's gonna be barefoot. It looks too cold.
Was it
Also, I
Ecuador?
think you would step on something and get like hepatitis.
Argentina?
With a
Is
barefoot
that
over
Argentina?
here. A lot of rust. A lot
You
of.
say there was a barefoot? Oh,
Yeah,
barefoot.
barefoot, you
Sorry.
Or a Bigfoot. A big barefoot. Bigfoot with his dogs out.
You know, I stepped on something once at the beach and I had to get like 10 hepatitis needles when I was 10.
Really?
I didn't know that actually.
That
'Cause
stinks.
You were 10.
That hurts.
True. I'm fine. Hep free since
I'm happy.
93.
That's what I always say.
Thanks.
Need to find more people here.
A lot of the shots are like blurry, kind of low-key. Dogs.
Just give me
Well, there's
4
so many dogs
minions
just walking around.
cuddling.
I fear we're not
This
in
town
minion
is
territory.
strange.
Sammy, that's what we said last time, and look at us. Triple minge.
You're right, babe. Well, I don't know about that.
Sorry.
Why'd bro say minge?
Well,
Minge is definitely...
You know what my favorite clip of last week is, Sammy? When I get my
What?
sandwich and you're like, "What's on the sandwich, babe?" And I say, "Vegemite and cheese," and you go,
yes.
"That sounds good." Or you go,
Why are you side-eyeing? Why are you
yeah.
side-eyeing?
And then you go, "No, that sounds," and you don't say anything. You say, "That sounds."
Sammy knows how to say something without saying anything.
Bruh,
So true.
Sometimes you gotta have that ability. You know what
The
I mean?
side eye
Yeah.
was so
Oh, this
good.
is Argentina. That's a straight up
Any shoes?
Argentinian soldier. Okay, interesting. Bro, where are the people, low-key?
Well, yeah, actually, I haven't seen a lot of people.
Someone said it was giving liminal space because there's like no people anywhere.
Wait, that's so true. I haven't
Yeah,
seen many
I've
people
passed
at
a
all.
couple
One
people, but
person.
no no town center. That's what I'm trying to find.
Yeah, this seems like a very small
Yeah.
town.
Iffy, wait.
It's a
You're onto
church.
something. It's very quiet, isn't it?
I found a pink house,
Ecuador.
but no pink car.
Casino? Okay. What's the...
I don't think birds live here.
Back here
Or birdless.
Oh, it's a dog taking a shit.
or over here.
That's funny. That should be on our bingo
Okay.
card next time.
That's a dog actually
Oh,
just
no.
dropping a deuce mid-sit.
As they should.
Not
On the
mid
left.
sit.
Birdless and birdaddle.
On your right,
Is this dog gonna move? Oh yeah, he's fine.
on the hillside.
No taco. Can I get a picture of a taco?
Hungry. Can we go to the next one? Or are we still committed to
Almost.
this?
I kinda-
Skip.
Ah,
I
kinda-
honestly
kinda
could
need
skip.
this.
Sammy, I'm cooking on one thing real quick.
I believe in you.
Thanks. Back it up, turn. This is impossible.
Back it up like a Mack truck.
Yep.
Forward. It's like you're playing Twitch
Yeah,
plays
yeah, yeah.
Pokemon right now. Where? I'm
God.
standing still. I'm standing fucking still.
Chris, you know it'd be a W easy 2-day off thing where you still stream and probably do really well? Shaq plays Pokemon.
That would be kind of funny.
Dude, I think it would actually do
Oh.
crazy
Cat!
numbers.
Oh my god, a cat outside.
Oh.
Shaq,
would
one
be
in chat
fun.
if you want to do Shaq plays Pokemon.
Guys,
Now
you
what?
won't believe what I've just seen.
What is
Bigfoot
it?
in a
4
pink car eating a
minions.
taco.
Close. 4 minions on the side of the road in a puddle.
This town ain't got shit.
Hey, it's
What?
trying its best.
This
Well, I don't
town
mean
ain't
like
got
the
shit. It's
town. I just
crazy.
mean there's nothing. There's just nothing. Like
Four
they're
minions
30.
are right around the corner.
Unfortunately,
Trust.
they're like art is 30 years behind. We got Daffy Duck, the cat from Looney Tunes.
No, if you have them, you have the minions. They're just around the corner.
This mural was painted in 1983.
Not 83. It is strange that I'm not seeing any birds.
Oh, wait, hang on. This was like Tacoville. There's definitely a strip here. Chocolate, grapes.
I don't think.
Phrasing
The
phrasing goes
man.
hard.
Is that a bird? Found a bird.
It's a mid-flight.
In motion?
Yeah.
Let me see.
Mid-flight?
Yeah, look.
Let me
That thing's
see.
flying.
I don't know what that is,
That thing's
Bucko.
Darting, dude.
That's a bird.
That's a bird.
I don't know about that
That's a
one.
bird.
That's a bird.
Nah.
It's a bird missile.
I don't know about that.
It's a heat-seeking bird.
That is a bird. 100%.
Guys, what the hell is that?
There's a million birds in these trees.
Yeah, the sunset's pretty.
That's a bird as hell.
It does look cold. If I know what a cold sunset looks like, this is it.
No, I know it is a bird, but it's
A little
hilarious that
further
you
back.
can't like the wings
One.
on it.
That is
Two.
kind of funny.
It's just like, hey.
I don't think.
It could be a falling leaf. Nah, I'm joking.
I don't think so.
Yeah, we need a bigger city. I'm kind of not. I think you all got the possible ones on this one. We have to do a back-to-back.
Unfortunately, there's just no businesses.
Yeah, there's no people too, so.
Oh my gosh, it's Toad from The Toad and the Frog.
Oh my god,
Looks
wait,
cute.
throwback.
So cute.
Do you reckon they have NBN out here?
What's that?
Sorry, fiber.
Maybe. They might.
I think I've
Hell yeah.
actually explored the whole town. Like,
Yeah, I think I have two.
Crispy.
there's like nowhere else to go. Unfortunately, this is like
I
it's in
tried,
like
though.
the middle of like a valley in the middle of no. I don't
Bird
think
in
there's a
flight,
road
where is
out of
it?
here.
There it is.
Nice.
I tried looking for shoes on a fucking wire that whole time.
Yeah, I tried to.
I've done full circle. That gave me nothing, dude.
Yeah, I got nothing from that map. I'm
got
ready to
our
pop
bird,
on,
Chris.
pop off next time. This one.
All right, here we go.
All right,
Where
let's
were
go.
we? Oh, just under Argentina.
All
We
right, go
have
again.
shoes on wire here as well.
We did get bird, which was good. And
Not
word.
that common, but okay, perfect. Let's go. Someone's having
Shoes were the
fruit.
friends we made along the way. Yeah, exactly. We're missing a row for this bingo. Oh, ice cream on the ground. Oh, another bird in flight guaranteed right here. Oh, that's beautiful. I'm taking a screenshot of this for you guys. That's lovely.
These
Look at that.
buses are cute.
Oh really? Does a pink bus count?
No.
All right.
I would say like car. Cause I saw a pink like motorcycle earlier, and it's like no.
Yeah. No, good spot. M was like a deep pink. That's
We
all right.
simply keep going.
I got pink car.
You got a pink car? Oh my
Right
God.
now?
I got a pink car. Yep.
Wow.
My goat.
Pink car.
Nice. Sammy, I bet we can find someone eating a banana here.
So true.
Even a Bigfoot. Also, an anime shirt would go nuts.
Hmm.
A lot of potential here. A lot of potential.
I feel it.
Oh, I've got
Oh.
Spider-Man on a bag.
Where?
I don't think we need that.
Oh, these
I feel like
guys
there could
want
be
this so
minions
bad.
here for sure.
There definitely could be minions here.
Pikachu sure, is that anime crispy?
Yeah, yeah. Technically, yes, it is.
It is. You got it?
It is. is. Look at that. Kid with a Pikachu on his shirt.
I would be a fraud if I said it wasn't. It is absolutely an anime.
You know what? I'll find you another one too. How about that?
Yeah, it's okay.
No, it unequivocally counts. Like that's.
Thank you.
Because don't spend any more time on it. We gotta move on.
Oh, I'm not. No, Sammy,
Yeah.
I'll find one on accident. I'm not even looking.
No, that's true. That's true.
I'm looking for someone eating a goddamn strawberry right now.
Bro, the Pikachu shirt was such a snipe. Jesus.
Dude, yeah, I saw that. I was like, that's a kid with a Pikachu shirt on right there.
I think I'm making poor decisions on what roads to go down because this is
Somebody's
not.
eating fruit here. There's a lot of people eating, but no fruit.
Sounds like the Garden of Eden, am I right?
Real.
Yes, dude.
Hold.
Any
You
ice
think
cream on
you've
the ground?
been here? Cool.
I'd go.
Tell me
This is
where a
Plymouth?
fruit stand
Close.
is.
Fruit stand, or give me a taco place.
Mmm.
I got so close.
Kebabs, burgers, wraps,
Yeah, I was close to one.
Grill Shack. Oh, that's so close to a taco. I think.
I know, I was so close too.
It's doing the thing where it's sending me random places.
Ooh, a steakhouse. The cow.
I know, I'm looking for kissers too. No kissers.
True.
Any kissers in Seattle? There's someone said tacos in England might be rough. True.
That's true.
Asian noodle bar.
Ooh. Hang on.
Every
Wait,
dream has a dark
CBW.
side.
True.
Come on, somebody in this
Oh,
walking
these guys
camera.
are holding hands.
Oh,
Hold
just
on.
kiss.
This guy's got the.
They have Greg's
guy's got the
here.
camera.
Let me back up a little bit.
Foot solutions.
Oh my God,
Oh, that's gotta
Slavic
be a
suit.
barefoot.
Slavic suit.
You found barefoot?
Nah, close. It's all barefoot logo.
God, Carla, I'm just.
I'm really
just
trying,
useless
and
right
I
now,
just
dude.
feel like nothing is coming for me.
Oh my gosh, come on, people, kiss. We're holding hands and everything.
Eat a banana.
I don't know why, but Sammy saying that just hits different.
It does.
You want someone kissing? We gotta go to Paris.
Real.
Oh, wait, barefoot sandals don't count, right?
No.
Because the dogs
they've
are out.
They've got to
but-
be full dogs out.
That's like asking for a nude as one, and someone's wearing like a bathing suit.
Okay.
Like doesn't count.
Okay, strange.
No worries.
Interesting example,
What?
but alright.
Could have
We're
said the
looking for bare
bold from
dogs.
before, with a bit of hair on it. Yeah, if her like you have full tit out.
Are
Jeez.
these No, these have to be statues, right? These can't be real. Look at
Just
these.
walking down the street.
They're just they're in a yard.
Rockets and Rascals. What is this?
Are these statues or real?
Ooh.
It's
Oh, those are
England.
statues. Yeah, those are definitely statues.
Bro, they look so realistic. That's
They are
wild.
realistic statues, but they got it. Yeah, those got to be statues.
Oh, if this store has
Fruit
Simpsons,
stand.
it's this store.
Wait, there's a
and-
little fountain. Someone's dog's out.
The Navy Inn.
I feel weird because there's like a
Sheep
lot.
are always in your garden. Wait, really? Kegs.
No, it's just like there was a lot of children around, so I was
No,
like,
that's fair.
oh.
That's fair.
Oh, that was so close.
A lot of sandals. No full doggage though.
Oh, I'll get him.
Candy store.
Oh, damn it! I found a Pikachu, of course. Too late.
Was on a shirt though.
Too late.
No, it was like on a store.
Was that Bigfoot?
Businessman.
Come on.
Come on, ice cream on the ground. Ice cream on the ground. Old people holding hands. Yeah, there's no way people are having our dogs out over here, right?
No,
Yeah, I
for
don't
sure.
think there's gonna. I don't think we're gonna see much doggage in the middle of the.
Doggage. It's cold. Holding hands.
A taco. I got taco.
Let's go.
Taco Bell with a taco on it.
Oh, what's
counts.
this?
Yep.
That counts.
Nice.
Timbervault.co.uk. Oh, look at all the AI
Nice
art.
spot.
Great. This place is covered in AI art. When was this photo taken?
Not barefoot.
Yes. Lighthouse is a fun
Yay.
one for next time.
Lighthouse
Also umbrella.
or White
like
House?
like a lighthouse.
Oh, Lighthouse.
Only place in UK you find tacos. True.
There's got to be someone with a fucking fruit over here or ice cream.
What is this?
What?
Ice cream.
It's not related, but you guys got to see the name of this play. Oh, wait, I want to go see this.
Timberwolf.
The Coffee Shack.
What is that?
Gangster Granny,
Real
I'm
dairy ice
down.
cream.
Gangsta Granny live
Oh.
on stage.
Now, why is there?
Ooh,
like,
I think that's an
full
apple.
pirate
I
ship
think she's
right
eating an
there?
apple. Hold. Oh, never mind. Hold. Was she on the phone? Oh, she's on the phone.
Oh my god, more ice cream. Oh, dude, there's gonna be ice cream in the fucking ground. Train tracks as well.
Ghostbusters.
Damn. Wrong apple. Real.
Oh, there's so potentially an ice cream drop on here.
An apple iPhone.
Oh my god.
Wait. Someone
Maybe
bound
get
to be
like, a
barefoot around
park or
here.
something.
Good night, dude.
Oh my gosh, we need to get over there.
Oh.
50 seconds on the clock, guys.
Hmm.
I see more dogs. Oh, there's a cruise ship over there, of course.
There'll be dogs out over there. I need to get over
I
there.
know, we're dogless right now, man.
No, I found the waterfront.
Oh, look for those dogs.
I'm like 2 steps away from dogs.
Hogate Laundry.
I can feel it.
Chris, you're back at Hogate? Oh my god, I saw that in the beginning.
Yeah, I did a big loop.
Take me to the seaside.
Take me
Can't-
to the seaside.
I can't get over there.
Take me to church.
I'd
kissers?
worship some dogs.
Any kid. I think I just did a massive fucking circle too.
Move!
Ice cream on the floor. Anywhere.
Ah! I was so close to the
Ah.
beach.
No, I feel like they're gonna be kissers right there.
Damn,
Dude,
kissing
we're
by
at
the beach
Plymouth?
barefoot.
Dang.
If only I'd
This is
gone the
tough.
wrong way. A long way.
Where's the NASA logo at when you need it?
All right, guys,
Bro.
lock in.
it
Oh,
would have to
oh
be
yeah.
Won't be
US.
here unless we're in America.
Oh, there's
Yeah.
kissers for days here. Also, pink trucks.
Oh, there's a bunch of college students. Come on, there's got to be some college students macking it, dude.
Roasted Mac in it.
And that's what they do.
Oh, this place looks like shit when I'm in a different area now. Oh, there we go.
I can't make it over there.
A lot of potential for kissing here.
Damn it.
Me at a club.
Nice.
2011.
Nice, dude.
Thanks.
Damn it. Can't get to the water.
What is
Any ice cream?
No, man. Not here.
Pokemon
Why are the
Legends
streets
DA looking
empty?
ass down.
Was this? Oh, dude, there's no one in the streets. What's going on? Is this-
Party.
Did they like take these photos during COVID? What the fuck?
Maybe.
I have
I'm
half
not even
cove,
joking.
half
There's no one on the
real.
streets.
They could have.
There's
I
literally
passed
no
a
one on
ton
the
of people.
streets.
I have someone holding a grape.
Oh, that's
They're not
definitely
eating
what it was.
Really?
I need to
Really?
see. I need to
Let
see
me
this.
see it. Let me
So they're not
see it.
eating it. They're selling it to a person. But they're holding
Oh.
grape.
Eating fruit. It's eating, not selling.
Okay. Just letting
Wait,
you know.
follow them around.
Nice.
a
Follow
little
them
bit,
around.
though.
They're gonna
Maybe-
eat that grape though.
I
Maybe
really
somebody
am.
will be eating. Follow them around.
Okay. I will. bar.
Oh god, that was so weird. And then like a block down, it changed to like a different time.
Yep.
Oh, these people are riding a scooter together. Please kiss.
The comms
Wait,
are so
this is
funny.
crazy. This is crazy.
I got
Someone-
two ice
someone
cream
reading
cones
smut?
kissing, and they're on the ground.
Wait, they're having so much fun. They're having a date.
Date.
A date.
What's this?
Oh wait, Sammy, I see them too. Let's follow them.
No, I'm moving.
My
I'm
house
moving.
just shook from thunder.
What?
Wait, I heard that through your freaking
What the
thing.
fuck? Did you guys see my house shake?
Oh my god.
I heard that, dude. I heard
That
that
was-
through your
was that
fu-
thunder?
microphone.
That's scary.
Was that an earthquake? Was that an earthquake?
Our cats are freaked the fuck out.
Oh
Was that an
no.
earthquake?
Do you have an
What just
earthquake?
happened?
Are you quaking it?
Bro, there's no way you had an earthquake in New Jersey.
Bro, it happens
I think
now.
they can happen, right? In
Really?
New
Our
Jersey, I
cats
think
are
they
losing their
can.
minds. What was that?
Do you have bad weather right now or no?
No, it just my house just shook
Then-
and it was loud as
Then
hell.
probably earthquake.
Damn. Well, do a lap. Make sure everything's
glad that
okay.
you're
Well, not you,
okay.
but
No, I can't make sure everything's okay. We're locked in. We gotta win.
well, no, yeah, I don't mean now.
Shoot.
I meant more Shan, but yeah.
No, we don't. So these people are sharing a bike.
Oh, he passed them too.
No, it wasn't a bomb.
Oh,
It's not like a big guy ran to our house.
Don't say that.
It was probably an earthquake.
Are they kissing?
I heard a noise from your mic. Like I heard that, whatever that was.
Yeah, I thought it was
if you
me.
don't have severe weather and your house shook, that's definitely an earthquake.
Oh, maybe a tree fell.
Ooh, check that.
Oh.
True.
Oh, that would
They-
suck.
Hopefully it's not anywhere important.
Yeah, Shannon, I guess. Look outside. Oh, if a tree fell in my house, I'd be so pissed.
No, that's a big bummer.
Surely you would have heard it louder, right? If it was tree, or was it that loud?
Oh God, I made a mistake. I don't know where I am, but it's
USGS
not.
says small earthquake, New Jersey.
Oh, there you go.
There you go.
Oh,
No way.
really?
Are you lying? Yo, Blade, what up? Thanks for the raid, dude.
W
Good.
Blade, I think.
W Blade. Sorry, I thought you said Blaine.
Blade.
Oh, sorry, Blade.
Blade. Bro's a unit. I'm just like in
I'm not
nowhere's
finding
land, man.
anything.
I'm cooked.
Yeah, this
going
is
to
Me too.
Me when I go to bed.
three.
There's a 1.8 earthquake in Gladstone, New Jersey.
Oh.
I don't know where the fuck Gladstone is.
It's nowhere near you. Klagardstige. Klagardstige.
1.2 in Calphone. Well, those are old.
I've never had an earthquake before. How long does it take to report it? Like, do you have to wait a while?
I don't know, but that was weird because it, like my house.
Sometimes they
shook.
could pre-report it.
It
I would
sounded
just
like a fucking bomb, not a bomb, but it was like loud and
Like an
it had different
explosion?
Maybe
yeah.
someone hit a tree outside, like in your, I don't know, like near you.
and make sure there wasn't an accident like in front of your house or something.
No, there's nothing outside.
I would
It's-
say
it's
either a
weird
tree came
because-
down or maybe it was it could have just been like a storm approaching. You just can't see it yet, you know, too. Could be something like that.
Kids having fun over here.
Come on, kiss in the comfort of your own home.
I mean,
Damn
worst
it.
case scenario, it's some kind of explosion near you, which would be scary, but there's a lot of things that can unfortunately explode in a house. Not your house, but near you.
Mm-hmm.
The majority of monitoring stations have been defunded.
Oh, good.
Yes, dude.
Oh, great. That's wonderful for us. You know, all the
I'm
important
not.
shit.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm not really in an earthquake nowhere.
It's not your hot water heater, is it?
I don't
No.
think so. Hun.
Okay. Cool.
Is your
Transfor- if it was
refrigerator
a
running?
If it was a transformer, my power would be out as fuck.
Oh, true.
If it
Yeah, it
shook
would.
your house, it would have to be really close to you.
Yeah, and you probably would have lost
And
power.
you would have lost power, and you would have been able to see it outside.
No, Bobber, on my road, if a transformer got blown up, I have no power. I lose power if the wind's too fast.
Yeah, you honestly, this is the
That's
first
true.
year on your birthday in a couple years, right, where you haven't lost power?
And it rained.
We were really nervous.
Yeah.
That I was gonna go out.
Yeah.
My road blows. Like my road is.
We were driving home from your birthday dinner last year, and you're like, I hope the power's not out. And we got home and the power was out, and it was fucked.
And the power was out.
And then it came
Thankfully,
back,
it wasn't as bad as
but-
the previous year.
Yeah. Yeah, true.
After this one, guys, I'm gonna go real quick, check and see what's up. Like,
Real.
fast.
No, I would too. I would too.
No, that's
See if everything's
valid
chill.
as heck.
I mean, dude, I'm dry right now. I can't. I'm not.
Yeah, I can't
finding
find
anything.
shit.
Bro's dry.
Oh, Lauren,
Well,
this
I'm in
happened
the
to me.
Sahara right now.
Jack shit.
I'm not seeing anything
When I was at
either.
mum's. Unluckiest birthday boy ever, honestly. It would always go out every year.
Is there a random car in your living room? Not that I know of.
I feel like Shan would have found that by now.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Bro, I really hope it's not a tree, because that'll make me sad.
Yeah.
Because that'll make my
if it is, just
megalophobe feel weird.
Be careful too, because you never know if it's gonna shift.
True.
Shift.
Stupider
Look
things
for
have
someone
happened.
kissing or ice cream.
I want to go to the next one. This is
This is rough.
not ideal.
There's barely any people, low key.
No one's eating fruit while the Google car goes by.
This is definitely like in the winter because people are wearing coats and stuff, so the dogs are
I'm
not
in
going
the
to be
summer
out.
over here.
Oh, really? I'm in the winter.
Mm-hmm. People are in shorts.
Oh.
I was in the summer, now I'm in the winter. I'm
Yeah,
looking
it's
at
like
two
you
moms.
go like one street over, and then it's a different season.
Cherry blossoms. Can these old people
Somehow I
fucking
got
kiss?
out of the city. I don't
Houses
know
are
where I
cute.
am. I'm in the woods now.
In the burbs.
Get out of there.
The woods.
I think I made a mistake.
People don't want to kiss anymore, man.
People aren't kissing.
That's what
out
I've
in
been saying.
public anymore.
Kiss more.
What was this?
Come on, kiss at the grocery store.
Sammy, that's what you should do. Doesn't everyone do that?
Wow, that's what I'm saying.
Luke, take Sammy grocery shopping.
Babe, we're going to the grocery store.
You know what to do.
And we're kissing
we need to
in the
lock
parking
in.
lot.
We need to lock in for the Google people.
You know what to do.
Lock
Yeah,
in.
Sink, it was loud as fuck. Crispy said he heard it. It was loud.
I heard it. It sounded like a rumble. I thought it was
Any
thunder.
clippers? Let me hear that back.
All right, I'll be right back. I'm gonna be right back in a second.
Okay.
Okay.
Bye-bye.
Yeah, do what you gotta do.
Crispy lock in. I'm joking.
Carla, I'm staring
Carla
at the
suddenly
screen.
has a generational run, like gets like 15 in a row.
I've seen nothing, Sammy. It's actually ridiculous.
No, I saw
is
nothing
crazy,
that entire
dude.
round.
Did Chris get most of that? Or did you?
We leave, and that's it.
Okay. So he's
Yeah,
on
Chris
something.
is on fire.
Yeah, he's on fire.
On to something. Oh, it's not gonna turn to the next round. I'm gonna go grab water then, real quick.
Okay.
Okay, sounds good. Sounds good.
Google comes, I'll drive my partner outside. Yeah, guys, smooch. We need this. We did find Taco. Sorry for the odds, guys. Got up early today, but you know what? At least we're about to hit 7 hours. Look at us go. Yippee! I guess I'll go stretchy. Oh, my back. Oh, wow. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Oh, my back. I'm hungry.
Chris, I was re-watching the clip when it happens, and it's so giving earthquake.
Yeah.
Because there's nothing out there.
Weird.
You can literally see your whole setup shake. It's like one
where's-
like
I wanna watch-
really big intense shake.
I'm watching it. I'm gonna
Maybe I
watch this real
heard the
quick.
movement. If that's what I heard.
Yeah, I think you heard his desk because it like moved.
Yeah.
Dude, that's crazy.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's wild.
I like look up.
You're like, what the heck happened?
What the fuck was that? Yeah, like a bunch of stuff moves. Did something upstairs fall? No. I don't
No,
think like
it seems like one like really aggressive shake.
yeah.
And then like a little tremor afterwards, because you can tell from your mic and your desk, and you can even tell in the Pokemon
Oh, I wish I had a
card slabs
sandwich.
that are against your wall that it's like shaking.
Oh my god.
Bro, I should probably get those out of there. Nah, come on.
Bro,
Bye,
watch out for
Snail.
the PSA 10.
Enjoy, doll. Proud
oh
of
god,
you.
imagine if the one fell and cracked.
I'll see
Oh.
you next time. What was it?
No,
And hey-
that wouldn't have been a big truck. That's
Hey,
that was like
can't send
something
it back
different.
because class action lawsuit. So
Was it a earthquake?
yeah, he says about to get hit with a massive class action
Inconclusive,
lawsuit.
Carlos, but
Wait,
it's
actually?
it's giving earthquake to me a little bit.
Yeah, Chris, it's gonna be a RICO case, dude. It's gonna be bad.
What's that even mean?
Like, if it go, so essentially, if it goes to court, PSA may have to stop grading until they figure it out. Yeah, it's like it was like massive news today.
Wow.
A civil RICO case is like not common at all. As to what it actually is, like, let me get the like. Legal action brought under Racketeer Influence and Corruption Organized Act to target an ongoing criminal enterprise.
Ooh, I saw
Which is
that.
insane.
Wait, that's
A
crazy.
criminal
Chris, the
enterprise,
shake.
a pattern of racketeering, or at least two predicate crimes. So.
I'm not in any great groups on Facebook. I don't go on Facebook. It could have been a sonic boom from an airplane.
Oh, imagine. Imagine just
wait.
like a military plane flopped by.
I mean, sonic boom. New Jersey.
Sonic boom.
It can greatly increase the amount of damages available to be imposed on the liable party. So.
That's what I thought.
Sheesh.
Or asteroid.
Ooh.
I'm kind of close to Picatinny Arsenal. Not close.
You,
but, like,
you're.
Eric, true,
you're
you
close
might be
enough.
onto something.
Picatinny Arsenal.
I feel like a lot of people will probably report it, right? If they felt the same thing that
Yeah.
you did. So I'm
I
sure
would
you'll
think
get
so,
an
yeah.
answer.
Could have been just a massive dude farting also.
Chico, I just saw that.
true. Like,
Wait,
It was
dude,
Bigfoot.
fucking
House.
It was
Bro,
Bigfoot.
So true.
Bro just fucking slapped one your way.
Bro, there's no way an asteroid landed near my house. Come on.
Easy.
Wait, what if it was aliens, dude?
I'll go out and say hi to them.
Could have been aliens. It could have
No,
been.
dude, I'm telling you right now, if an asteroid's in my yard and it's kind of big, I would feel so weird.
I feel so weird. It's so funny. I don't know
I'd
why.
have the heebie-jeebs.
I would feel so weird.
I don't know why.
Do you have
that's so
next door
funny.
up?
Yeah, Shan, check next door out maybe and see what the vibe is.
People
Then
are
I'll go-
nosy enough.
I might
We'll
go.
get to the
I might
bottom
go
of it.
investigate.
Dude, next
might go
door
to
up is
bed.
so nosy.
Sick.
I might go to bed.
It's midnight. I might go to bed, Loki.
Dude, my eyes are I can't even see
Hey,
right now.
all good.
I'm so tired.
All good,
Wait,
bub.
guys, do that.
We can run this back next week. That's so
I
funny.
genuinely might, guys.
Dude.
No,
Listen, it's
guys,
late.
I'm at my physical and mental limit right now.
I might go to bed.
You
It's
guys
so
Crispy,
funny.
And that's valid, genuinely.
We're done. I'm gonna go
Oh.
investigate why my house shook.
Yeah,
That's
hey man,
fair.
keep us
Yeah, hey.
updated.
Yeah, keep me
because there's
updated.
a
Keep us
massive
updated.
reason.
I might stay live
Group
and just,
chat it.
and I might go look and then come back and let you guys know what's up.
All right.
Do
All
your
right.
thing.
Yeah.
Play
hell yeah.
Fort with me if you want.
Because then I want. Oh, I'm so good.
Oh.
Wait, I missed it. What do you say?
My brain is
Whoa. What is it?
What?
I heard a weird sound again. My brain is not capable of Fortnite.
Dude, if it's
Not the
aliens, make sure you get a
Fortnite.
clear video.
Okay, I'll be right back. I heard a weird sound.
Okay.
All right, bye.
Okay.
Bye, guys.
Later, bud.
Bye.
All right, bye, guys. Super
Bye, see
fun.
ya.
Night,
See ya.
guys.
Bye. Later.
I also can show you. I don't know if you want to see it. Hi, guys. By the way, we haven't had yaps in so long. I also have an early access to the new DBD chapter as well. If you want to, I can like boot up quickly to check it out, and then do Fort. So if you want to have like a little bit of a sneak peek to the new DBD chapter, only creators can have a look at it. If you want me to do that, I will happily do it. And then we can switch to Fort or switch to yapping, whatever. How are you guys? I miss you. Oh my god. Oh wait, it's out, isn't it? What do people think? Let me just do this real quick. I got the clap. We're clapping. Like so far? Okay. Is it similar vibe to our other albums? Dashcam bingo? Oh, we could so do dashcam bingo one day. I don't know how much longer I'll be on. I've been live for 7 hours. But we can do a couple of things. How about we do that? Let's do a couple of things. So I don't want to go yet, but I'm not going to be on for like too much longer. But let's do... Are you down to just have a quick peek at the new chapter since I have the early access? And then we can do like dailies, we can do enrichment. Why, yes. Okay. Should I just do just chatting? Or should I do DBD? Alright, let's have a look. Guys, it's so nice to talk to you. Hello. I can't believe Mimi's back, guys. It's so little. Look how little that is. Talk to me, talk to me. Small baby, look how small that is. So small. Is that because she's small? I won't. Oh, did I leave? Oh, I'm back. Hello. It's been doing that lately. It blipped. It's been doing that to Chris too, and Granny. Hell yeah. Yeah, Mimi stepped over the power button. I still think my doppelganger was brought to me by Mimi, even though someone from Chris's chat did, but I still think that's a big coincidence. Especially on this day as well. This particular day, to me, is kind of wild. Do it again! I'll probably get her a really cute urn. I gotta get her something cute, or like a box or something. Alright, let's see. Killer. Oh, whoa, here it is! The judgment! Whoa!
I alone shall judge.
Holy crap! Ooh, wait, I kind of like her. Hold. Oh, this is cool. Hold M2 to summon and control a column of divine light up to 3 seconds, guiding it towards survivors. It does not damage survivors during this time. While guiding, press M1 to cast it forward, which after a short delay damages and applies. What is this? Press left control to send. You know who say? Oh my god. Seven Shrines of Judgment. Taunt. I do not get this at all. Oh, that's cool. You can look at other killers. But they don't have that yet. How do we get back out? What's happened to my page?
Thank you for the sub.
Put your ass away, child.
Well, this is like a
Jaren Stroke
PTB
just
PTB, so I
subscribed.
might have to restart. Interesting, okay. She looks cool. I want to do a custom with her. I want to see the Mori. I'll relaunch it. Darren, thank you, doll. Get that badge. I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you, thank you. Wow. Help! Thank you, doll. Yeah, it does look like Water News, doesn't it? No, thank you. I've been able to chat with you today. Sorry, guys. It's good to see you, though. I just can't believe how little of Ashes I got, which, I mean, it makes sense. She's small, but I think comparing it to, like, human, God, it's, like, not even much. Wow. So little. It's tiny. Oh, Sid. True. She is an OG, yes. She is OG design. Is there a survivor? It's just the killer, right? Oh, wait, no, here it is.
Foresight is our greatest weapon.
Wait, this is a granny skin. Oh, Gran's eating so good. Oh my god. Gran is eating. This is Granny's new main. That's so cool. When a gen is completed, you earn 1 token. When you finish repairing a gen, for each token, you gain 5% haste for 2 seconds. You gain 20% healing progress. Whenever the killer starts chasing you, you see the auras of other survivors for 3 seconds. Survivors not being chased, see your aura for 5 seconds. Survivors not being chased, see the aura for 5... Killer's aura for 5 seconds. Okay. Girl. Another boon! While next to a totem, use E to bless it, creating a unique boon totem that combines all your boons. Generators within the boons range regress 50% slower. Survivors repair them 10% faster. Yeah! I've been wanting a gen boon. Not good for me as killer, great for me as survivor. I've wanted a gen boon and the passive healing as well. That's cool. Oh, I love her. I love, love, love. I like this. Is there a new map? I don't think so, right? Killer, let me see.
Let those without heresy.
What? Oh! Girly pop! Ooh. Oh, I love her.
My decree is final.
Uh-oh. Oh. Oh, juicy. Okay, sure. Sure thing. Good night, Thank you for hanging, doll. My god. Every 30 seconds, if the obsession is at least 40 meters away from you, you see their aura for 3 seconds. Otherwise, the farther survivor becomes the obsession. Okay. Hex. The first time a survivor gains a hook state, a dull totem ignites. Whenever a running survivor gains haste within 32 meters of you, you are alerted. Running survivors cannot gain more than 50% haste at a time. Whenever you damage a gen, for each charge it has, it regresses to... Girl, where are you going? Come back! Sorry. Whenever you damage a gen, for each charge it has, it regresses 2% faster. Interesting. Okay. Okay. Let me go to a custom. I wonder if there's, She does look quite cool. I don't really get how she plays. But that's me every time there's a killer. I don't really know how they play at all. Choose map. Is there a new map? I'm guess... No? I'm guessing not. No new map. Okay. We should get the PTB. I actually don't know. Is the PTB soon? Because this is the early access for creators to show you guys. So I think she's still very much an early access. Hi, Josh. Oh, wait. I need to see. Cancel. Oh, have I bugged it? Because it's too much, I do hate it. I haven't tried it yet. Have you... What do you mean too much? Like you saw some videos of it and you were like, girl... Right, okay. I think it's a bit bugged. Or maybe we can't do a custom. Oh, we can, okay. There's a lot going on. Okay, yeah. When I was reading the description, I'm only going to do one, but when I was reading the description, I was like, my brain hurts. I don't know what we're doing here. I'm confused. A huge learning curve. Oh, God. You know how it... Okay. Oh, I'm pitter-pattering. I don't think I like that. The pitter-patter. Oh, what am I doing? I didn't read how to use her thing. You're gonna have to charge it longer to damage them. Ah, okay. Okay. What else can I do? Is that it? What the hell? Oh, there's my shrines. Cool. I love a huge learning curve. Well, yeah. Really? The shrines are cool. What the hell? Granny has a new main though, which is cool. Thanks, Flo, my goat. I'm confused. She looks grey. Linear Vecna with Pinhead is power but no mobility. But you also can survive other realms like in the event mode. So would her divine light be compared to being chained from Pinhead? Like it slows them down? Mickey, it was so fun. How are you, doll? I don't really get the divine light. I know everyone is so cute wanting to do the ad command for me. It's very sweet. It's very, because I don't expect people to, but it's actually very thoughtful that everyone wants to warn people, which is cute as. Oh, nice. Wait, record. That's pretty good. You don't have to like, are you recording it together? Mimi's home though. Which is good. I feel like I was anticipating too much, so it's good that that's done. And we met my doppelganger and it was amazing. You are always important, my goats. Poor kitties. I don't really get the divine light. I'm gonna be honest with you. This is normal for me anyway. But I feel like my power doesn't really do much. This is early access. So I don't really get it. I don't get it, and it could be me though. I'm probably selling this awfully, but I don't understand what it's meant to be doing. And I don't like the pitter-patters. That's distracting, but that could be my brain. I think that she looks cool though. So does it have to be, is it like this where the gold line has to strike them, or the orb? Yeah, I'm confused too. The second line. Okay, let me see if I can. I need someone to stay still for me. I'll have to give it another crack when the PTB comes out. Bots, can you stand still? I want to test something. Okay. I don't know how many Australians would have access though. That's the only thing. How many Aussies would have it? Well, we gave it a go. Alright, well, we gave it a go. I like the look of the survivor. I don't understand this little lady yet, but I'm sure I will. I'm sure I will. I'm going to assume I can't get into a public lobby for survivor. I'll try. I'll give it a couple min. Just give us a estimation. You know what? Let's wait till PTB. That way it's busier. All right. Now. Right. Do I have my word already? Let's do it. My threshers are probably going to become more common next few years. Great. Alright, let's do my jazz with rings. I can't. Alright. Paste. Oh. Poise. Plus. Pulse. Flow, not X-Pile music. That's funny. Purse. Nice. Let's see what Chris is doing. What the hell?
Kelly, are you on Discord? Kelly. Dark Lord. Kayla, we didn't, but dude, we played our fucking hearts out and chat was proud. Our second match was so close. You would have been proud of me. It was awesome. Neo is a near-Earth object. I have friends who work in detection, and one of them said there's an anomaly. Oh my god! There's a near-Earth object in North Jersey. There's aliens in my backyard. Hold.
What?
Near-Earth object. New Jersey. No, yeah, Kelly, please take all the time you fucking need.
What's going on?
Bro, if there's a straight up a meteorite that landed potentially near me, you bet your ass I'm looking for it. I'm gonna go find that. BRB. Am I allowed to? Who's this? It's like, can I have dibs or not really?
Finders, keepers.
How the fuck does that work?
Mine it for Iridium, someone said.
I'm gonna be pissed if Chris gets lasered and not me.
Wait, I'm gonna
Finders,
Google
keepers. Guys, I'm not gonna
alien.
live stream it. It's literally my house.
Alien font.
There's my road. Carla, are you still streaming? This music's uneasy.
Maybe. We are raiding you, tall man.
Okay, hold on. This is, dude.
That
this why
is
the best
called
sound only's fun. This is why this is the best community.
That's
because we have people who do all sorts of things.
That's
You gotta-
translation
Neo,
in
give me a
alien language.
magnet.
We are raiding you, tall
Do I
man.
have one of those? Let me see.
Leah, I want to hear it.
Wait,
I
they're
bet
they're
Shan
having so
fucking
much fun. They're
has
having a
one.
date.
Date. What's this?
Oh wait, Sammy, I see them
Oh, I
too.
heard
Let's
that.
follow 'em.
Yeah. I wonder if you'll get
So
it
wait.
translated. Do you reckon you'll translate it?
Spell it. Neo Dominium. Neo Dominium. Neo Dominium.
Okay,
I can't believe we found Carla's twin, and now the aliens are here.
guys.
Ah, come on. Yeah, essentially
Actually,
a
let's
strong
just
magnet,
all
yeah.
post in his. Let's all post in it right now.
Neo, NASA. Neo, NASA.
Okay, guys, ready?
Okay. Just all the ones that are
Let's post it.
projected to happen. Oh my god. Guys, I thought I was getting hate rated. What is that? It's alien language. I'm not translating it. Hold on. Data table. Recent past within 60 days. Update data. June. June. Okay, July.
It's real.
July 30th. There's one.
Never gonna give you up. Never gonna let you down.
How do I know where it is? Play.
No, I was gonna do. Never mind. Why?
Small body database lookup.
Not alien slurs. We're being. Yeah, we're
I know
being
any of this shit.
earnest. I love how into it he's getting with the music and stuff. That's funny.
Close approach data. Dude, shit's coming from like Venus and stuff.
Whimsy only.
Like what? No, if this is genuinely, guys, if this is genuinely a meteorite, then I'm an uncle's monkey. That's so sick. Like, what the fuck? We're gonna find out it was something like heinous. It's Rocky, bro. If it's Rocky, I'm giving him a hug. That's where girls are from, or we're just high. True.
New special
It
interest.
could be August 1st. Let's see this one.
Heinous.
I
Guys,
don't know how to
let me
view
mute
any
him
of
real
this
quick.
shit.
Do we have that thing again? I'm gonna copy and paste it. I said earlier that I'm gonna try for 7.5 today, and you know what? I think I'm gonna do 7.5. As much as I want to stay, because I think I just want to kind of shut my brain off a little bit and investigate memes and just kind of be a little bit non-verb. But this was such an amazing last stream of the week. Or actually, there might be a potential IRL bonus on the weekend. If I can get data, I want to go to a park and hang out with you guys. Which will be US Saturday night, if I can make that happen. Wait. I'm wearing Neat Dude NASA shirt. Whoa.
Have, like, neighbors who don't give a shit. John, I don't know how long. Have you been in and out, or have you been here? Because here's what we discovered.
Oh my god, here we go. He's so funny. No, guys, I adore you. Today was amazing. Here is the raid message. Today was amazing, genuinely. Yeah. It was really good. Thank you for hanging with us with Bio Jingo. That's so funny. Geo Bingo. That's how you know I'm tired. And thank you for hanging with Granny and I. Thank you guys. I appreciate your understanding. Today was way better than I thought it would be. It was cool that I got to connect with Risa and Lachlan and have a bit of a laugh there. That was really wholesome. But yeah, I'll either see you US Saturday or US Sunday. So either Aussie Sunday or Aussie Monday. But I love you guys so much, and I'll see you very soon. Bye, guys.